Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
I'm Levi.
And here we are, Levi. We've made it. Triple digits.
100 live from Western North Carolina. It's Hurricane Helene with Overlapping Dialogue without power.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us today.
Yeah.
Whenever
this
you end
is.
up hearing this,
Yeah.
very likely Friday, October 4th.
Hopefully.
But we'll see. We hope to have this out like a week beforehand, but we got busy, as we do as teachers. And then, oh, by the way, we're now still dealing with the after effects of Hurricane Helene. We've talked about it a lot over the course of the podcast, in Hudson, North Carolina. Thankfully, as tough as it's been, we haven't been hit nearly as hard as a lot of our neighbors to the west.
Yeah. Or even just
Asheville,
right around here where we live.
Boone area
Yeah.
is especially devastated. So genuinely, our thoughts and prayers are with all those people. We've been dealing without power and internet for a few days, which is of course inconvenient, but also of course not nearly as bad as what a lot of our friends and family and people that we know.
Yeah,
are
it's
dealing
not
with.
good. I mean, and apparently I'd seen the Illinois news topic or. Our New York Times. Actually, our New York Times is the New York Times.
Yeah.
It's supposedly worse than Hugo, which was in 1989.
Yes, I believe.
So,
which was before our time.
Which, by the way,
Ooh,
interesting.
Didn't think about it.
But we'll come to that in a second. Just so you know, we do have a generator, so that's how we're going to be able to watch the movie here in a little bit and do the podcast for it. But right now, we're just recording on the regular old stuff with the computer. But I mean, everything's fine here for the most part. There's our neighborhood hasn't been gotten to yet as far as the power, but power's coming on around us. We're hoping in the next day or two we'll get some. But like I said, we're blessed.
Speaking about Hugo, though, it's we've always heard the adults in our life talk about how bad Hugo was, and obviously that was before our time, and I've seen some pictures here and there, but I can't think of anything else that we've ever dealt with in our lifetimes in Western North Carolina on par with this.
No, because,
obviously, I remember Katrina, at the after storm parts of Katrina, I think some of that did hit us, but it was very minor, obviously, compared to what it was on the Gulf.
That was a big one. I mean, that was as big as it gets. Was that a 5?
Yeah, I
think it was.
so.
Yeah. So. And of course, we've seen going to Wilmington. Of course, we've seen tons of hurricane damage. You went through one, Hurricane Irene.
Real first weekend down there, Hurricane Irene.
Yeah, and then I was out for a long time for Florence. And that was
pretty bad,
really bad. And this has been bad. I mean, through here, it's not as bad. A little bit further west, like Asheville and Tennessee, and up in Boone. I think I'm not even kidding. The towns of Lake Lure and Chimney Rock are totally gone. So. It's not good, and that makes me keep thinking of how blessed we are that, we just don't have power for a few days. We have a generator, so the Lord has really blessed us, so...
thoughts and prayers again.
So we don't want to seem like, we're just doing this in the middle of this, whatever, but we feel like for our own sanity, in its own way, it's a good way to, watch two Batman movies and kind of just...
I don't want to wax too... poetically about this aspect of it, but I was thinking there's some shades of COVID-esque time with like what we're going through now. Obviously, it's different because it's like not a disease. It's like, but like there's this whole idea of like, what do we do? Like running out, getting stuff, like things being gone, like the weird little isolation of it all. As we've talked about, this podcast was literally born in 2021.
Yeah.
It coming out of like that mindset and mentality that COVID had, and literally we were watching The Prince of Tides, and we're like, hey, like, what if we did a podcast where we literally did audio commentaries for movies? And like, again, I know it's very different circumstances, but here we are recording episode 100, and there is a weird certain lines of symmetry that feel like they're lining up in terms of when we're doing this and things that are going on. It's been goes without saying, very bizarre 4 years in general. Over the course of this podcast and in general, really been about 3.5 for this one, but
because we were actually watching Inner Space last night. That's the movie we kind of chose to watch with our parents, and when we had the generator on, and we saw that movie. I think I figured out, because I was talking about, because I'm really good with dates, obviously. I remember it was October of 2020 when we watched that, so it's almost been 4 years. And I was like substitute teaching then, and like had no idea what I was going to do exactly. I mean, I knew, okay, I'll get a job around here to be a teacher, but like there were a lot of questions at that point about like what's going on and what am I going to do. And so now it's like all that time later, and then there's a hurricane, and it's just weird. Like I said, how time works. Excuse me for a second.
So
there we go.
But here we are, Levi. 100 episodes. Now, of course, we've recorded a little more than that with the bonuses and whatnot, but like this is formally our 100th episode. Like, what does that feel like to you? 100 episodes of this podcast.
It's weird. It feels about that long. It's a really weird experience to even do a podcast because like we listen to. I mean, honestly, the only podcast I really regularly listen to now is one for Chelsea. Which, by the way, holy crap! Yesterday, Cold Palmer, like literally four goals in the first half. That's like crazy. I didn't get to watch that game, obviously, because here we are. In the words of Humphrey Bogart, and here we are. But have we done that on the podcast, by the way? No, we haven't.
Not that one. No.
We did Each Don't I Die. That's what I was saying. Okay. Which doesn't have Humphrey Bogart.
One day, but we'll get to that later. Maybe one day we'll do it, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
But yes. We got big plans to discuss at the end of this.
Got a big surprise coming to you. But go check it out. Well, speaking of, there's too much going on. Hang on. But anyway, so that was nice to see yesterday. That I love. I went from like Chelsea to Roaring Twenties to The Shining. This is like, what is going on here?
Jack Nicholson's in Batman.
Right. But anyway, so that was really nice to see. It looks like, I mean, I don't want to speak too soon because it's pretty early in the season, but it looks like Chelsea's kind of figuring themselves out under Enzo Maresca, and they're kind of going to do what they need to do. And the good news is, as much as Cole Palmer's been scoring, I mean, Noni Madueke's been scoring a lot, Nicholas Jackson, so it's been multiple people at least, so it's not all they're relying on one person, obviously. But yeah, so that was nice to see. We won't be able to see in the NFL games today.
Last week, and it was. I honestly felt very conflicted to talk about this because the Carolina Panthers beat the Las Vegas Raiders. Of course, I'm a huge Panthers fan. I also like the Raiders a lot. Dad and Levi are, of course, huge Raiders fans. I was very happy to see the Panthers all of a sudden got like adrenaline boost in Andy Dalton, which fans have been clamoring for really since last year. Very happy to see them do well, but it came at the expense of the Raiders, who on this day we're recording this are playing the Cleveland Browns. If they cannot beat the Cleveland Browns, then pack up this season already.
Is it at the Browns?
I don't remember where it is, but the Browns have been very abysmal. They got. Which is funny because there's a couple years there with Baker Mayfield. They were like really kind of good, and they were like making. I think they made the playoffs one year, didn't they? At some point. Then Baker, he's now in Tampa Bay doing well.
It's funny because he's another one of them people that they ride. And I'm fascinated by that as a I do like the Panthers, but as a Raiders fan. I mean, the same thing happened to Jim Plunkett, where he was just like, he's done, his career's over, and then he literally won 2 Super Bowls after that. Yeah. So it's weird how that works out sometimes, Now, of course, he was like, had like Marcus Allen for that second Super Bowl he won. It wasn't all him, but like, it's weird how, you write people off and then it's like, oh, by the way.
I mean, yeah, you see that especially you see that in all sports, but in the NFL especially, like quarterback position, like somebody really struggle in one city. And then Baker, he did a tour of duty in Carolina and didn't do all that great. But then, and it's weird because I hate Tampa Bay overall. Actually, right now, they're probably like among my lesser hated of the NFC South teams right now, but that always changes, other than New Orleans Saints always being number one on the top of that list. But I'm honestly like happy to see him doing well because he seemed like he's a player that could have been the next Johnny Manziel, but has actually matured and like learned from some of his early mistakes and is, and I genuinely root for that and am happy for him. But anyway, so Andy Dalton did well with the Panthers. They're playing the Cincinnati Bengals today, revenge game for him against the Bengals. It's I could see that game going either way because currently Cincinnati's 0-3 and they really need to win, and they're going to be putting out all the stops. The game's in Charlotte today, by the way, which I don't think they were as affected by things as we are over here.
Yeah, but I don't really have a whole lot to say about the Raiders losing other than, oh my God.
They're 1-2.
Yeah.
So it's like they should be 2-2 by the end of the day.
And who they beat was the Ravens. It's like, what? Like,
they start off struggling, but they're kind of hoping to find that. They're playing the Bills though this week, so that's going to be a tough
not good.
Game.
Yeah, I don't know about them, which I'm.
Meanwhile, the Pittsburgh Steelers, who not that many people were expecting to do all that well, they're currently 3-0.
They always sneak around.
They got a great defense this year.
Yeah.
Justin Fields has done a little better now as their quarterback. So
they sneak around. They're always like kind of around the corner somewhere. Like nobody's been. It's weird because it used to be
a disappointing
they were like,
Steelers season is 9-8. Which like most other franchise in the league will go, oh, if that's like a not so great season, I'll take that.
That's what's weird about the Steelers. They've almost reduced themselves back to this kind of middle ground. They're not as big as they used to be because they're not like in that
title hunt
all the time like they were when Ben Roethlisberger was.
They're always a bubble playoff.
But
team,
like it's weird because I've kind of forgotten how much I don't like them, and then it's like then we have problems. So whatever, but. They're one of my lesser favorite unliked teams. Like back in the 2000s, they were like, "Oh my gosh, I hate this team." Like growing up, not liking them.
It was like I remember there were those years where it was like them, the Patriots and the Colts were like always the playoff teams like every year. And that was that golden age of quarterback play where you had like Manning, Brady, even Roethlisberger, like Phil Rivers, AFC West, but. There's been a lot of talk about quarterback play being down this season. The stats have not been that good. Andy Dalton was the first quarterback of the season to have 300 yards in a game and 3 touchdowns. I actually overall like, a lot of people have been complaining about all this, I actually like that the defenses have been playing good and relies a little bit more on the run. Like that's my preferred style of watching football. Not that I love seeing a good pass play, of course, but like I like a little bit more of a old school traditional style of football. So
that's all right.
Also, though, like they don't practice as much in the off season, and they have like a fewer preseason games, and so like it's kind of also like weirdly the first few weeks are the preseason now in a way that they used to not be. So that's part of it. A lot of the rust has to come off some of these players and teams. But
I mean,
anyways, 100 episodes.
Anyway, the Raiders are...
one thing that I was thinking about, kind of what you were saying, like, our own lives over the course of this podcast. Like, you've gotten the job that you've had since we've had this podcast. I'm engaged and had my whole relationship with Lainey over the course of this podcast. Like, a lot of things have changed. Literally, the format of this podcast has changed. We're literally combining the formats in this special 100th episode of commentaries and double features. We've had Vim Vendors on the pod. Like, I mean,
we've wanted to get more people, but it's
But Vim, he's committed. He wants to be on here as much as he can.
Yeah, but every time he comes, he's like, "Oh, I gotta go now." It's like, if you're gonna come on the podcast, let's be on the podcast.
It's like, are you even for real? Like, well, what's your deal? You can't even be here for very long.
I mean,
anyways,
he's from Deutschland. I mean,
you
know how they are. Sorry, German listeners. That's all right.
But here we are again, 100 episodes. We're not going to have...
that? What's my favorite Bundesliga team? Oh, I don't get to watch Bundesliga much, so I don't know. Probably, I don't know, actually. I have no idea. We're going to move on.
No Blue Plate special today. Or is there? But, again, it is a backtacular batathon. And so, we wanted to talk... we talked a little bit about it last week. Or last time, I should say. These two movies we're doing today, of course, Batman 1989. Batman 89, I mean, it's, it's weird, like, when you talk about this movie, do you call it Batman...
Everybody
Batman
says
1989, Batman 89,
Bat-10 what? Batman 89.
Bat 89. And Batman Mask of the Phantasm from 1993.
That one's easier.
Yeah, and I think we thought of, maybe at one point we talked about doing Batman and Batman Returns. But I think, like, this represents, like, kind of like a large, kind of widens the birth of this era of Batman by including Batman Mask of the Phantasm because, of course, it's animated.
Yeah.
As we said last time, we'll get into it. I think it is the best Batman story told in any medium.
Yeah.
So, and we love Batman Returns, and I know it's going to come up a lot. But we are a little bit more fans of Batman 1989. Of course, the first one directed by Tim Burton. Come out in that summer of 89, the end of the decade. And in many ways, I think, like, we'll talk a lot about why this movie is celebrated and as beloved as it is. I think it, like, represents the culmination of a lot of things that were going on in the 80s in cinema and kind of at the end of the decade.
Yeah.
Of course, superhero movies were kind of at an interesting transition point because the Christopher Reeve Superman movies were kind of reaching their end by the late 80s, and they had kind of... I don't think Superman 4 is as bad as other people do, but it definitely was not on par with, like, the first two. Superman 3 is actually the worst out of those. And even that is not, like, the absolute worst thing ever in IMO. But that whole run of the Chris Reeve Superman movies reaching its end, and... even right after the success of Superman, already there was talk about, when's there going to be a big Batman movie that be made? Now, of course, as we all know, the 60s show was still this, like, that was the cultural memory of Batman kind of collectively shared over the course of the 60s and through the 70s and
to the point where it was,
mid-80s.
A lot of people found it impossible to make something that, because they were, why is it not funny? Like, because that was such a pop cultural juggernaut that it was. I mean, it's Batman, Beatles, Bond. I mean, that's the 60s, and
right.
And that was such a part of that. So, like, obviously to have that, to try to do something different. And now, obviously, you'd had just before that, you'd had Frank Miller's takes on the character, and I guess the Killing Joke was right before that.
Denny O'Neil in the 70s. Yeah, it was right around this time. Yeah,
and then this also was the same year that Arkham Asylum, Serious House on Serious Earth came out, and that's not really connected to this anyway. But there was, in the ether, there was this whole let's try to get Batman to be Batman again kind of attitude, And I think what's great about this movie is it's the marriage between the two. That it's like it's a Batman movie that is more serious, but it's also got so much comic book element, so many comic book elements in it. I mean, I think it all sums it up, and we'll talk about it when the scene happens. Is that when he literally shocks the guy with a joy buzzer, and it's kind of funny, and then it literally roasts the guy, roasted dude, literally. Yeah. And it's like, you don't know whether to laugh or kind of be like, and that's like a perfect scene in so many ways of kind of giving a exemplification of what this movie is and what it's trying to be.
I've got to imagine that there were probably people like, as this like movie was about to come out and like the first images and the look of it, there were probably people that were like, why are you doing this to Batman? And I don't even mean that totally dismissively, because, like, if you would have, like, say, been born in, like, the 40s or the 50s, like, the definitive versions of Batman for you would have been the 60s show.
Or
like,
the comic books.
The comic books a little bit, but the comic books were already starting to be a version of what the show is, too. I mean, those weird figure of the night versions of Batman did not actually exist quite as long as people think that they did back in the late 30s, early 40s. Pretty quickly after the introduction of Robin, which overall I like as a concept, like already started to take the character away from those weird dark places that didn't really start to come back until Denny O'Neil's and Neil Adams' version of the character in the 70s, which, again, like, comic book readers knew about, but, like, your adults necessarily weren't reading that stuff, so they didn't know. So, like, the whole idea of doing Batman a little darker and a little more serious was probably something that, for a lot of people, were like, wait, what? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Of course, the casting of Michael Keaton was something that raised a lot of people's eyebrows, the famous line being, oh, Mr. Mom is Batman, what is that? Like, I know Bill Murray also got his name thrown around a little bit. I actually think that could have maybe worked. That could have actually been something interesting. I'm glad, of course,
totally different, but
Michael Keaton did what he did this, because I think he adds something really weird and interesting to Bruce Wayne and to Batman. But this movie just, it's one of those things like, again, I was born in 92, Levi was born in 98. This movie was already this, like, cultural touchstone juggernaut by the time we were already born. I know I was born in the year of, like,
Batman Returns,
but, like, I literally, and this gets to this character and I think what we're going to talk about, like, literally my very first memory I can ever think of was, like, I think walking through, like, a Walmart holding a Batman Forever action figure. I don't remember seeing that movie in the theater. I do barely remember seeing Batman and Robin, but definitely seeing all these movies on VHS, like, in the 90s was, like, literally one of my cultural touchstones that I'll always treasure and remember as far as my conception of movies was in a roundabout way formed around these. And then also, like, as a kid, and obviously the Bond movies had done this years before, the whole idea of, like, casting different people in some of these parts and just moving on with it. Like, in my mind, that never was something that was all that weird. I guess I was just used to that, already. And so... And already, I mean, I didn't necessarily have the vocabulary or the verbiage to talk about it, but as a kid, I already started to understand that, this one's a little different than those two, and then this one's different than that one, and then you have animated versions. And so, like, though all this whole 90s version of Batman, late 80s version of Batman together, like, to me represents, like, my understanding of literally pop culture and also, like, different versions of a character, and that whole idea that you can kind of pick and choose and love and like or dislike whatever you want out of that shared universe, which I think is so common now. But, like, again, other than the Bond movies, this was the biggest example of that sort of synchronicity that I can think of in the culture. For you, Levi, like, what about this particular era of Batman, even now, all these years later, is so appealing?
I think because it is that marriage between the two things. Like I said, it because it literally stands as in the comic book, he's stupid, like, ultimately ridiculous TV show, which, just to be clear, we love the Batman the movie of the show, the show movie.
We grew up watching that a lot.
That, I think, is the perfect distillation of what the show was. I think is a pretty flawless movie in a lot of ways. The show, I just really flat out don't enjoy watching, and I think it's partly because it feels like it's Adam 12 or Dragnet or Hawaii Five-0 with Batman in it. And it's just constantly the same show over and over. And that just gets really old really fast. I agree. And so...
I feel like that'd be controversial for some people because, people who grew up with the show obviously have a lot of nostalgia for it. And then also, like, people our age or maybe slightly older or slightly younger years later go back and watch it, and there is a certain novelty to it, like. But when you do what we did, which we were kind of like watching a lot of them back to back, that formulaic nature that you were talking about really sets in very quickly.
And that's pretty much true of every older TV show. I mean, the formulaic nature of television, really until the 90s, was pretty constant. I mean, there's not a whole lot before Twin Peaks that I'm particularly interested in, and that's just.
There's stuff like Twilight Zone obviously was anthology.
That was different. And I mean, it's funny because I watched Dark Shadows, but that's like a different experience. I mean, because it's a soap opera anyway. But, like, it's a soap opera. But by the way, there's a vampire walking around. And it's like, well, you can say, well, it's a cop show, but it's Batman. It's like, yeah, but, like, I don't know. There's just something different about the Dark Shadows formula I find more appealing personally. But anyway, we're not talking about that. But it is important because it came out the same year as the Batman show, so it is something to remember. Ultimately, I think with this, it was taken that because but the movie, what's so great about that, like I said, is that it's
It's kind of like and I mean this in a good way. It's a greatest hits,
Right.
best of.
But also, that was a movie we
episode
grew up
feeling.
watching, and so like the Batman '60s show for us was this like unseen holy grail that couldn't
Every once in a while, there
seen.
were like TV Land reruns,
Yeah,
but it was
TV
very
Land when that was a thing.
But I remember and
it's
trying to watch those and saw them here and
Right.
there, but
that
for
was
the
a big
most
deal.
part,
No, and that was a
yeah.
big deal as a kid. But then it always felt like, it got normal to not watch it anymore, and it was like, okay. And then to actually go see it, it's like, wait, this is what we were worried about, you know. So that in its own way is kind of sad, but ultimately the movie's still great. So it's taking that kind of comic booky format of like, and I feel like the biggest version of that is the Joker in this movie of Jack Nicholson's Joker is very
Which famously
much
he
that.
was billed above Keaton.
Yeah.
Which of course Nicholson was. In many ways, one of the like if you had to think of like top 5 movie stars of all time of any era, Nicholson's definitely in any list. I
Yeah.
feel like you're going to think of that.
Yeah,
you know,
and
'cause
so
what he means.
there's that aspect that it's a little more comic booky, but then also his character is totally, you know, kind of horrifying in certain. I mean, the scenes where he's like, where he's getting the plastic surgery done, or even when he's like putting the makeup on before he's gonna go. Daddy's gonna make some art, darling. Like,
There's some of that stuff as a kid that genuinely scared me.
It is frightening. I think even now, I think it's also the music and the setups, and even his like layer is weird. It's like it's fully lit, but it just everything about him in this movie, while funny, feels dangerous. And so unpredictable. And I mean, we've seen it a million times, so. But there's still a certain element to this that feels unpredictable. Like, I feel like, I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do next, even when I know what he's going to do next, which is pretty much impossible to accomplish.
Speaking of Nicholson as Joker here, and I know we'll talk about this later, like, obviously we love Jack Nicholson in every era. We've went back and watched, I mean, literally 5 Easy Pieces was one of our earliest episodes on this podcast. Like, we love him. But undeniably, this was our introduction to Jack Nicholson as a movie star and as a figure. Do you think it was like, it's too obvious to cast him at this stage of his career?
No, I actually don't.
I don't necessarily think so. I could see somebody there going, oh, who's you going to get to play the crazy villain? Oh, Jack Nicholson in the... I mean, at the time, it might have seemed like an obvious thing, but I think, like, you know...
Well, it's weird, because he kind of went into... He's kind of like Martin Scorsese, in a way, almost, where, like, big in the 70s, kind of did some stuff in the early 80s, and then the 80s was kind of this off period, and then the 90s was like, oh, wow, look at the... You know, like, he was at the point...
Won another Oscar.
Right, and as good as it gets.
Yeah.
And other just he was in a ton of movies in the 90s in general, but that, like...
President and Mars Attacks.
Yeah, in the 80s, I mean, he was in stuff like The Witches of Eastwick, and he was in the scene of broadcast news, like, but that does feel weird. It's like, or even in terms of endearment, he started getting these like supporting actor roles, and it was kind of like, okay, he's not really doing a whole lot right now, like, and wasn't he pretty much uncredited in broadcast news?
I think she is.
Yeah, so like that feels very like, oh, this scene with Jack Nicholson, like it's
almost like I'm gonna be in a movie for Jim and come in and help him out for a little bit, and then, you know, like,
and it's like what, so that's fine, but it feels like, that his kind of run with James L. Brooks movies, it was like, oh, he's just in these, you know, and that's fine, but then to be like, oh, we're gonna make him the Joker, that actually does feel like a pretty shrewd and random and weird decision, like. Back then,
I think it immediately gave a movie like this legitimacy. Yes, in terms of like, oh wow, we're gonna get, because you know, and also it follows the model of getting Gene Hackman to be Lex Luthor in Superman, where it's like, get a massive movie star of the era to like,
and they still kind of do that.
Movie,
I mean,
Marlon Brando, of course, also in that,
and they still kind of do that now with like saying, oh, let's get this big actor to do, not with the Joker specifically, because normally they don't do that, but like Colin Farrell is the Penguin, which, by the way, that show's been out and we haven't watched any of it. So we need to get to that at some point.
Because we're genuinely interested in seeing
What have you heard about that? Is the buzz all right on it?
I feel like there's just been so much stuff going on, even before the hurricane. I'm not honest. I think it's mostly been fine, but I don't know. Like,
anyway,
we've still not even finished Batman Cape Crusader.
No, we only got 2 left of that. Yeah. But, so anyway, I mean, all that being said, I think it actually is a shrewd move to choose him.
Now, like, I would agree that this version of the Joker is like
the Doker,
the
Midnight Toker
is like has a comic book luridness to it. Like, I think there's been a lot of people that have said since the Heath Ledger version that this is child's play and that this does not either A, is not as scary as it used to be, and that's not necessarily a flaw, or even going as far as to say it does not hold up and that is the new definitive version of the Joker on screen.
Yeah. But also, don't you find, and I think Heath Ledger is great as a Joker, don't get me wrong, that he's not particularly funny, though. You know what I mean?
No, yeah.
I mean, he is in the sense of he's just weird and he makes me laugh a little bit, but like in a sick sense of humor kind of way. But I think that in this, the Joker is genuinely hilarious.
The Heath Ledger Joker is a weird middle ground of like when you first see that movie and when it came out, and we both remember that very vividly. Obviously after his death, unfortunately, that had happened.
Yeah.
All this like import was placed into that character at that moment in that performance. And I feel like the more you watch that movie, the more you realize that it's really more of Harvey Dent's story, and that the Joker's like the shark in Jaws who kind of comes in and out of the movie.
Or even kind of like he is in a way in Mask of the Phantasm in its own way. Like he's kind of added in, not to that level.
And it is like, it's at once a truly, actually transformational version of the character that, at the same time, like, you get older, and this goes back to what we were talking about with these versions of Batman and these characters, is that, like, it eventually enters the pantheon of all the things that have been done before, and not that it takes away from its specialness, but ultimately it's like, well, guess what? As great as Heath Ledger is, there will be future versions done of the Joker.
Well, also,
and there's future versions done after Jack Nicholson, and a lot of people, Cesar Romero represented like a definitive take on the character, and he's a pretty great era distillation of the Joker too. So much so that again, part of maturing and growing up is realizing that, well, there's always going to be another version of that thing, and you can like or dislike the new or the old thing, but ultimately they're going to exist whether you have a particular fondness for it or not.
And I guess,
but yes, you're right. That Heath Ledger version is not especially funny.
No, and I think that's
not exactly what it's going for either.
Because it's in this post 9/11 like terrorist view, lens. And I think one little problem about that movie is I think it works for him, his character, but it's like some people just want to watch the world burn and they're just crazy. It's like, well, you do know that, like, as regrettable and totally, awful as it is, that the Al-Qaeda had reasons for why they did what they did. It wasn't just to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think that's its own problem, is saying, well, terrorism is something we just can't wrap our brains around. It's like, well, the acts we can't, but the reasoning behind it we can, and that's what we have to deal with to prevent it. You know what I mean? It's like, so that in its own way I don't think is aged very well. I think it works for that character, but in a general statement, I feel like that's kind of dumb.
Well, it does work for that character, but like you said, it's loosely equating the Joker to that era of terrorism, and like you said, like him or hate him, and we very much hate what Al-Qaeda is and represents, like, they had a rationale and a objective behind what they did, and as you said, that's
and that movie's totally amazing. I'm not saying that. It's really great.
Yeah, that is one of those movies that has been so, especially in the era of the internet that it's been a part of, is like, had been blown up to these massive proportions. And as fans of Batman before and after, and during that time, but just like on either side of that, you're like, okay, like, we prefer this era of Batman that we're talking about, and again, love Christopher Nolan.
Yeah,
all my favorite Christopher Nolan movies are not even really his Batman movies. There are other things, of course. But then you actually, there was a while back I went back and actually just watched it, and I was like, wow, okay, this actually does still stand. I mean, the action set pieces in that movie, especially, are like, wow, this is
that
Nolan
sequence where it's
top
him
tier,
trying the Joker trying to kidnap Harvey Dent out of the back of the police van is like pretty much flawless.
That, and then like the whole climax of the two boats and who's gonna blow, and like, really, I mean, as a kid when as a teenager when that came out,
Bill Clinton's in there, and you're like, whoa, like
literally being on the edge of my seat, like literally. And now you look back and you kind of think about it and you go, of course that maybe was going to happen, but like that being like, and the Hans Zimmer score, like it was all just like the top tier of blockbuster filmmaking, and there's elements of that in that movie. And then we're not really mentioning the Batman, but Batman Begins or The Dark Knight Rises. Knight Rises, that was like one of the most hyped events of like that era of movies. And as I always like to say, the movie that was one of the most hyped events eventually becomes a movie that plays on TNT
that
on
has Burn
Saturday
Gorman
afternoons.
in it.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Burn Gorman, but we were just talking about him with Beetlejuice recently, but and as far as the Batman goes, I feel like that's weird because it's still very much in this type of era now that we're talking about of these like just simply more realistic, dark and gritty versions of the character, but is actually really great and is like, oh wow, we're actually doing this, and that it's doing more of the detective aspect of these movies that even Batman didn't ever really do. I mean, there is a central mystery to this movie of Batman '89 about who is the Joker and Jack Napier, who are these people, like, and him, but that has this like direct tie to him. Even though that actually does happen to be the case with the Batman randomly too, but which we need to stop doing that. I mean that movie's also really great, and also might be the best Batman movie ever made live action wise. So whatever. But and better than this movie. But going back to what we're talking about here,
these movies are unapologetically comic book, while also respecting the dark veneer of the character, which I think I don't understand why Hollywood can't understand that you can do that. You can't. You don't have to be totally Batman and Robin, but you also don't got to be totally like Nolan Batman either. There's a very large middle ground that I feel like with these movies have now been kind of surrendered, and that I think is very
and
frustrating.
just as one detail, because we're going to talk about details as we watch the movie, but just the idea of letting the Joker have plaid polyester pants so much fits this era of the 80s kind of, because it's in the 80s. It's not like the Batman animated series where it's like in the 40s or 50s, but like computers, like it's not that, but there's a lot of like very film noir-esque aspects to this movie as far as the guns and certain things in it that are very clearly older. It is very much the 80s, you can tell. And you know what's a random detail about this, though? Is there's only one or two scenes where there's a television in this movie. Yeah. Which is so weird. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. They do have TV, the news stuff. But like that's not this big overarching like.
That seems. Don't you feel like that feels like a direct homage or like pulling from The Dark Knight Returns? How all the TV stuff that's in that graphic
it does
novel.
Look like that. Yeah. No, so there is television in this, but it's not like to this massive degree, and they still prioritize newspapers in this too, even more so than I feel like newspapers were prioritized in the 80s itself, at least from what I know of the 80s. And this is getting way too specific, but I think of two shots from this movie a lot. The one where it's them eating the food, when they're like, do you want to get out of here? And they go and eat in the sack of old potatoes covered in mud and there's like a sprained ankle. That was the first and last time I ever gave him a writing lesson. Like that whole scene. And then there's that shot where the scene starts of them like with the food on the table. And then there's that shot of like, you see what I have to work with here? And it's like all the like weird like surgery stuff. And it's like there's a certain lighting and a certain like ability of setup that like this movie is very randomly visceral and strange with its like close-ups and that's all going to just say the production design in this movie is totally, absolutely knockdown, drag out, flawless, awesome. Probably, maybe this and Alien might have the two best production designs of any movie ever. I don't know, but
Anton Furst, of course, was the guy who did this, and he tragically passed away a few years after
suicide,
this.
And
he didn't do even Batman Returns. I know Bo Welch did that,
right? And that movie also has a great production design, but there's and I think, and we'll talk about this as we go. I think there's a certain difference between that movie and this one. Of like, this one just feels so real, and that one feels a little too too Tim Burton in its own way, which I love Tim Burton, but like. That's what I love about this movie is it's just somewhere in between this kind of weirdness and this like it's the 80s but it's not, and it's just totally flawless. Everything about it looks so real and feels so real and feels like part of the world that it's in. And I don't think any Batman movies since that have even gotten close to that ability of that. Maybe the newer one a little bit, the Batman as far as its era of movie is a little bit more like that, but it's still not to that level. So I think that's another thing about this movie. I just love watching it and looking at it. Is just
Yeah,
amazing.
and I know that one of the touchstones design-wise for this movie, I think, at the time was Brazil, the Terry Gilliam movie.
Yeah, I could
which
see
you
that,
could see
yeah.
that in this. I know first, too, I was just looking at some of his credits beforehand that he also worked on Full Metal Jacket, of course, the Kubrick
Anton
movie.
First did? I
Anton
didn't know
first
that.
did, yeah. And again, he, I think, was this promising
That's very
young
different.
guy. He was actually, I was just reading, too, about to, a little bit before his death, going to make a directorial debut, and he was going to even be a director, but didn't
That's a
happen.
shame. I guess I could see some of that in the Full Metal Jacket scenes at the end of the movie, where it's like the bombed out city kind of looks like. I could
Parts
see.
of
Okay,
Gotham City,
okay,
yeah.
that would look kind of like that. But randomly, that was like actually really dangerous to shoot there.
Yeah.
And was like not good. And
Yeah.
everybody, it ain't like some big The Conqueror thing where it was the John Wayne movie where it's like a bunch of people died. It ain't like that, but it could have been apparently. But
And as somebody who's a huge Superman fan, like what I really love about these movies are they're unapologetically it's going for Gotham City in a way that, as much as I love the first three or first four really in their own way Superman movies, they're very much like Metropolis, but they're actually New York City, or like they're actually just a major
and it's
city.
comic booky in a more positive sense, which is fine. I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah,
but because it was not a big jump to have to do that with Superman.
Right.
It was very easy to do this. Norman Rockwell meets, modern like 70s New York and 80s New York, like. Which was Gotham City actually.
Well, and it's
but
not exactly
know,
split into thirds, but like the goal design wise for even the movie was like not Metropolis, like Krypton is like this Shakespearean sci-fi like epic tragedy vibe.
2001 meets Star Wars,
right?
or something, yeah.
That whole idea, and then like Smallville is kind of like what you said, this Norman Rockwell small town America thing. And then Metropolis is like quick, bustling city, like snappy screwball comedy dialogue that's both 70s, but also going back to like trying to be a version of like the 40s like film style. So
Real My Mother Lives in Hackensack, looks at watch, shake of head, like.
But I love too about this is like it goes even further, making Gotham City feel like this real place that you want to see on film, but you would never want to actually live in.
Right.
I mean, literally, the movie begins with this dark, bustling city, this one family getting mugged, and Batman's kind of first appearance into that.
And that's another thing I'll say about this, and we can maybe talk about this throughout, is that it kind of feels to me, and I think this is interesting. I don't think this is a bad thing because it's kind of a reflection of the character, that he's a lot more of a reactive superhero. Like he kind of lets the violence happen, and then it's almost like a punishment.
Yeah, it's like an avenging justice.
Yeah, and so it's not like
preemptive
Superman who like can kind of stop things in the middle of them happening. Not that Batman doesn't sometimes do that. He does in the sense of the museum sequence, which we'll have a lot to say about that when we get there. But that. In this sense, it's more of like, it's almost like he doesn't care about the people. It's more of, I want to enact punishment on these people for doing this, which fits his character of saying, well, nobody was able to help my parents kind of thing. And it fits the character. It's just something I'd never thought about until now, that he's constantly behind almost on what's going on. And it's like, well, now I'm just going to punish these people because I'm sick in the head and I want to in its own way, which is its own deterrent towards criminals. It's not saying it isn't, but the problem's already happened, so it's like, whatever, This
might be, in that sense, it might be a good time to talk about Michael Keaton as Batman himself as far as the performance.
Yeah.
Again, I think this was probably the single most subtly brilliant decision made in the whole movie is to cast, because I think we all agree, like, casting Jack Nicholson at this time as Joker is kind of a no-brainer slam dunk. I mean, it's like, if you can get the money to pay him to do that, which they did, and then some.
I mean, they basically said, let's Jack Torrance, but funnier, even funnier than that in its own way is what we're going
So, like, that is an obvious decision that turned out to be brilliant, but to cast Michael Keaton was not an obvious decision, and yet he pulls it off brilliantly here.
Yeah.
I think you would agree that, like, his depiction of Bruce Wayne as somebody who, a lot of versions since have, like, played into the whole, like, Playboy Bruce Wayne thing. This one is a lot more withdrawn, reserved Bruce Wayne that we haven't really seen live action-wise until Robert Pattinson's version of Bruce Wayne that we've seen in the Batman. again, Keaton, like, he's just amazing as Batman and Bruce Wayne. Definitely understands that dark intensity, which is, again, I think a lot of people be, like the comic actor is the one who gets that, so well. How does he stack up for you against maybe other versions of
There's two scenes in this movie I want to talk about him in particular, I think, where it really... The first one is him as Bruce Wayne when he's trying to explain to Vicky Vale that he's Batman is, like, so great. That whole scene's great anyway. I mean, this whole movie's great. You know? But we'll talk about the bat crap insane third act later. Yeah. It's like, okay. Which I love. I think it's hilarious in its own way. But... that scene is so great as him as a person, of like trying to explain because he has all these conflicting feelings about
trying to talk
Batman,
to a normal human being about what he is.
I mean, listen, I like you a lot, but for right now, shut up. Like, and I love the idea of him saying like, a normal person goes downstairs and eats breakfast and kisses someone goodbye and goes off to a job. No. And it's like he's just trying to explain I'm Batman, that's a great scene. Then there's the scene where he's confronting the Joker in the climax where he's like punching him around.
Yeah.
And it's like the lighting and his like smile when he's like basically saying I am Bruce Wayne to him is just so weird. And like and like I said, the combination of both of those is like this weird animalistic like primal version of himself that kind of is contradictory but not. And I think that's just so because he's just such a great actor. And also to literally, I mean, you watch like literally a year before this you have Beetlejuice and then to go to this, and those are very different performances, like almost night and day different performances. Not that he's not exhibiting a certain amount of the sneering likeness in Beetlejuice, but it's just totally different. To the point where you almost feel he could have been the Joker based off of Beetlejuice, you know. But then to actually say, no, I think I'm going to let him be Batman and then Jack Nicholson do that, that's just very different. I'm trying to imagine Jack Nicholson as Batman. That'd be so weird. Vicky, I'm the Batman. Like, it's like,
I'm Batman.
I'm
like a villain.
Batman. So, yeah, I mean, everything went right with this. In that sense. What do you think? And so I think that's what kind of sums up what's so great about him. But kind of moving over, what do you think about Kim Basinger in this movie and in her own ways, Vicky Vale? Because she's an actress that, frankly, got kind of locked into a lot of these like erotic thrillers of the 90s and then even being in like LA Confidential and like just a very strange career in general.
Yeah, I think...
and this is the one thing I think of her at.
Yeah, and, I think that is a little bit of a weak link with this movie, especially when you see how good Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is oriented into the story of Batman Returns, because that's undeniably, I think, one of the best things about that movie is that character and that performance. And it feels as though she has her own agency and agenda, and that's something that you don't really get.
It feels like a feminist character.
Well, and also, not Vicky Vale, but like the Catwoman, Selena Kyle, Michelle Pfeiffer version, Batman Returns feels like a femme fatale. Even more
got a femme fatale. Sorry,
like a film noir character. Right. And again, Vicky Vale, as good as Kim Basinger is with this, like, I mean, she's very much like the damsel in distress, like,
108, I think. Yeah. You weigh more than 108.
And like Vicky Vale was a fairly obscure character in the comics that was used as the the kind of the damsel in distress character in this. That it almost even feels too like we're like, like Lois Lane was a reporter. Yeah. Well, let's get like a reporter type character for like the Batman movie. And
I do like that in the sense of having her as an investigative person looking into all this stuff in its own way. Yeah. Now, of course, you could have done that in a different way. I mean, you could have had her literally be a female cop or a detective or something. I mean, that would have been interesting. But yeah. I mean,
and you could have even had more of like a debate between like the law, what the law is capable of doing, what Batman's capable of doing, in the midst of like maybe having a romance involved. I think that would have been actually way cooler, way more interesting. Than
so. Who would Alexander Knox have been? We're gonna talk about him a lot in the movie.
Yeah, he definitely represents like a comic relief foil who's not in a whole lot, but is obviously there to oh, haha, oh, guy who's not taking anything all that seriously in the midst of him.
No.
Yeah.
What's his first name? Robert Wool.
Robert
Wool is godlike in this movie. I mean, he literally is just hilarious.
There's a whole era of movies where he popped up in a lot of roles like
Good
this.
Burger. No, I'm just kidding.
It was like a baseball movie he was
in Cobb, I think, but
maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
But I think even another one.
Well, he was a big baseball fan, so I know that he was really.
There are these I know our cousin Philip.
Yeah.
Shout out to him if you're listening. He introduced me years ago to these
here he looks like Al Franken.
These weird American history lectures. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
He's like a manager in that.
Yeah.
He's he introduced me to these weird little American history lecture specials he does with these, and he has all this knowledge of American history and is really smart, really funny in those. They're probably on YouTube. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyways, he showed me those, and those were pretty funny. He's a pretty funny guy. It would have been interesting. What if he popped up in the sequel, more Knox,
Yeah, I mean, of course. Yeah,
that would have been nice.
Yeah.
And also,
he's going to be in that Saturday Night movie, by the way.
As who?
As Dave Wilson, who was a television director.
Okay.
He's probably in the trailer. I don't know.
The only two real
cast, a lot of TV,
cast members that are across the board in these, I guess Pat Hingle is Commissioner Gordon in these first four Batman movies.
Yeah.
And
Alfred hang on. Gall. Something Gall.
Michael Gall.
Golf or whatever. Who, randomly had been in a lot of those Hammer movies. Well, he'd been at least in the first Horror Dracula Hammer movie. He'd been in a lot of English cinema, obviously. Yeah. I think he's really good. I feel like
it's not until Batman and Robin until he's actually kind of a character where it actually has a plot. Well, it's
a good idea. It's a good idea, but that whole movie's just bad, so it doesn't work. But I think the biggest problem with that in general, Pat Hingle, I think, is good in this movie because they don't overplay his stupidity. I feel like all the other movies he's straight up kind of bad. But
and I think too, as far as Nolan movies go, Gary Oldman is undeniably the best live action.
Well, these movies don't have any interest in the police department whatsoever, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. But and then of course there's Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent, and I think he's fine. But
any comic book fan would have known, that's going to eventually become Two-Face, and that doesn't even happen until Tommy Lee Jones, of course, in Batman Forever years later.
Yeah,
and I think he took this part knowing that, in the sequel, maybe I'll be Two-Face, and kind of got excited by that.
Yeah. I mean, this whole movie, you can tell, is very, anti-establishment, anti-cop, anti-government, but in its own way a fascist product of, it's only Batman who can do the right thing. All these other people suck, and that's whatever. I mean, it's not the best political statement, but it's
yeah.
Which is his own way a Reagan-era statement, if anything, But that's kind of the character. I mean, so that's not really that big of a deal. It's just something that is important to remember that it's none of this means anything
right.
So, yeah, but
we could maybe just before we should talk. Well, do we want to talk about? Well, we're going to be doing the commentaries. You want to talk about Mask of the Phantasm a little bit here too, or save that?
We could save that for when we do the next one.
Well, before though we get into this movie and show the trailer, maybe it's good to talk about the sequels a little bit, this whole era, because again, we're big fans of Batman Returns. Also, Danny DeVito's Penguin is especially wow, this is probably the most imaginative thing the movie did was create that version of the Penguin. What were you going to say?
Well, I am a fan of Batman Returns, but I'll be honest, as I get older and I watch that movie more, I like it a little less, and I don't know why.
A lot of people, it's been the opposite.
I can't really point to why that is, and I think it's just because I love this one so much.
Well, also, this might sound stupid, but as a Batman fan, I want the movie to mostly be about Batman. I think that's something that, and that's the single best thing to me about the Nolan movies is that they look at Batman and the character of Bruce Wayne and literally kind of take that whole hero's journey character study of that character.
Yeah, and over those three movies, there's an arc. I mean,
and that one of the complaints people had over the course of these four first movies was that it became more about what star villain is going to be in it, and
this
how can
one's
we
a
make
little
it
more
about
balanced.
them?
Batman's a little more balanced.
Batman Forever, I think, is actually a lot more interested in Batman than some of these other ones are.
Yeah,
as a
it just
character.
doesn't do it quite as well as it could. But yeah, and I'm a fan of that movie.
But again,
yeah.
Batman Returns, like that was like famous for having a McDonald's campaign that got kind of shuttered, and what's with Penguin splitting this black goo out of his mouth? It goes even more in that weird German expressionist direction in some ways,
which is cool. So I'm not saying that, but
and again, I think as an improvement of this movie in one regard is the the female.
Oh yeah, definitely
character. Obviously,
yeah, no, the movie's good and I like it, but there's something that it's not clicking in my head like it used to, and I don't know what it is. So that's a conversation for another time.
Like a lot of other movies, like, oh, do you know it's actually a Christmas movie? Like, and it's like celebrate around the holiday season now, and I know that frustrates us, and we've talked about that before.
I mean, one of my favorite moments in that whole movie, though, and I just want to talk about it now because I don't know when I'll get the chance, is when his duck turns into a monster truck. I show that to my kids at school all the time and laugh about it. There's two parts in that I think are hilarious. Number one, when the shot of the wheels going up the stairs when it's like, oh, it's a truck now, is hilarious. It's a truck duck. And a duck truck, and then that moment when it's first above ground and it starts driving and like the motor kicks in and it's like, and it's the duck. That's literally one of the funniest things I've ever seen. It's just hilarious. But you know what's also funny about that is like, oh man, it's a truck now, and then Batman immediately destroys it within 2 seconds. It's like, okay.
I think Christopher Walken's pretty strong. That's a strong character, I think, also in that Max Schreck. And it's something that's like, he's not an obvious villain like the other ones are. Yeah. And yet he's this like kind of behind the scenes villain. Right. A little bit more. So then there's all the stuff about the Penguin running for mayor, which I think is funny. And
I don't really have a problem with that.
I do think also the whole opening of that movie, the prologue, is very strong without really any dialogue, and
he's good. He's good at that. I mean, he did kind of a similar thing with Edward Scissorhands. Yeah. And so it's a good movie. I'm not saying there's just something that's not there, and I can't figure out what it is. And I've been wondering that over the past probably about 5 years. I don't really know. Batman Forever though. Okay, so then we can talk about the Joel Schumacher version. Now, we'll get to Batman and Robin in a second, but
of course,
Batman Forever.
Those movies, they ditched Michael Keaton and Tim Burton.
And decided to go to, trying to go to this more 60s-esque comedy, comedic bent, which I feel like Batman and Robin is definitely that. Batman Forever is somewhere in between. Because there's aspects of that movie that, if you go and never watch and I know you've seen these, if you ever go and watch the deleted scenes for that movie, there's some stuff in there that's like, this is straight up scary, some of this.
There's a whole like Schumacher cut that's like circulating out there amongst fans who want a more definitive version of it that's a little darker and goes more into the Red Book stuff with Bruce Wayne in that movie. I know.
Yeah, and so that movie teeters on that 2.5 to 3 star for me. I love the movie, but it's like,
for me it teeters between 3 or maybe 3.5. But
yeah, I think it's closer to that because I get what that movie is totally, and I'm like, yep, I totally get this and kind of love it. But it's not flawless.
Yeah, absolutely.
But part of the problem and the solution for itself is Jim Carrey's The Riddler is such a like Michael Jordan in Space Jam, like, let's put Jim Carrey in Batman. It's just very like all on him the whole time. It's like it's the Riddler's movie. And
what do you think of I know Tommy Lee Jones's Two-Face? Like, some people said that was the Joker light, or like trying to go back to the well of a character like that.
Yeah, I love that because it's asking Tommy Lee Jones to do something he's never done.
Other than there's flashes of it
Natural Born Killers.
So Natural Born Killers,
but
Stone movie,
but Inhabited Earth.
Yeah,
God, but not intentionally. Though.
Yeah,
I mean, I love that personally, and because that was also that's its whole other thing about the story that I've told probably on here before about the action figure him that I think my aunt threw away.
Yeah,
and there's this whole aspect to that version of Two-Face that I love. That is pretty dumb, but I mean, that whole movie is just such a tour de force of madness and
style, and
that I love it. Do you have anything to say about that movie? Because in particular,
I really still have a huge fondness for it, and
I love how slick it is too.
It's like one of all the movies that have ever been made about Batman. Like, and there's been better ones and there's been worse ones. I think in some ways that actually, more than any of them, actually captures the comic bookiness of Batman in a way that none of them have exactly ever captured.
Right.
Because like it's got a lot of silly stuff, but it's also got a lot of dark, brooding stuff in it, and I just like.
Now,
I would have loved like about 3 more movies on that wavelength, which I know is a lot to ask, but just like because I think Val Kilmer as Batman's not as good as Michael Keaton, but he is like he's definitely offering something a little different, and that version plays a little bit more into the playboy aspect of Bruce Wayne. I do also think Nicole Kidman. Is a little bit like going back more. Well, it's kind of going back more to the Kim Basinger damsel in distress. I do think it is actually kind of savvy and interesting to make her a psychologist dating Batman. Like that's something a little different. I wish we could have got a little bit more of that. I really like Chris O'Donnell as Robin in the movie,
especially in this one. Yeah, I think that's something that is a make or break for a lot of people.
And that was like honestly a big step of all right, like we've done Batman for a while now. Let's introduce Robin into this type of world. How does it work? And I think that he did really well with that. I think, and I think it's unfortunate he didn't get a better shake with Batman and Robin, which we can get to in just a second. But I don't, and another thing is too, it went back to having more pop music in the back. We didn't really talk about that with Prince. I know we'll talk about it as we watch this, but like. I kind of like the Prince music in Batman, but I also like that in Batman Returns, Burton was all right, I got more control. I'm not having pop music forced into my movie. And I kind of like both. I like that those were both
just
true for those.
Circus music in that one.
And this is, and this is like, definitely like, let's get all these people on the soundtrack. Let's have YouTube do a song.
Kiss from the rose on the grave.
Yeah, I mean. Roses. But like that Seal song was one of the iconic songs of the 90s. Like
I love that it's a cover of the Damned song "Smash It Up" that's in that one sequence where they're like where Robin goes out in the Batmobile and it's I love that. I think that's great. So like there's a lot of great music in that I really like. I feel like it fits that movie.
I really also this is a random thing to bring up. I really like the look of the Batcave in Batman Forever.
What the hell do you think you were doing? As us?
So I think this movie still is. I don't know if you just want to have fun and you're like, what should we watch now? Let's watch Batman Forever.
It's one of the most fun movies.
I think it's still fun.
No, there's that one sequence too of when it's looking like a bad case of gas and it blows up the whole thing and bury. I mean, that literally feels like a 1960s show version of like.
Yeah, right.
Even the music in those sequences sounds. Kind of like that.
Like a horror show version of the 60s.
Yeah. And just to say, I really do like, obviously love, especially this movie, Batman 89's. I love Danny Elfman's scores for these movies, especially this one. But I really do like the Jerry Goldsmith score for Batman Forever, too. I think is really good, even in its own way, like parts of it particularly. Like that one piece of music that's used when Robin saves Batman from the rubble of that scene, and then it's used again when he saves them. It's just so good. Love that. Anyway, Batman and Robin.
Honestly, we got the 4Ks for these movies a while back, and like we went through and watched over, not back to back, but over a space of time, the first 3. We've still not watched the 4K version of Batman and Robin. It's a movie that this is the, like, out of all these, the first one I remember being a new movie that came out and like seeing in theaters. And as a kid, I thought it was cool, of course, but I was a kid. What do I know then? This goes too far in the silliness direction, obviously.
Because I
think a lot about George Clooney as a movie star. He is not a good Batman or a good Bruce Wayne, but he seems like he's sleepwalking through the whole movie. Like he knows that it's not going to be good. It's like he knew like by day 1 or 2 of the shoot of what it was going to be, and he was like, "Oh,"
just like he was glad that he got cut out of the Thin Red Line. Apparently,
that's very baffling to me. You're glad you got cut out of one of the best films of all time. Like mostly, anyways.
Cool.
But anyways, this was not one of the best films of all time, and
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say is, like, I know it's been a long time and people want to just
a lot of people have already kind of reclaimed this movie.
And I know, I get that as an impulse, but I think we forget how actually bad it really is until you watch it and you're like, wow, this really is unbearable. Now, I watch it to a certain extent and laugh and feel like, oh, I'm a kid again, and I have this nostalgia for it, but it is a really bad movie. Mm-hmm. And for so many reasons. I mean, Uma Thurman in the movie, too, I feel like is going a little far back. It's like not the Michelle Pfeiffer version that we're talking about. It's like more of this just very sexualized character that doesn't really have agency particularly. I mean, the character acts like it does, but I don't know. I don't feel
There's
that.
There's this version of Bane also that's very...
It's really nothing.
After you see the Dark Knight Rises version of Bane, just...
Exit.
Totally outclass that.
Yeah, please exit the movie.
Then there's our boy Arnold as Mr. Freeze, the
best part of that is when with the security footage of him falling in, and then when he like comes out of it and he's like,
also it's kind of funny that the security footage would look that good
close
and specific
up,
and close up.
And it's him just like literally doing almost like a Lon Chaney Jr. or Lon Chaney like up close to the camera, like with his hands.
And what's
everything.
weird also is that they're clearly cribbing from the Batman animated series.
Yeah,
reinvention of the character, but doing it in such a stupid, silly way. Like,
and then they have him like literally
this came out around the same time as Sub-Zero did too, as far as the animated
that's
direct
good.
to video.
But
that's good, but
no,
actually does not hold up as well as one might expect,
especially when you're watching Batman: Mask of the Phantasm. But and what's so great about this is we're gonna get to talk about that here in a little while.
Yeah, right.
That's what's crazy about episode 100. That movie, and there's the part where he's like, "Come on, sing, come on,
come on,
yeah." But where he's like literally like making him sing the "I'm Mr. White Christmas" from like daggum Year Without Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there's that scene. Who is this nutball? That guy.
Who's also in Batman Forever. Yeah.
And he's like, get a grip, Edward.
I think, in theory, the stuff between Batman and Robin themselves are good. Or could be good.
Let's say.
But has potential, but is not well realized. Then
you have Alicia Silverstone. Is that her first name? Alicia? What's her name? Yeah.
As Batgirl.
As Batgirl, and that's whatever. I mean, and a lot of that stuff's tied to the Alfred having Alzheimer's stuff, and it's like, okay, that's what I'm saying. It's like that could. There's a lot of elements in that movie that should be better than they are, but it's in that movie, so it's like it's just a disaster zone. It's like nothing's gonna come out of this that's good. So
I mean, that was the death nail for the character for a while before.
And so that's what felt so weird when we remember I remember definitively when Batman Begins came out, and it was like, oh, they're finally doing a new Batman movie, and I was like, what, like, did that come out 2005?
Yeah.
So I was like, I was about to be 7 years old.
Yeah.
So, like, that did feel like a big deal at the time, though. It was like, oh, they're making another Batman movie. And it was like, even as a kid, that was like, well, they just made one in 97.
I remember when Batman Begins coming out, I remember in the first 10 minutes where he's like, you're not the devil, you're practice scene. And I'm in this as a good way. Even as a kid, I was like, "This doesn't feel like a Batman movie. Like, what is this?" Like, and I was actually, even as a kid, thinking this is different. This is something not like the Batman movies that I saw growing up.
Right.
And it was definitely going for something different.
Yeah, and so, and that also can be compared to, and there was even less of a break between Die Another Day and Casino Royale, but. That was its own way of saying, all right, let's get this back on the road and figure this out because this is a disaster, basically, And so that was good that similar time with Bond, and that's had its own, Bond is a totally different other thing.
I mean, but loosely, those Bond movies and that Batman reinvention, they kind of lined up time-wise.
Literally also about the ending of the world. What was the newest one called? The last Bond movie that was just made.
Oh,
No Time to Die.
No Time to Die.
That No Time to Die literally ends basically like The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it's kind of hilarious, but
and it was weird too that like Skyfall was kind of the Dark Knight of the Bond movies in terms of like all the acclaim that it got and all the success that it had. And I think even Sam Mendes might have even mentioned that the Dark Knight was like an influence on Bond, which I know. the Bond movies were a huge influence on Nolan's Batman specifically because he grew up with the Bond movies being a huge deal, and you especially see that in, say, The Dark Knight Rises, which is kind of, out of all his movies, the most comic booky version of Batman that he did. Right. It almost flies in the face of the seriousness of The Dark Knight at some points, But anyways,
they have death by exile, so ridiculous. But yeah.
So Batman '89, and again, it is one of those movies that I remember. This was my first movie that I said out loud, that's like my favorite movie. And it still would be in my top 10 today. Mm-hmm. That again, it's like one of those movies that represents for me the imaginative possibilities of a comic book movie like this that I grew up with. And there's been even superior versions of Batman since this, but this to me still represents my own personal version of the character that continues. And again, there's been comic book Batman '89 extensions of this universe. There's that new literary sequel that's coming out. I mean, this very much lives on in the culture in a way that I'm frankly a little surprised by, mostly because I would think sometimes the Nolan Batman movies have kind of supplanted.
Well, I think it's because it's so
for a lot of people,
idiosyncratic itself. It's tied to Tim Burton, and that gives it a whole edge. Right. Even the Schumacher movies do not have. I feel like those, even though people now do really love Batman Forever quite a bit, that just doesn't have that amount of care to it.
Right.
So, and even more so, Batman Returns, I feel like, has than this does.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Any other thoughts before we dive into Batman '89?
No. Let's watch this really weird trailer.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. This?
Oh, yeah.
So this trailer you're about to listen to, I'd recommend you go find it on YouTube and watch it also. Was a trailer that was very hastily thrown together because of all the backlash about Michael Keaton being cast as Batman and people making fun of it in the news and what's this going to be? And so there's no real score thrown in this. It's just it kind of feels like a little sizzle reel. But I know this trailer, which I was doing a little bit of research. There's some people online that were saying that it might have first played with Tequila Sunrise in '88.
So that movie probably made a lot of money off of that, because that was back when people would literally go in theaters and stand and
later
watch the
on,
trailer.
Episode 1 wasn't a
Did
version
that for
of that.
Meet Joe Black.
Meet Joe Black was the Episode 1 trailer movie. But even at that time, there was the earliest versions of the internet where Episode 1 could kind of sort of be seen. That was back when you had dial-up and it took forever to watch anything. But
yeah.
But anyway, so
you've got mail on AOL,
and then I know there were people that
SOL.
I know that there were even for a while somebody made some VHS copies of this, and they were going around and people were watching the VHS versions of the trailer.
Did they shoot it on a camcorder?
I think so. Yeah. Okay. I don't know how exactly that all happened.
Suck so bad. Yeah, that just goes to show how much people cared about this kind of
stuff.
But
I think too, that, and also that whole era of fandom was fundamentally different than what it is today, obviously. But also what Comic Cons were back then were literally, guess what, comic book conventions.
Yeah.
I mean, they were literally very small scale affairs compared to today. But again, I think there was just a genuine disbelief of, wow, they're actually going to do that version of Batman. We've never really, not even the movie serials, which you haven't even said anything about, going back to the 40s, which I know you've seen a lot.
Yeah,
seen a lot more than me. Not even that was really
and
a version
Wallace.
Version of that in the same way. So this trailer, even in and of itself, it's funny to watch now, but was a holy artifact in a roundabout way back then. So here is the trailer for 1989's Batman.
Vicky Vale.
Hi. Bruce Wayne.
And what do you do for a living?
I'd like you to handle this operation personally. Me?
Nice outfit.
Hold on a second. I can't make it then either. I've got a very important meeting today.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man! What are you? I'm Batman.
Lieutenant, is there a 6-foot bat in Gotham City?
Alfred, let's go shopping.
Jack is dead, my friend. You can call me Joker.
I feel a little drunk. And you're not anything.
Hey, one drink and I'm flying.
Winged freak terrorizes. Wait till they get a load of me.
And here we are. We're
so
back.
the trailer did have a little score, as I remember that it had a little, but there's that part at the end where it kicks into gear, where it's where they get a load of me, and him laughing. I think is actually this actually is really good.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I like this about it. It's kind of charming how it doesn't play to exactly the standards of trailers even then or now do. But I think for a lot of people, it makes sense of like, wow, this bold new vision of Batman, of why it was so appealing at the time, and has come since. And again, I think it says a lot that at the very end, it was like Nicholson, Keaton, and then it just had that Batman logo that is so iconic. Didn't even, I mean, one of the most famous posters ever doesn't really have Batman on it. It just says
July or whatever,
has the date and that symbol, which again is part of the iconic nature of the marketing campaign for this movie. So we are watching this on a Blu-ray. We actually do have the 4K, but we're not watching it right now.
And I have some thoughts on that. I don't like the new sound mix. They've kind of changed some stuff for the 4K. So it's actually preferable to watch this one, in my opinion. So this was from the one that's
the Tim Burton
on the Tim Burton set that came out years ago. So yeah, but anyway,
so we're watching it that way. We're hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And just to say, for some reason, if something happens and the power does go out, just we'll let you know.
Yeah,
and we'll come back to this at a later.
Warner Communications Company. That was pre AOL. Time Warner merger.
AOL. You've got mail. So I think this is a really great title sequence because you're like, what am I looking at?
Yeah.
And then it becomes the bat symbol.
Just as a point of comparison, Superman the movie has a very memorable kind of opening where it's like talking about Superman as a character in the comics, which is very weird. I really love this. You're like, I don't even know what I'm looking at for a long time.
Yeah.
Tim Burton, of course, this is only his third feature at this point, after Pee-wee's Big Adventure and Beetlejuice. Obviously, a lot's been said about, the courage it took for them to hand a character like this to somebody like that who is still relatively unproven. I mean, Beetlejuice was successful, and even Pee-wee too, of course, but this was obviously a marquee, major studio movie of the highest order that he was entrusted with. And, of course, did well with, but still. And, you've seen this trend since, like, of a lot of the Marvel movies, them getting certain indie directors snapped up to do.
We haven't talked about Jack Palance yet. We're going to talk about him in a little while, but lots to say about that.
As is true with all these people, that this was our introduction to him. We've seen
Miss Basinger's costumes by the way.
Again, Danny Elfman's score, terrific, definitive for the character in so many ways. Songs written and performed by Prince. Performed by makes it sound like he's going to make an appearance in the movie, and
No.
Of course, Danny Elfman did a lot of Tim Burton's other movies. I mean, he also produced the Spider-Man main theme, of course, the Raimi ones, and that's
notably,
iconic.
We should have said this movie was shot in England primarily, and so it's got Roger Pratt as British cinematographer, and this movie looks great, like we said. So,
I think there's another DP for Returns.
Yeah, well,
I think that was shot in L.A. I think
in America.
I think it was shot in L.A. Yeah. This movie also, screenplays by Sam Hamm and Warren Scarron, happened during the '88 writer's strike, and so there were some things about the third act that were not totally.
Warren Scarron, of course, wrote Beetlejuice, and so that
was he a writer on it?
And Michael McDowell with that. Yeah, they both kind of wrote together.
Great intro shot of Gotham City.
Yeah.
A lot of great matte paintings and model work in this movie. Of course, pre-CG.
I like that. Obviously, it's like everybody's everywhere.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like people are doing a lot of bad things. I mean, bad things. But we were talking a while about Sanchez Mexican food. Is very just like, okay.
This, taxi
and then also the Adelphi Hotel. But
I love he's like that guy's like, sorry, this is my captain. He kind of
nods like, I don't care. Yeah.
But again, in the 80s, but kind of got a retro fashion look. But then you have these like more modern looking people in the midst of it too.
It's strange they're showing Footlight Frenzy again. It's like it's a little bit much.
Yeah.
I think like. This woman propositioning a child.
Yeah.
Like, are you serious? Like, it's insane. And then the guy she goes for here, drunk off his ass. You can tell.
Then whatever's going on.
Yeah, it looks like the same guy.
Yeah.
Good. She got a baby? Is that what's going on there?
I think so. Yeah.
Like, love this car here, like a Mustang, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That guy literally looks like a drug addict.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
This, in its own way, too, is foreshadowing the murder of Bruce's parents later. They're not murdered, but are mugged.
She didn't follow directions.
Yeah. Those red.
Yeah, what is going on in there? like a brothel.
Like red curtains with light shone through them is what it kind of looks like.
It's like a brothel or something in there. Isn't it?
No, this is my credit card.
Yeah.
So that's clearly like a more modern thing thrown in here.
I remember when I was a kid, I used to always hear about credit card or American Express card. I used to always think of this, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Gobbs.
Got ripped.
Yeah. So I recently read the Batman 89 comic they released for this.
Right.
And it's pretty much the same thing. It's just very expedient, quicker version.
I'm sure that sold crazy back in the day. Especially before the VHS was able to come out. It was a way to relive the movie a little bit.
It's funny, there's obviously a lot of smoke in this movie and like runoff and whatever, like exhaust.
I know this movie came out on VHS like the Christmas season of '89, and that was a massive seller. I know, obviously.
Yes, like I said, this is the correct sound mix cut of it, so it's got the gunshots sound good and the punches too, because there's some in that's like, nah. This guy's life's about to get rocked.
Get ripped like Johnny Gobbs.
Yeah, Johnny Gobbs, part 2, getting dragged.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same shot later of the light they use. We'll talk about that.
This movie doesn't go overboard on the Batman gadgets like the show did, but there are some here and there.
Well, it mainly uses it on his, like, the Batmobile and the Batwing a little bit, but he is the Bat Dad moment.
There was a while back
where he jumps off so like he just dies.
There was a few years ago that
Michael he can't believe it.
Michael Keaton did a commencement speech somewhere, and at the very end, he's like, "There's some very important words that I want to share with you before I leave. I'm Batman." Or whatever.
And everybody's like, "Oh my God, lost their S." Yeah. It's funny. I didn't notice for a long time that until I was older that it says Bruce Wayne like he's supposed to be sitting there, but he's actually out doing the real thing. Like, what they should be doing.
One
I guess.
guy kind of looks like an older Paul Newman
on the
right edge of the table. Not Pat Hingle.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Very iconic Pat Hingle performance in Maximum Overdrive.
Oh yeah, I got eggs on. Yeah, that was SF said that. Mayor Borg. What is he, a Borg? Literally, like, I mean, he's bald like a Borg. It's almost like that's a canted angle like the TV show there, where it's like All Day.
We didn't really mention anything about
what is that, by the way. Like
Jerry Hall's kind of a mall in this. She was married to a long time to Roger Ailes, I know.
Wait, really?
Yeah, and more recently they got divorced some years ago. But before that, she spent a lot of years. I don't know if they married, but was partners with Mick Jagger.
And then
for
I think she was
time.
also with Brian Ferry at some point too. I think I'd heard, but
yeah. She almost represents like the dark side version of Vicky Vale, like his version of Vicky Vale that Joker himself tries to remake. And Grissom, boss Carl Grissom.
Yeah, you know that in this version of the Joker also likes a very James Cagney gangster type, you know. Because, I mean, when I was a kid, when I first saw pictures of James Cagney from The Public Enemy, I literally was like, oh, that's literally just like Jack Nicholson and as Jack Napier, like, you know.
Famously in the comics for a long time, Joker never had a known name, and then this movie kind of popularized Jack Napier being maybe his name, but I don't remember. Does Killing Joke, does he have a name in that? I can't remember.
I don't know. I wonder if it might have been Jack Napier.
I think it might have been, and that this movie maybe took that from that. Let me check on that. I mean, it didn't look like it was great what happened to him, but it wasn't like the absolute worst thing ever. But whatever.
All I did was get kicked through a door. Like,
it doesn't say. It says in Killing Joke that he didn't have a name.
oh, okay.
I couldn't remember.
He literally just bribed.
Meanwhile, like a Hebrew,
deli or something.
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, there's just open like corruption and money being passed back and forth.
Of course, this guy was in Star Wars and Raiders of the Lost Ark. Basically, all the best movies of everybody's childhood. He's like that guy.
Yeah, Porkins famously in Star Wars.
And this is the first movie I'd ever seen that had so much cursing in it too, in its own way. I mean, it's nothing that bad.
It's PG-13, but
well, PG at this time, but there's a PG-13.
I think it is PG-13.
Oh, it was PG.
Let me check on that, but I'm pretty sure it's PG-13. I mean, Roasted Dude. I mean, one of the great all-time tracks for anything.
Yeah. By the way, it says live PG-13. Show more than likely there, but we always used to say love show. Yeah, because it's literally an I there. But we used to always say love show all the time. Like,
now, not only do we get Nicholson as Jack Napier, we also get, of course, a friend of the show, Tracy Walters as Bob the Goon.
Yeah, I always say friend of the show like we know him, like we do Vim or something. Like, you know.
Vim probably knows him, but shut up.
I remember when I was a kid, he was like, I got you a little snack. I was like, what, he's going to eat the money?
And then he's like, well, he got the bread in more ways than one.
Yeah.
And again, it seems all so obvious to us now, but to set this in such a film noir-inspired world is very great decision that was made. A1 nut boy. Never heard that phrase before or since.
Yeah.
Bob's got that look of like wanting to do it. Like
yeah,
he
wants
I'm fine. To unload. Like,
yeah, he's just I will.
A second ago, he especially had his eyes were kind of like, like, go ahead. Like,
you can't make a good decision when you try.
Make my millennium. Like,
I'm gonna start saying that to kids when they're in trouble. You can't make a good decision when you try.
Where you been spending your
good question. Back there, it literally looks like, okay, or...
There's a lot of, that looks like a shot out of Metropolis in a roundabout way, too. Because we didn't really mention the German expressionism elements as much, but that's obviously part of this.
This is a good way to set up the idea of like the city being literally on bankruptcy because everybody's leaving because of the crime. And That guy literally looks like a Robert Wool Part 2 that it was just talking to him with the glasses. Like, oh. Bob Kane look-alike with the Bob Kane signage.
Yeah.
The guy's laughing. Hello legs. Like, somebody's got an I Heart Gotham sticker there. Like, yeah, okay. Wow.
Yeah, again, the whole...
Wow. That's so nasty. Like,
the Corto Maltese is like, I know that was taken from Dark Knight Returns.
Yeah. Some vague island country, like...
Yeah.
Of 80s foreign policy disaster. I always think it's so funny, that random picture in the background of like the skyline is so just like, okay, like, what are you doing here, bro? Like, yeah. Don't you think coming up, by the way, it's like a really crowded nightlife we got going on because they have the party at his house and then he has to run over and throw the Joker in the acid. And
I was just, the other day with Laney watching Eyes Wide Shut, and that house, I forgot, was in that movie.
Nebworth, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. That was like one of the last big Led Zeppelin concerts was there, actually.
Yeah. Love how old-fashioned Dick Tracy this feels. Like all the villains all meeting in the big tower, like over the city. There's that big summit meeting they have later that has a lot of other ones.
We're dead and buried. Love all the suits. Very, like I said, Dick Tracy-esque here. Trash the office.
We talked about, too, there's a chess set right there in the left bottom corner of the frame. Never noticed that before. That obviously Dick Tracy in '90 was heavily inspired by trying to do a very comic booky look.
What do you think of Jack Palance in this, by the way? Because he's definitely something else. Like, such a weird guy.
Yeah, I've never before or since really seen somebody exactly with that performance style that he has. No, he was big in the City Slickers. I know.
Yeah. Won an Oscar for that.
I think he did, Best Supporting Actor.
He literally went up there and like did push-ups on stage. Or whatever.
I heard that like he was a very weird guy to work with and very intimidating for Burton to direct because Burton would tell him to do stuff. He's like, I've done all these movies and worked with all these people. Like,
And he's like,
Burton was very intimidated naturally by that.
Might be why there's not more of them in the movie.
But then Nicholson, of obviously far greater stature than even he has, was like very friendly and easy to work with and made it easy for him and boosted his confidence a lot. I know.
The fumes in that place, Jack. But throughout this, I'm probably going to do a Vince McMahon introductory name, like because we were watching some of that Mr. McMahon show. Oh, of course, you're my number one guy later in the movie. How he was like Aretha Franklin. So I was like, Boss Carl Grissom, like you're lucky Dick. I love he immediately walks over and turns him over to the police.
Yeah.
Like, 2 seconds.
Like, what if he wasn't even totally
out? And he's like, wait, what?
And he turns around like, wait, what are you talking about?
He's literally at the door, and he's like,
This line reading here is totally unhinged. Get me Lieutenant Eckhart.
You notice how much in this movie there's like busts of random people too, and it's like, who is that supposed to be? Like, is this,
the movie does a good job of depicting this, like, very much feels like this failing city where there's all these busts and statues and like all these things of the past that there's not even enough money to replace with anything else, and so they're just kind of part of this rotting decay of the cityscape.
The music in the background is so not this. I think it's Prince, I'm pretty sure, actually.
I think it is, yeah.
Kind of rolling his eyes like, whatever.
Even this Kim Basinger hairstyle feels very 40s.
What is up with him looking at her here like he knows something? It's like, what? Like, oh, it's Mr. Mom. Like, it's Beetlejuice. Like, what if in like the rest of the movie when he's not Batman, he was dressed up as Beetlejuice and nobody ever remarked upon it?
Yeah,
it's just like, yeah, he's Bruce Wayne.
Another thing here is too is just this introduction of Michael Keaton as Wayne. Here is very aloof, very like clearly distracted, bored by this. And I love this little Alfred's like just following him around, knowing he's going to put down the drink and pick it right back up.
It was definitely going to fall too, by the way.
He's like looking at like it's the only thing in the world.
It's insane. They're literally just gambling in somebody's house.
Yeah.
By the way, never thought about that.
Yeah.
I think it's like a charity thing or whatever. But love all they do is hang out together. These three guys, like. Or like carbonite.
Yeah.
But, you know. Cool. I mean, would you talk to him?
I see a guy behind him like trying to snoop in and listen.
Here in a little while, you know, they have the same setup and shot of this on the back computer, and it's like, where's that camera?
Yeah.
Like, because then it acts like it's from their vantage point, so it's, I don't know. Save the festival. Is that what it says?
It's like, we gotta raise money to save this festival.
So yeah, it is for charity, but then that also implies, it's normal that people in this universe openly gamble.
Yeah.
Like, you know. This is some weird stuff, though.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this guy?
Obviously establishes his hang-ups for costumes and protection and
and European kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Wow.
That mustache.
One. Yeah. It's like a Japanese motorcyclist.
Yeah.
I love then he's aloof, but he's like, but anyway, like.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. Vicky Vale.
That's obviously sampled in
the Bat Dance, which we'll talk about later.
Truly one of the most insane music videos ever.
For a long time, it wasn't on YouTube.
Yeah.
With a gun.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I thought she was going to bring in a shotgun and start shooting up the house. I was like, what do you mean shoot the house? And then obviously I got talking about photographing it. But.
Okay, yeah.
You want to break some news for us on the pod about school plans for this week?
Oh, well, I mean, not really, but
I don't know if they said anything.
Yeah, it's going to be off for students tomorrow and then optional for teachers if they can make it. So
Catawba County hasn't issued anything yet, but probably similar to that.
Which, if there's power at school, I'm probably going to go in, so, I mean.
Yeah.
There isn't right now, though, apparently, so. We'll hear about it later from everybody else.
Give him a grant. Throw him out $50,000. Just
he's just not even looking at him when he walks by.
I don't acknowledge him.
Oh, it's like they've been totally made to look like fools, and then they're like, "Look at him."
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, I mean, Bruce Wayne. the surveillance state, you know.
Yeah.
Does he need that many cameras right there?
Yeah, it's like 3 in that one room.
I love he got down there that quick.
Yeah, there's that. Well, it's going to show it on the bigger screen in a second. But
how did he get down there that fast though? And then changed into like a turtleneck.
Yeah, that's his like resting back cave
attire. Yeah. Or no, never mind. That's later. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. It looked like he did have it though from behind there.
How good the audio quality is. It's just them talking, not everything else.
There's probably a fricassee right there somewhere. Don't have enough time to explain that. We're gonna move on. This is one of the first great sequences of the movie coming up right here of the Axis Chemicals stuff.
I love how openly it's like just
shoot him.
That's just going to be our policy
because he's linked to him anyway.
Yeah, right,
so
that's why he wants him to die. Yeah,
right.
But
I love shoot to kill. Know what I mean? Yeah.
But also, too, this inherently propositions that there's going to be 2 sets of cops doing 2 separate things. There's Eckhart's cops and then Gordon's cops. Yeah. That guy's got the pinstripe suit.
Yeah.
Look at Bob's looking at him like, ooh, got goodies
got
coming.
Some stuff like Happy Halloween, like. His look of crap. There might be some stuff in there though. You need to look at that.
Yeah, need to look into that.
This cop has the greatest voice of all time.
Freeze!
His face too when he's like, "I'm gonna blow you away." Like
this sequence in particular, I remember watching. I think it would have been this same era of Blu-ray at down in Lumina Theater in UNC Wilmington for a movie marathon they were having, like 24-hour when they showed this. And there were like certain sounds that I'd never heard before that was on the stereo mix that obviously are meant to, they're compressed in them, obviously the way we're listening to it now, but like it was like, whoa, that's like a new little sound here or there that I hadn't heard before. Immediately slips away, by the way. All that, look at all that like
grime and ooze,
mold and whatever.
Bunghole mold, yeah. They're just shooting all over the place in here, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm literally going to destroy everything. It doesn't matter. How does this place survive to the end? It feels like they screw this whole plan up 2 or 3 times.
Well, it definitely gets blown
up. Oh, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But so even before that, it's like, dang.
This is not environmentally safe or responsible. I don't know if he knows that, but
they're just standing shooting.
The smile this guy gives here, depravity writ large.
Like people are dying. Like
people are dying.
Shoot the guy in the neck. Like it's insane. There's actually in his shirt.
Well, it looked like it was like close to the collarbone-ish area.
Yeah. So it's probably in the shirt, but that's insane. He kind of kicked himself back.
He went that way. Oh yeah. Highly toxic. It says on that one thing.
Then why is it there?
Yeah.
Love this next shot here of all the smoke and the. It's good.
It's a real where's Jack situation.
Where's Waldo? Yeah. More. This is hilarious. They're just running, shooting, don't even know what's going on. God, that would hurt so bad.
And I love too this vision of Batman that you see often is just he's just appearing everywhere. It's like he's working in the shadows and in the smoke.
Yeah.
Like he literally disappears and reappears here in a little bit.
To appear and disappear, as we know later, but yeah. I love this shot of like the exit sign is very like, like
I'm gonna get away.
Yeah. There's actually a lot of candid angles in this I haven't really noticed until now. But then he's like, I could get away, but I'm gonna shoot the police commissioner.
Right.
It's like, what?
There's a little glint in his eyes, like
you could just escape and it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but now you literally murdered the chief of police. Like, Same with him.
Where'd all the cops go, by the way?
He told him to run over there.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, literally, it's like, well, you're just going to literally kill him? Like, it's crazy. That just shows how insane.
Love this little smile Batman gives here. Like, I know you're gonna pull some bull ass. It's like,
yeah,
I'm gonna
do it worse.
Though,
yeah, I'm gonna pull more.
Yeah.
Like, he literally appear on the other side of him here. It's like, where'd you go? Like, and then Eckhart's there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good shot here. This is the next one, far away. He's like, never mind about him. I'm just going to kill him.
Free aims from that distance with it.
I wonder what his reasoning is for killing him exactly. Because it's like, I just want to kill somebody, basically. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's like, he literally right where he was.
Maybe he's afraid that he's going to rat him out, but it's already clear.
That's whatever. It doesn't matter. He's
like,
screwed anyway. That's what I'm saying.
So
it's
like
Eckhart has more of a reason to kill him than he has a reason to kill Eckhart. So it's like,
maybe just for fun, like you said.
That's what I'm saying. He's just sick in the head. Like that shot from earlier, like we said, of him pulling the guy. He's like, well, oh well.
So he clearly lost the grip, but it almost looks like, I'm done. You're gonna take a tumble off the cliff, like kind of deal.
That would suck.
And his look of oh crap here. Just standing there, very stoically. This guy always remind me of Michael J. Fox.
This next moment where he's just standing at the Axis Chemical sign and then walks away. It's like, what were you looking at? What were you doing? Like,
just looking cool, honestly.
So I've always wondered. I wonder what your opinion is on this. By the way, they were literally pouring all that out in like water. By the way,
yeah.
Okay. So like, did the bullet going through his face cause the like weird smile? Or was it the acid?
I thought it was more the acid, but that's
maybe
a good
both.
Question though, because
he got shot right through the face. Like,
yeah, that might have.
It basically went through one cheek and through the other, which is impossible, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, it'll blow your teeth out. But
well, it's like, oh, he had surgery or whatever. But
that's just something I've always wondered. I don't know.
Yeah.
A rich stiff.
I hate a rich stiff. I'll tell you what.
He's got a quote stiffy, if you know what I mean.
Oh, it's not just automatically closing.
Oh yeah, no one is coming out alive.
You mentioned this earlier, like that. This starts off like they're very removed and very like apart from each other, and then they go to that more intimate setting. Right. Obviously,
how bad though? Look at the fireplace.
Yeah,
how bad it looks.
Yeah.
What have they been putting in there? Like, can you pass the salt? I wonder what they're eating. Probably vichyssoise. It's supposed to be good. I'm very confused about what they're eating later too. When they show the shots of that, it looks like it's like pasta and chicken and.
There's definitely chicken.
Like
I
something.
remember,
I don't know. It's weird. Like. That's another thing I always wondered, is a house that's this big, is Alfred the only one that works there?
It definitely implies it is, but...
That'd be a lot to have to do.
Yeah.
Meanwhile.
He's actually, normally in the Batcave. I mean, my basement.
I mean...
Batman in my basement. I mean, like...
I mean, that episode isn't out yet. I mean,
what is this? I mean, who am I? Yeah, it looks like there's some pasta and chicken.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, and some peas and like, I don't know.
A great Alfred look here, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't look like that when I'm an old
in
man.
repose.
This so does not look like Wayne Manor.
No,
like look, which
it's the kitchen basically.
Right.
Yeah. That old Frigidaire back there. I couldn't find my bat suit without him. I mean, socks without him. Love we get to hear a lot about her grandparents here. It's like, why are we hearing about this? Like, I mean, it's whatever, but.
You always remember that Kim Basinger was married to Alec Baldwin for a while.
Yeah.
Because they had that daughter, Ireland.
Oh, that's her daughter that was the rude little pig?
Yeah.
I guess it's her fault. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably definitely 100% Alec Baldwin's fault. Plus, she's probably not really that rude of a little pig, by the way, or even a little pig at all.
She's a grown
pig. Yeah.
Yeah, he just sound like a crazy, obviously, person, so. I don't know how to say it, I mean.
Yeah. This is such a weird transition from that to this.
All right, let's
she's staying over to surgery.
Yeah, to live show.
To live show with the surgery, yeah.
Yeah, but this stuff as a kid always was like, ugh, what is going on here? It honestly was disturbing. And you don't even get the full look of the Joker's face till a little bit.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. Well, that didn't get a subtitle treatment there. The guy looks like Daggum, like Fritz Lang or something.
Yeah, it seemed like a mad scientist type.
Yeah. He has a German accent, literally, like. Mein Gott. Wish I had hair like that. And hands like that.
But not, you know.
Well, I mean,
I mean, he's got some problems. Let's be honest.
Right.
Let's be for real.
I'll put up with it.
That's not gonna stop me from laughing.
You always got to have a good attitude.
Attitude's important.
Look at that. Does everything break all the time in this world? Like, I love he doesn't forget to grab his stuff.
Yeah.
He already went and got a purple suit.
Yeah.
Too. It's like, what?
I mean, well, he already had that purple suit in the beginning.
Oh no, that's right. Yeah.
So finally, he's got the style to match
the madness.
I think I heard Nicholson talk about before, and you kind of see this in the character, that his vision of the character was like a guy who like kind of had these artistic pursuits when he was young, but then he got forced into a life of crime and kind of abandoned them. But then now that he can let his freak flag fly, it's like re-emerging as like he's going to be the world's first fully functioning homicidal artist.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's like, things are good for me, boss Carl Grissom. Like, when he gets visited by he thinks he's going to get visited by sugar bumps, but. This was chilling also as a kid.
Yeah. What, that he said sugar bumps?
Not that. Well, maybe.
Don't you think it's funny, by the way, that like that big room is where he also just kind of like lives and hangs out?
Yeah.
I guess it's like. It's funny that back in the background looks very Joel Schumacher. Some of that actually. He's like, well, anyway.
We might as well.
Don't bother.
Imbibe.
R.I.P. vibes. He's only in like 2 scenes.
Yeah.
I just now realize, actually, like. I love that's what you go for. Yeah. Your life literally won't be worth spit. Jack. Good old Jack. Love the look of total disgust.
Yeah. You can see there's a slight
purple like,
from the suit.
He had a little bit of fun, you can tell.
And then like this brutal murder cut to this music and
the next one. He shot that next to his ear, like
And I love he's like, high score, I win.
And I love he's like, then also that he's like pulling the trigger and he's kind of got it like this. It's like, whatever, like. He didn't pull a Dirty Harry and count, I guess. There's a lot going on. In repose.
Oh, they just snuggled. Like,
yeah, that's it.
They just played a game of Twister, and that was it.
In the 66 show, they'd dance or something.
Yeah, they're the Batusi.
Something dumb. Meanwhile, it's 3:15 a.m. Like that weird sound here.
Squeaky beep beep.
Squeak beep. Imagine you wake up and you see somebody do
3:15 in the morning. Like,
it's like,
what a freak. Nothing's commented on about that either, but just wow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Like he's like, man, I've really got it going on.
Yeah, living large.
This part is like genuinely kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like all the blood and him just running his hands through it. Like, this look where he's like, who are you looking at? Like,
and whatever this whole moment is here,
doing his grimace impression.
The makeup does look really good, and the hair.
This is me looking at the Chelsea score yesterday.
I'll show you some like Corto Maltese unedited, uncensored action. Like
Christian's in action. What was he just like sleeping on the sofa?
Yeah.
Like what was going on there? Like. All right. Okay. Good to be here, by the way. How big is this house? Like, you know, it's like enough. Like,
totally ratted out his friend, like bro code non-existent.
Yeah. Well.
Meanwhile,
so Alfred doesn't know everything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile. Imagine if he walked in and saw that.
Yeah, that would be pretty disturbing.
Plus, also, she would have thought he was dead anyway.
Right.
But, this part, it's like, oh, well, anyway.
Love he shares these little moments with himself.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. Imagine them looking, they're all like, what the hell are we
Well, I
looking
know,
at?
too, that this makeup, like, they had to pioneer a special kind of makeup where they put the white on and then they put the tan on over that. And that makes it look even weirder. Like, you can tell there's another layer. So he could wipe it off later.
Yeah.
But.
Tony. Our old friend Tony.
Mm-hmm.
I love also there's like a whole commission going on here.
Yeah.
Like, he got killed right over there.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I look at this room, every time you look at this room, it's just different. Like somehow,
it's like another area of it. Yeah.
There, I don't really care that much. Looks like the shot of this one guy here coming up. Yeah, that like what? Wow.
Roasted dude. Titular roasted dude.
And they just scream.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's your plan.
Like they're storming the hill.
Yeah.
Like. The Bob's like, okay.
Yeah, because when I was a kid, I always thought he was putting it on
Right,
the white, and
yeah.
I was always confused. I was like, what is he doing? Like,
got Tommy guns.
Come on, get out of here! Yeah,
we always loved the look of the Joker goons. By the way,
updated.
With the leather jackets. And,
it's a vibe.
Yeah. Well, he's like doing an impression of him earlier.
And he's like, doesn't get it. He's just like, okay. Like,
he's got that big scar on his face. Bob does.
Yeah. The glasses. Yep.
Then he's like, again, having a little moment with himself here.
Just so insane. Like,
meanwhile, roasted dude.
This look coming up here.
And again, I think this is like in some ways it's a different kind of disturbing, but like because you have the silliness and shocking somebody, but then like you're talking to a charred corpse.
Yeah.
And the music, and it's just
all the smoke.
Yeah.
Like.
Tony Ratelli.
The teeth clacking.
Yeah.
Ugh, gosh.
We won't think through the logic of how did he get shocked and he didn't, but whatever,
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Kind of lingers.
I'm glad you're dead! Exclamation mark for that image.
Wow. You know, it's funny. He was already looking through that.
Yeah.
Why does he have those bands on his arms? Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, oh, ha ha.
Only if you knew.
Yeah.
Is she stalking, or is she doing her journalistic duty? Like, or is there a difference?
Question.
That's the question of the movie, to be honest.
Not how the hell is any of this happening? It's a really good piece of music.
Mm-hmm. Wow, just how trash the streets are.
Hotel.
Like, hotel.
Apparently.
Eat. Dine.
Yeah.
Eatery. Don't you love the term eatery? It's like it's a place where people eat. It's like it's been like a weird artisanal spin on eat here, dine in, like dine hard, like that should be like an action movie theme.
Dine
cafe.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or dine another day. And then they're like, well, I won't go there today. It's like, no. Like, it's like, might as well in Wilmington.
Yeah, malls.
One of the worst I think their food's actually okay. I think I had it a time or two. But one of the worst names I could think of ever for a restaurant.
Ain't Flamin' Amy's Burrito Barn.
But just might as well, like, that just screams like, well, might as well go there.
Yeah.
Like, this is quite the press conference.
I can't wait to hear the explanation for this one. That guy on the right looks like somebody in our family, extended family. Well, I thought it's pretty funny. But yeah, that's all very obviously something's going on here.
Yeah,
like
especially when the mimes start all of a sudden appearing.
Yeah, definitely. the little kid. It's a girl, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got like a ponytail.
It's like she's in Jurassic Park or something. No, if he's not into it.
Excuse me.
He's like, what? Like,
I'm gonna screen cap that moment.
yeah, he's just like not at all interested.
Yo, how weird would it be if you're just walking down the street and then like there's a press conference happening and then all these mimes start appearing?
And there's a guy taking photographs.
Yeah. That's just for the Joker's personal
right.
kick
No, literally, he just wants him to always be taking pictures. Like, it makes you wonder, why did Bob take a picture of her? Is he into her? Is there a love triangle brewing? Quadrangle, more like. He's like, wait, what?
Looks like they're just coming in.
They got the little ice cream.
Yeah.
Uncle Bingo, like,
he's just kind of genuinely like, what? Now wait a minute, Thomas Jefferson, like,
yeah,
swordfish vibe. That cop's just totally like, huh, what?
Yeah, why are you not doing something? Look, he's just standing there.
Yeah. It's like the security guards in WWE when it's like, oh, was told to restrain that person, and they just kind of stand there for a little bit.
They should have shot him, by the way. Imagine having a nose that big.
Yeah.
By the way, the other one...
I know, my nose got here 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Was that Owen Hart impression?
Yeah. Woohoo! Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you feel like there's a different reporter every 2 seconds in this movie?
Yeah.
Is that different people because they keep getting killed off, I guess. This is a pretty shocking moment, honestly. Like... I love that when he's got it attached to this like rig of some sort.
I love this moment here in a second where Bob kind of pulls back a little bit.
Like he doesn't know what he's going to do, yeah. I wonder where this is. The little dog.
Oh. I love, by the way, too, that like Jack Nicholson was told like you can pick anybody you want to be, like basically you're Bob the Goon, and he's like, Tracy, you're the guy, like
you're my goon, Trace. Yeah,
they've been in tons of stuff going back years together.
Yeah, but the fact that he literally
could have been Harry Dean Stanton, like
it could have
been,
that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
But that would have been he'd been very Dillinger-esque in that his character in Dillinger.
Love his little
a-hole, basically is what he's saying.
Right.
What, you heard him getting married to Vicky Vale? And if not now, when are we going to talk about it? Me getting married to Vicky Vale. He's like, I'm not sure. His eyebrows or something else. I'll tell you what. He's like, oh crap. I'm going to go down this whole rabbit hole.
Should be said, obviously, this changes that Joe Chill was the one who killed Batman's
By the way,
parents.
don't you think it's insane? It's like, oh, I'm going to just... Alfred's going to go get the police files.
Go. Oh, yeah, Alfred,
like,
go... go find me some of them police files.
Yeah, it's
wrangle
like,
them up.
What? Like...
From the files of Police Squad. Like,
yeah.
This apartment's very interesting.
Yeah, lots of thoughts on this, but...
It looks like something definitely out of the 80s.
They keep saying shoot all the time. Pearl and Phillips streets. You ever need a good, like, password? Pearl and Phillips real quick. Like, dang it, now you're going to know.
A lot of photos in this movie.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
a
people
little bit
taking
much.
pictures.
It's like... Well, this movie has a whole kind of weird, like, 80s Vogue style to itself anyway. Like, but, yeah. Like this. The only thing that's funny is that literally, and then like those are his photos.
Mm-hmm.
So weird.
CIA.
Is that literally what it says?
Yeah, classified.
How did he get a hold of that?
Yeah, I don't know.
He has an American flag though.
Yeah.
He supports America.
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good thing to
patriot.
know. But where is he? Seriously, like. The photos. He throws
Manila.
Who was that loss? He's a total loss.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not disagreeing. Like
those Nicholson eyebrows.
What is he writing down?
Like an order.
Yeah.
No. All right, I'm going by a tasty
go
freeze.
buy Vicky
What do you
Vale.
want? Like,
yeah. Some guy named Wayne. Like, you don't know who Bruce Wayne is, you know? Hard to say inside the lines. Well, Jesus Marumba. I love he just throws in all this other language. Like,
I'm of a mind to make some Mookie.
Phone book.
Ain't there like a AVGN video where he talks about how confused he is about like what he says there?
Yeah.
Cinemasker video.
But literally look at all the crap on the floor.
He's a collage guy.
I was gonna say that's a very Joker thing to do anyway.
Meanwhile, Axis Chemicals basically just been taken
Meanwhile,
over.
they got daggum Terry Huffman in here working, like our uncle, by the way. But
there was a shootout in here the other day, but we've already
and he bought it somehow. I know it's because he's working with Grissom, but would they not have just the police have just taken control of that totally? By the way,
condemned it or all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
All right, this scene.
Action news.
We've always talked about in all Batman media, the Joker is always able to somehow gain control over the news.
Right.
Media
Joker
in some
Fish
way,
episode,
right?
Yeah,
Laughing Fish,
Laughing Fish, yeah,
and even in like The Dark Knight, he has like he films those videos that he sends in or whatever, and well, then at one point he literally does hijack it when he has Anthony Michael Hall with him. At one part, yeah, drugs did that.
Mayor Borg trying to assimilate. Just totally unhinged laughter right after she acts like she cleared up.
This guy kind of reminds me of Tim Burton a little bit, like old.
Yeah,
the director guy. Dave didn't make the subtitle. Yeah. So if you paid attention, you could see her face was already like... Imagine seeing this on TV. I don't know.
This is not an actor, by the way. This is a real person that's been kidnapped.
Wow. This is where I live. This image right here. I love the fake like seagull sitting there like...
Oh, by the way, here's the police files I got.
I remember there
might have been some important stuff after
there
that.
Was a YouTube poop of this where it like showed pictures of Colonel Sanders instead of that. It's like, okay, emotionally unstable.
Wow, a trifecta. All right, Alfred, get me the police files. All right, Alfred, go shopping. All right,
just whatever he wants to do, I guess. These people got trash.
New deaths, with no clues as to the Joker's deadly weapon. And what
Oh, I guess that is that woman from earlier, the reporter. But because I recognize her voice.
Yeah.
She got moved up to the big time. That look of underarm deodorant, like
because of what happened earlier.
Yeah,
I guess. Guess I need to find a replacement or whatever.
He's like gonna go into people's houses with a shotgun, like go to the anniversary festival, like. I know he said, "Can you hear the words coming out of my mouth?" But to me, it always sounded like, "Can you hear the words coming out of my mind?"
Yeah.
Like,
where is my mind?
All right, this is the big middle of the movie sequence here. Maybe the best the Batman movie's ever been. I don't know.
It's up there. Wouldn't he have like immediately like tried to call her back to cancel it? But
nope. But yeah, this scene always freaked me out.
Yeah.
I was like, "Daddy's going to make some art, darling."
That turn,
yeah.
Smile.
All right, who is that? The museum, not her.
Every once in a while, I'll hear
because
this piece of music.
according to our old friend who commented on the Brewster McCloud episode, we're not supposed to be interested in women or minorities.
I haven't heard a response back at all. So
effing scumbag.
Well, let's give them the benefit of that.
They got some art in there
Just
they
kidding.
shouldn't have, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like.
So this is like they got like a restaurant at the art museum,
Which is so weird, but whatever. I suppose that's normal for some people.
Mm-hmm. The Flugelheim.
Flugelheim Museum, yeah.
Oh, that's normal.
Yeah, okay, so you're going to eat with Bruce Wayne at a museum. Okay, that's already weird. And then, here's this present that just arrived that's spelled like a daggum kindergartner wrote it. Like, so I've always wondered, do these people die or like what?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it ain't like the Joker gas where they change their faces or anything. It's like they just pass out. Like, it's probably just a knockout gas. Because if it got in her eyes and stuff, it would probably kill her. You know.
Yeah.
This guy with the legs in the air, like he just don't care. Yeah, there you go. This is the first definitive scene with a big Prince song in it. What are your thoughts on this? Cause,
again, I think it works in context of it. It's always usually centered around the Joker or put with the Joker.
That guy.
By the way, Bob's got the notepad out.
Yeah, like he's marking, almost like he's going to pay the insurance or something.
But
this guy's like, here we go.
I think it works in context of the Joker. And that was like, you know.
Yeah, I kind of love it, honestly. Yeah.
This was, of course, also our introduction to Prince in any way, and we're not huge
our mom
Prince fans. Our mom grew up being a big fan of him in the 80s. So.
What are they doing there? Like, he might be my favorite Joker goon, other than Bob.
Like the bald one.
Yeah. So that was right before that was.
Yeah.
Like, when I was a kid, I always thought that would hurt his hands so bad. But
I remember as a kid also thinking, "Oh, this looks like fun." Yeah. Now I'm like, "This is awful."
Yeah.
Like,
paint went on the lens there. You could tell.
That's supposed to be a.
If you want him to pose
Rembrandt,
nude, if you want him to pose nude, he's going to need a long lens. And he's like, "Oh, I love the sick one." And he's just gonna hit it.
I don't know if that's supposed to be Francis Bacon, but it kind of looks like a Francis Bacon kind of thing.
It's funny. So whenever I hear that song, the whole thing, I kind of am like, "Oh, there's more after that." Like,
it's like a deleted bonus material.
Look at Bob.
Yeah.
No, there's people walking around in the background still doing stuff. Like,
so she's offended, and it's like,
he's really a psycho.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about what he says.
Well, I mean, it literally is art from a functional aesthetic perspective, but okay, cool. Did that happen to you today when we took a cold shower?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I took one yesterday that I was like, you know.
So I am indeed the Joker.
Yeah.
The joking is my vibe.
The world's first fully functioning homicidal artist. That's messed up, bro.
Yeah.
No, Bob's just, oh, this is normal.
This is his life now. This is what he's become.
Maybe he's always looking around like everybody's watching him. It's like, no, nobody really is, but I love that's his next.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what? Why are we here? Like, that's a hilarious joke. You're insane. I thought it was a Pisces. This look.
Yeah. Wow.
It's pretty funny. And really, like, terrifying. Like, oh God, what? Well, he's been listening all that time.
Yeah, that scared me as a kid, seeing his face like that. But
he probably has like 50 million microphones in there.
Yeah.
Like, there's always a funny moment too, where it's like he points at him. He's like, "What is that? Are you going to shoot me?"
He's like, "All right, I'll get her out of here. I guess the whole museum's a lost cause. I'll let."
Who's that lost?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, as far as all the people, it's like
Flugelheim Museum. I want a shirt of that place.
The fumes, and then on the back say the fumes in that place. It's like, that's Axis Chemicals. Well, apparently not. Oh, he has to carry around the Joker's cane. Bob does.
This is also the intro, really, of the Batmobile.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I guess I'm biased. This is my favorite version of the Batmobile.
Yeah. I love they're just literally shooting the guns out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Literally no reason. Like, there's.
I really do like the newest version too, though, where it's like a
car, kind of like a hot rod car,
yeah,
or like a muscle car. Yeah.
I think that's cool. Don't forget the original Batmobile was just like some red sports car.
Yeah. I'm thinking those that first Serial, it was pretty much like that.
Yeah.
It was like a car, like a coupe. Little deuce coupe, piss yellow deuce coupe. It's bad. One thing I really like also about this sequence is the Joker's not in it at this point. It's just them following them, like, you know. This part where they're running down the alley and you hear a woman going, like, what? It literally happened right.
Yeah.
The microphone fell over.
We have recovered.
Immediate recovery.
It was like leaves the Batmobile there. Oh, well, I'll find it later.
That car got away, though.
Yeah.
I think it's funny, obviously he would know this. He's like, I know my exact weight. I wonder what he would weigh in all that. Probably like 250, 300
That's 250 is what I was thinking. How heavy the suit is.
Yeah.
All the little goodies that come with it.
I'll be kind of lazy there for a second. Like, well,
take a moment off.
What a direct shot that was.
Yeah. Well, let's check his wallet.
When I was a kid, I always thought he said some kind of buddy on.
Yeah.
What? Like. This is all time, like, wow.
Yeah.
And this part here where he really kicks the gun out of the guy's hand.
Yeah.
Our favorite guy. I love he wasn't even in the action.
Yeah,
like, where'd he come from?
Waiting to emerge.
Now, this isn't quite the, like, Indiana Jones shooting the guy moment, but it's pretty similar. Of like, I'm just going to kick you in the face really hard.
Yeah. They're just waiting. Big boot.
That would hurt so bad.
He was waiting the whole time with just a big knife.
I mean, that's what he was going to stab the Francis Bacon with, so whatever that was. That guy. That's a weird effect.
Yeah.
I don't really know how they even did that. But they're touching it like, ooh, this is cool. Yeah, that cop getting in front of it, and it's not going to stop. So that guy looks like that guy's hat, specifically in the way he looks like he's some like country bumpkin or something.
Yeah.
That is in like a suit, like. I'm really good at the ability of doing that.
Yeah.
At school, just like appearing in random places behind people and stuff. Which everybody thinks is always weird. I'm just walking around. All I'm doing.
Yeah, I've been said to do that before too.
Yeah, because I don't walk like a daggum like, oh, like I just walk over and it's like you're not paying attention. So here I am. Now this is some good stuff. Right
Oh
here.
yeah. And then this piece of score is terrific, of course, from Elfman.
This is what I want Fall to look like all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like Stella Luna book mixed with this. Like, no, I'm not going to talk to you. How fast he's got to be going.
Yeah.
This next shot of the leaves flying in the air here. It's like, like, you know. Dang. Who is it under there, though?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she starts thinking, he's like, don't look at me. Like, I'm gonna get away. Like. Don't watch this.
So what have I gotten myself into?
What have I done? Anyway. There's literally
it's like, this looks batty. Appropriately.
Batty.
Bat cave.
Wings don't fail me now. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, cool, bro.
Well, whatever that means. By the way, why would he even do that? Why? Like, car could easily just go right over that.
Yeah.
Oh, I have control. Do you though? All the time? What are you like? Daggum, Josh Hartnett and Trap, where it's like I never make a mistake.
Yeah.
It's like okay, like
that was the most absurd aspect of that whole movie. I never make a mistake.
It is actually interesting, all the changes that do happen in Batman Returns, that actually that looks pretty much the same, the Bat Cave, more or less. Because the house doesn't look the same at all.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to look over here now. That's what I love about the Joker. He's like, I'm going to make it complicated and fun. You know, you get to experiment for yourself kind of deal. You know, it's like science class. Like.
Choose your own adventure game. How moody he is. He always wants to like...
Yeah, and then he's like over here where you can't really see him.
Yeah.
And he throws it. Cool. Why? What people? What do you think I'm going to find out? Awesome shot.
Yeah.
This turn here.
Mm-hmm.
That's a very subtle. Getting the focus back in on that. Not to make it about this either, but this is back when like big budget superhero movies are actually well made, and actually we're like, let's actually make a movie here rather than let's just do this, like, you know.
Yeah. It's amazing how much CGI has made the design of movies so lazier than they used to be. And not even totally just CGI, but just digital photography in general, like, is... and not even all movies are shot digitally, but...
By the way, what did he do? And I don't even mean that in, like, a sexual sense, because that's...
Well, it implies that he, like, there was something sexual at first, but then it's like, it was about getting the pictures, and yeah, that's why.
It's just funny, it's like, what did he do? Knock her out? Like,
yeah.
Maybe he used the bat gas, and then the bat wake.
Wow.
After all that.
Yeah.
He's literally right there. Like, love that shot of the cops just hanging out.
Yeah.
Like, it's whatever, you know. Hotel. There's a lot of just hotels around here.
Batman cracks Joker's poison code. So Batman figured out this awful poison that's killing people. Is he a friend or a foe, though? Like, well, if he's against this guy.
Appear and disappear.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like Spider-Man, like, also is... That's even more of a part of the Spider-Man story, is the J. Jonah Jameson Daily Bugle going after Spider-Man, even
I feel
though
like
he's doing
one of the
good
only
things.
characters I actually really question that about is Superman, only in the sense of, well, what happened if he just decided, I'm going to be bad, and he just started killing people?
And he's also non-human.
Right, so that's its own thing of question, like, what is he exactly? Like, you know, even though he's doing good things, it's like... you know.
There was that Lois Lane story in Superman the movie she wrote called "I Spent the Night with Superman" or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Provocative title.
He was thinking about it too. There, you could do it. All right, another banger scene here.
It's like this movie is just like Seamus, banger after banger after banger. Drew McIntyre
in the background.
Yeah, Drew McIntyre had the good comeback. It's like, but ever since you come back, it's looking at your physique. It's been burger after burger, and he's laughing too during that. No, it's all great.
Oh yeah, cool. You can tell that's like a painting in the background. You see that, actually. It's like it's 2D.
But it's meant to be passed so quickly that you don't
whatever.
really...
I've just seen this movie so many times. I'm noticing new stuff. It's very direct.
Yeah. It's very Denny Directo of him.
You know how people have different sides to their personality? Sometimes a person will have to actually lead a different life.
You're married.
No, I'm not married.
It's much more complicated. I'm married to Alfred. What?
We have a special bond.
We have a special friendship.
Yeah. In the portrait of a lady on fire vein.
Yeah, like.
Alright, listen. You know how a normal person gets up and goes downstairs and eats
I love the framing of this scene and placement of the camera. Obviously, he's further higher up, and
job and,
no, starting over. All right. This is almost like the scene in Beetlejuice where he's like, first word, 2 syllables. Like,
Yeah.
You know, it's like trying to get her to figure it out. Like, Beetle breakfast, Beetle drink,
Yeah.
Beetle fruit. Yeah, you might be onto something there.
Imagine him like walking up on the street to get in here, like waiting to get buzzed in or something.
Yeah, and they're
Just
like, he probably killed all of them
Yeah.
to get in. Like, well, he only needs 2 guys.
Well,
today.
he's got the boombox with him, just in case the song.
The
might
boombox
break.
guy. Well, he's playing it right now, but. Upset. He's ready. Well, he's like, I'm gonna be smart and put this bulletproof vest as a bulletproof vest.
Yeah.
It's like, what? There's that YouTube poop where it's literally like gets shot in the head and his head just explodes.
What's she got random popcorn sitting in her house for?
That and like the painting on the wall, all very just like, what? Like,
But you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs.
Can we get the popcorn?
maybe she thinks, oh, he'll like this popcorn, he'll leave me alone.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like her safe popcorn, safety popcorn.
Yeah.
It's like service animal, service popcorn.
Look like Donald Trump there for a second.
No. Let's have a moment.
Who's he pointing out over there? There's somebody over there.
Was that Bob?
Yeah, but the other guy wasn't doing anything.
Yeah.
Though. He was
They're
just
saying, "Oh, it's okay."
but he's like, "Yeah, I know. I'm not doing anything." He's like a wrestler or something.
Yeah. He's like,
he's walking away, and then he's like, anyway, but that's such a weird decision to make. Like, started to lose it. He's like, oh, interesting.
Anyways, let's get rid of that crap.
Love, he's like, I'm totally done with this.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, crap.
No, I want to know though.
Yeah,
please
I'm really
tell
interested.
me.
I'm invested now.
Yeah.
You know? This like totally ready, like
yeah.
We do that to each other all the time.
Yeah.
By the way, like, with a real gun.
Also, let's get nuts. One of the most famous
Yeah.
lines in this. It's like let's go crazy. You know, like Prince would say.
This look.
It's always hilarious every time. Just like the
just
intensity
the shocking.
of,
He's already smiling when he goes into the frame. Like, you know. We see an awful lot of those lights in this scene.
Yeah.
Like, you know. They just left.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Just waiting out in the hall.
I love in his mind, he's like, I just killed a really rich socialite. Like,
Yeah.
I love he got up and ran out. You know.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I do when I leave a room.
I remember seeing in one of the special features, Nicholson said that was a tribute to some friend of his who always left parties or social gatherings by doing that.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I don't remember who it was, but it's just some friend of his did that. It's like a tribute to him.
That's
like,
so weird. Like, that would still have hurt pretty bad, by the way, to get, because it literally went right into that. Like,
meanwhile, what's the gift?
Are you ready?
Here's the bargain.
Wow.
Wow, what a great gift. I'll take
He
that
wasn't-
back.
yeah,
Too bad he didn't bring the receipt with him.
Yeah, I love it. Didn't even he wasn't even there to see it happen either. He was like, well, yeah. You imagine saying
while you were out entertaining.
We believe having to explain all that to somebody though. Like,
yeah. That never came up. Like he must have scrubbed his Facebook. I looked, it wasn't there.
It's funny, because she calls him Allie sometimes,
Yeah.
and as a kid, I always thought it was like he got murdered in that alley.
Yeah.
Like, murdered in what? Like,
Yeah.
It's me to a kid when they're like mad at me.
Yeah.
Which doesn't happen very often.
All right, Axis Chemical.
I love, yeah, he's like, I'm really
You
looking
want me
at
to
this.
blow it up? Like,
Yeah, well, what is your plan? Like,
it's just total scorched earth.
cool.
What's on your mind, Alfred? I have no wish to fill my few remaining years grieving for the loss of old friends. Older son.
He's like, wait, I have a brother?
It's kind of one of Alfred's few acknowledgments of the Wayne,
Right.
parents or the family.
All right, here's the scene where he really takes over, you know. Indefinitely postponed. Where is he, by the way? What is he doing?
Is that big chair he's
Yeah.
sitting in?
Call the OB unit. Whatever that means.
Which were true. Under that fiend, Boss Grissom. He was a thief and a terrorist. On the other hand, he had a tremendous singing voice.
Cool.
He's dead now. He's left me in charge.
Well, that's clearly not true, but what's that? Got the bikers chilling out. We got the construction workers.
That's all that exists.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. In here, these cops literally playing cards on duty. Like,
yeah.
Somebody had to be quick on his end.
Yeah.
He's like, here's the signal.
Mm-hmm. It's like, me and Batman are going to have a big fight tonight. Everybody come out. $20 million is going to be
he's
done.
the guy who stopped me from killing you all, by the way.
Yeah.
It's like, but come out and have some fun. And don't be his friend. It's like, what?
You know what I mean? What the sadness is, the realisticness of like, oh, probably I'm going to kill a lot of y'all, but like, I'm going to dump 20 million. And people be like, oh, well, I could get some money out there. And, it'll be all right. I can make it work for me. My schedule.
So I should make that my Gmail picture for school, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to do that when the power comes back on.
First order of business.
Yeah. I'm going to switch that. Like. This piece of music is really great.
Obviously, we get the flashback here of his parents being murdered. I mean, I'm pretty sure that was never really depicted in any form in the 60s show. So I know now we're living in a world where we feel like this has been done to death, the murder of the Wayne parents, but this is kind of the first real big version of it that was depicted, We were talking about recent depictions of Batman or the Batman universe. We didn't really mention the Joker movies, obviously. Yeah. I think this might be coming out right around the time that Joker movie comes out.
If we can get the Wi-Fi working by then, of course.
Yeah.
Oh no! Due to unforeseen incidences, we might not be able to cover that on this podcast because of other plans coming up.
Mm-hmm.
What a shame. Cyrax. It was really good to have the popcorn and the pearls both go down.
Good image. There's that famous clip of right when this movie was coming out of Keaton on Letterman, like, accidentally spoiling that this happened. And then he was like, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that. And then, like, kind of having a grimace and like, oh, crap, probably shouldn't have spoiled it. And then Letterman was like, oh, it ain't like nobody's not going to see the movie because of that now or whatever. And they were laughing. But it's like there's that video of Mark Ruffalo accidentally spoiling stuff about the Avengers movies with Don Cheadle. And Don Cheadle, in the interview they're both having, and she was like, dude, don't talk about that. And whatever. He's like, never mind, move on.
Who cares?
Yeah. But that was like before, what was, not Endgame, the one before that. Infinity War. Got Levi's jeans on, so you can tell.
Yeah.
So again, big
jeans?
Alfred letting Vicky Vale into the Batcave, which was mentioned in Batman Returns.
I mean, constantly breaking bro code in this movie.
Yeah.
Takes it literally. Yeah. You got in, so thanks a lot, Alfred.
This whole Batman deal.
This whole thing.
I'm going through my Batman phase, RN.
What are you?
This
Walter
is how it
Cronkite?
is.
Like,
that's the way it is.
When somebody's picking a Clint Eastwood movie and you're upset because it's a Kevin Costner one.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a perfect world. Meanwhile, he's in the background. There. He's out there right now. They've got to go to work. In the Bat Dance song sample. We always used to joke about this, him getting off the toilet.
Yeah.
He's like, like. So obviously the this scene coming up with obviously the big Dukaroo, Tommaso Festival. They literally were like, we don't know what to do, so let's just do that. Like,
takes out a lot of the Joker manpower force here, bombs. That's also been debated whether or not it's good that Batman killed these people here or whatever.
And also blew up all Axis chemicals.
Yeah.
Plus, how would you know? Even if the Joker was there, how would you have known? Because, like, I don't know.
Great model work here. Miniatures.
No, but whatever, it's fine. Well, finally, Axis Chemicals is done.
Yeah.
It's also probably he's like, we need to just get rid of this. Like,
it's blow. You want me to blow it up?
At this point, literally, the National Guard need to be out there taking it over.
Yeah.
Like,
it'd been a condemned site.
He was like, do this, do that. You can tell that's just like on a set somewhere.
Yeah.
And then this is definitely fake. The model. Imagine if this actually happened. Just hanging out,
Yeah. I mean, it's all about having fun, really, in the end.
Yeah.
That's what Joker understands better than we do. That's the only thing he understands. Come on, give me the money. Where that 20 mil at?
And they just literally have it out, like, holding it up like that. Like. So I've always wondered, because it never says definitively whether this is actual money or Joker money or what. I think it's just real money.
Yeah.
And he's just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Like. So doesn't make you think, when has he been stealing all this money? Like,
yeah.
Wonder where they filmed all this stuff at. I guess it was on a set.
It was
somewhere.
a big back lot area they built out. You can find some footage of it.
Yeah, it's right here. Just really think about those lyrics a lot.
Yeah.
Sex, it's not that type of party. A girl getting hot at night. What? Like, that guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, I've won. It's like, won what? Like, they won Nut Boy Award? Like,
great shots of the Batwing here against the city. Now, you gotta remember in the Batman 60 show there was the Batcopter, but
yeah.
It's time for who do you trust? Hubba, hubba, hubba. Money, money, money. Who do you trust? Me? I'm giving away free money.
and I've killed people, but whatever. Don't think about that. Well, it's like for him, it's like a popularity contest. It's like, who's the city gonna choose, me or the Batman? So it's all operated by like one little push button here.
Of your failed and useless lives. But as my plastic surgeon always said, if you gotta go, go with a smile.
Garish, ugly, scary balloons, by the way. I haven't really said much about that, but Smilex gas.
Smilex gas. He's going to kill everybody.
That guy.
Mm-hmm. This guy jumps on the car here.
Yeah. So that is the Smilex gas there, as they said.
Yeah.
I love he's like, I'm just gonna hit people with a baseball bat because Robert Wool loves baseball.
Yeah, that's what he's all about, to be honest.
Here he comes. Yeah, let's put an end to this crap right now. If this guy just can't hold on anymore.
Yep.
Wow.
He tried, though.
Dang. Roasted. I forgot to say something about it here a while ago because I was looking at my phone. The part where he's like, masks, put them on airtight.
Yeah.
I always thought he said, masks, put them on now, hide.
Yeah.
Like,
which
hide from
also
what?
would have maybe been valid. I mean,
Yeah.
if Batman's coming to get him.
If he just jumps on the car, no mask.
Mm-hmm.
Then this, he's like he's confused. Wonder what he got flung into. And so he's safe. Like, I don't care what happens to him.
Mm-hmm. Also, he's gonna cut the ties here for these, but
Yeah.
later on he's gonna shoot straight up missiles at the Joker.
Yeah. So you know.
Those are my balloons.
Just love that guy in the trucker hat
They're
just
still
going at the
getting
top
money.
trying to find the
Yeah.
money.
Yeah, all that's happening. People still going for the money.
One of those bat planes. And then crime against humanity here. He kills Bob.
Yeah. I wonder if Michael Keaton's pulled that on Letterman.
You know, Bob the Goon, he dies.
then when all else fails, everybody just leave.
Yeah.
We're done.
And then Batman's got a dab on everybody. Like,
yeah.
Going against the moon.
That's an awesome moment that has literally no practical purpose whatsoever. I know it's so you can turn around, but like, okay.
Made for a good cover for the soundtrack.
Yeah.
Score of the album.
That's what it was all about. Mm-hmm. I love it. It's like we got missiles, then we got a Gatling gun.
Yeah. And he shoots all this at him and he doesn't die.
I mean, would you?
Probably.
Yeah. You get in trouble for calling some kid that on the playground one time or something.
Yeah.
And you didn't know it was a bad thing or something. Like, I mean, hey, this movie, like, oh, they're definitely dead. Yep. Wow. How direct this is, but nope.
Yeah.
He'll pull that long gun out of his pants.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous, as they say.
And then it's like got like a daggum missile in of itself, like. Yeah, oh, cool. Yeah, really good model work.
Yeah.
That you can tell is a model there a little bit, the cars.
This, for as impractical as some of the stuff in the finale here is, one thing I do like is all this, like, Gothic set against this church aesthetic that, you know, gets a lot of good visuals out of.
The production of that literally became because Nicholson and John Peters went to go see Phantom of the Andrew Lloyd Webber's Phantom of the Opera in London. Yeah. And they came back and were like, why don't we, like, do this?
Yeah.
This, like, operatic, like, church thing. And they're like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
So
it works. Please, come on up. Made very, very strong imagery there.
So, like, I've been watching the show Turn with Mom and Dad, the Washington Spies show or whatever. And so, there's literally stuff with Burn Gorman in that as, like, one of the British villains in it. That he basically took over a church in the town of Setauket, Long Island. And, like, he literally has his horse in the church with him all the time, like, back behind him. Just, like, there, literally up on the pulpit. Basically, there's a horse. It's just like, okay. This look here, he's like, like.
Hey, why is he always spoiling my fun? Oh, I'm a homicidal maniac, that's why. So, alright, let's go up. A little bit of Vertigo stuff maybe in here, too.
The little kiss.
Mm-hmm.
That little look. Like,
yeah. Do like this look of Batman kind of bruised and bloodied a little bit in the suit. And finally the cops are showing up, by the way.
Yeah. That's nice.
It's like literally he broadcast, this is where I'm going to be, this is what I'm going to do. And they're like, huh?
Yeah,
what? Like... Oh, but all of a sudden a plane crashes and you care.
The bat plane, like
the Batwing. No, he's entering the final stages of his madness here.
Yep. It's funny, it doesn't seem like he's all that bothered by all this not working out.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, whatever. It's all way, this is very... peeing all over that. Very King Kong or like Universal Monster of like, oh, I'm just going to go get the damsel and just hang out. Like,
yeah. Conveniently blocks them from doing anything. So, oh, good, we don't got to do anything.
Yeah.
It's like it perfectly wedges against that specific door. The other shoe is dropped.
Kind of funny, you can tell they just interrupted that shot to put that other shot in there. It's like, wow, why'd you not just leave that? We're looking. Like,
well, we're looking into it.
He's like, We've got some real heroes hanging out up here, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
How'd they get up there?
Is that they're just there as like backup, like, oh, in case I go up to the
yeah. This guy's like randomly old.
Yeah. You can't even really get a good look at him until he's on the ground.
Yeah. Wow.
Totally.
Yeah.
Total waste. Total loss. Speaking of total losses, like.
So, alright, now we got a guy who can actually do something coming up here.
Mm-hmm.
Like a daggum. I know it was like a pulley system. Look like it's from a ship.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up here where they're basically running around, dancing.
You know, without you, I just...
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic, you know.
How many guns does he have?
Yeah.
Like?
All the trick guns.
Literally throws him.
Yeah.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Here, coming up, where they're literally running here like this.
Wow.
He's just
yeah. This guy put up a good fight.
Yeah. Now his life's over.
Yeah. Well, no, he's dead.
Yeah, he's
You gonna go meet that bell downstairs?
Yeah. But it's alright. Everything's fine.
Yeah, no, otherwise, yeah. Just gotta go with the
Not a
flow.
big deal.
Though we were made for each other. Beauty and the Beast. Of course, if anyone else calls you Beast, I'll rip their lungs.
Cool. I love this shot of Batman walking.
He's just kind of taking
weird.
taking a brief break, like
Yeah.
just getting his steps in.
He's just kind of standing there. You don't know what to do now. She's like, oh God, like he must have a stinky outfit. That's all he wears. I mean,
Yeah, it's got to smell awful. Unless he has multiple versions of it. But.
yeah.
Prince love purple.
This is bad. Rung his bell.
Yeah.
And then hit him again.
You can ring my
and
bell
then I
too.
love he's just like his hair. Yeah, you can ring my bell too. Yeah, well, we know about all that.
That wasn't easy to get over.
The
Yeah.
what is he doing? Like, no, he is not amused.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
Yeah.
Killed my parents. What? What are you talking about? I hate you. You made me first. Bad brain.
Bat brain.
I killed your parents. When I say I made you, you gotta say you made me. How childish can you get? Huh? You wouldn't get a guy with glasses on, would you?
This is his last defense, like one of them.
Yeah.
He had those glasses just prepped for that.
Yeah. We didn't talk about the fact he literally just spit like laughing teeth out.
Yeah.
Like,
What are you laughing at?
Also, everybody can laugh but you.
yeah.
Here, let me lend you a hand.
Classic.
It's like every little thing he's got a plan.
Mm-hmm.
We laugh about that all
posing
the
for the
time.
cameras there. I don't know what he's doing.
He really looks like he has on like the pants. So he looks like he has
Yeah.
on like pajama pants.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if he went to school and they were like, "You're wearing pajamas and dress code," and what would he do?
Well, probably wondering why he's got all this white makeup on too. But be a lot of questions for him.
You know he'd be the class clown.
Mm-hmm. Just likely to get dropped in a vat of chemicals.
By the way, he's really like, time to retire. It's like, but Jack Nicholson made more movies. Like.
Liar.
He's like pissed, you can tell.
Yeah.
Like,
Is that more about just stopping the villainy? Like, I want this man to die. Like,
yeah, that's enough. Like, there's no way he would have lasted this long.
yeah. Oh, yeah. All these sounds he's making.
I mean, his final moment of thought.
Yeah.
It's so weird looking.
Yeah.
He didn't make it.
I don't think so.
He did make it to the front page, though. You imagine what this would all read like.
Yeah. I know there was talk about when they were developing ideas for sequels, could we maybe bring the Joker back? And then that, of course, got shut down because how could he be?
Well, dumber things have happened.
I mean, true. We had one last gag, like in the event of my death, like, let this,
let it happen.
This weird laughing box thing.
Our police have rounded up all the Joker's men. The reign of crime is over. Public safety in Gotham City is no longer a laughing matter.
Oh, ha.
I love, too, that the whole idea that, and this is true, I guess, in the Batman comics and other stuff, too, is like, well, we know we can't stop anything. We're going to have to work with Batman, so might as well create a signal for him to see and he can react to, because we're not going to be able to do it all. Well, I also received a letter from Batman this morning. Did it have, like, Batman letterhead? Like, there's that little Batman watermark and Batman Returns, like the little note he gives to the Penguin.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he kind of almost shrugs here. Just like,
Yeah, he gave us a signal. Come on.
Let's go. All the cops are lined up. That's like the most organized they've been the whole movie.
It's funny, like, this sets the template for, like, how all these movies end, where it's like, the second one's, like, Catwoman looking at the bat signal, then the third and fourth are, like, they're running out through the bat signal, like. I know, and obviously the ending of Batman Returns implies that Catwoman's still around.
Yeah.
That they're, like, Burton and Pfeiffer talked about doing a Catwoman spinoff, and then that project eventually became the Halle Berry movie that got made.
That nobody cares about.
Yeah.
Such an awesome ending, this piece of score.
Yeah.
They know what they're doing. I bet Alfred only drives British cars.
Yeah,
because he's
like,
I drive
in his
on the
contract.
Left, on the right. Like. Where is he?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. Where's his mind?
I mean, that's the question.
Where's my mind? Yeah.
Where is my mom? Don't worry, William Hootkins. We'll really have a lot of fun at the on the next movie with that ending. Derek Meddings.
So there you go, Batman 1989. Derek Cracknell, first assistant director.
Well, pause right here.
Yeah. So again, I think this movie, it's got some little things here and there, but I think as an overall blockbuster, definitely holds up. Definitely, I think, remains for us one of the definitive versions of Batman that exists. Just again, the visual imagery and poetry that it evokes alone is something that you don't need a lot of dialogue to express. You just use it through the visuals. So, any new thoughts, if there's at all? Is it even possible for us to have new thoughts on this movie? I mean, it's been with us as long as we've been around.
No, I mean it's one of those things that's such a part of the DNA of the way we view movies, and especially superhero movies. It's good.
It's very good.
It's a good 100th episode movie.
And I would say now for something completely different, but of course not exactly.
Yeah.
Batman Mask of the Phantasm, of course, came out in 1993. I was but a wee lad. Levi wasn't quite around just yet. So, obviously, Batman Mask of the Phantasm is in of itself a spin-off of the Batman, the animated series. Did I say the Batman, the animated series? Batman, the animated series.
Well, the trailer that you'll hear in just a bit makes a big deal about Batman Mask of the Phantasm, the animated movie.
It's like, just in case you watched this and were not,
right.
You were confused. Obviously, we can talk here a little bit before we get into this movie about what the whole phenomenon of Batman the Animated Series means and represents. That, of course, was all hot off the success of the Burton, Keaton, Warner Brothers movies. I think it started in '92. Right around the time Batman Returns was, of course, coming out. So
because they got, I guess, the first season in, more or less. Maybe you could talk about, we'll leave that in a second about the production. Let's continue to talk about the show. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt that.
Yeah, because I actually was just reading some things about it that I didn't know about the history of this movie that I thought was pretty fascinating.
We'll get to that in a minute.
So this show comes about right after the success of those movies. And I think this, obviously this and the movies, the Burton, Keaton movies, were kind of the formal turning of the page of the Batman character, which, as we talked about before that, and the larger popular memory was the 60s show. Now, of course, as we said in the comics, it was had started to change going back to the 70s, especially after, like, in the 80s, The Dark Knight Returns, and Batman Year One, also, like, both Frank Miller works.
And some of Alan Moore's work with the character, too, with
Killing
Joke. And, and to say also, because I feel like we shortchanged Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams a little bit earlier when we were talking about Batman. Obviously, a bigger version of that, The Dark Knight Returns, and being a version of that. But also, I feel like, especially Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams had a lot of
I mean, they don't have that, like, they have some arcs that are pretty great. I've read some of. But they didn't have that, like, one graphic novel, Dark Knight Returns moment, because they were, like, writing the character ongoing throughout most of the 70s.
And it was still very colorful. I mean, if you see 70s Batman, it's like the weird blue-gray suit with... It's just a very strange, like... Which, strangely, actually, the Neil Adams version of that character has actually been one of... in the modern memory, if you go for like a generic Batman.
Well, even this Batman that's depicted in the animated series is, you could tell more in that design. It's not black and dark. It is dark as the, like, Burton movies are. The suit.
But as far as that goes, it's like if you were to go in the 2000s, this is so random. If you would go in the 2000s and buy birthday party plates that are Batman themed, you're going to buy something that looks like what Neil Adams drew.
And, like, Jim Lee kind of defied the 2000s era of Batman, which in and of itself is inspired by that.
So obviously that is a big influence. But especially even the storytelling of that, I mean, with the Ra's al Ghul character.
Yeah, they created that,
or Ra's al Ghul, however you say it.
And in general,
death in the family stuff. I mean, that's all 80s, big, a little later, but yeah.
But and I think Denny O'Neil even said that, like, and he passed away just a few years ago. Neil Adams did too. That, like, some of that was, like, based out of it was like Bondifying Batman. It was like kind of taking Batman and obviously getting back to a little bit more of a traditional feel of Batman, going back to, like, the late 30s, early 40s, but even also, like, coasting off the Bond movies. Like, Batman's a little bit more of a jet setter out of just Gotham City. That's where all the Ra's al Ghul kind of stuff comes in. So anyways, Batman had already started to transition, but like I said, I feel like the Keaton Burton movies and this combined at that cultural moment, like, redefined Batman in a fundamental way. I think you would agree with that. We cannot say enough good things about Batman the Animated Series. It is, in many ways, like, for people our generations and slightly older even, the definitive, I'm talking any medium, definitive take on Batman. Why is that?
Well, I think it's because it came at such a young age for so many people, and I think it stands at that really, because it's kind of like the Batman, the Burton movies, where it's like, comic booky, but it's very kind of serious in its or darker in a certain way.
It's coasting off film noir aesthetics.
This
the show
even
more,
but I was going to say this especially more so, and less of the kind of darkness of those movies. A little more fisticuffy, but like for a children's TV show, especially, it's very different, and I think it's a gateway drug for so many people to so many other types of storytelling.
For sure,
and it's a lot slower, more methodical. I think it's like it has a mood that it, as a kid especially, it made you feel cool to watch it. Like some of these other shows, and also like I've not seen as much of as you have, but the Superman show was exactly right in another way of being Superman and not being real fast paced like some of those Marvel shows were, like X-Men or Spider-Man.
Well, I was going to say, like, I grew up watching every show you just mentioned.
Yeah.
And I really like the Spider-Man show and the X-Men shows also. Not more than this necessarily, but I also really like those in Superman. I came to a little later, but I also love that. If you go back and watch Superman the Animated Series and X-Men the Animated Series, like, the pace of those are so fast. Like, it's almost too fast, and you stop and realize, oh, this is made for a child's mind, and it's like, you know, it's meant to, like, move point A to point B very quickly. There are still some good things about them. I'm not saying that they're bad, but they're very much a product of their time as being children's television shows. This show still holds up, and I think that's a testament to we're going to, like, really take our times with this character. We're going to, like, bring on a lot of amazing writers. Paul Dini is the architect of a lot of the best episodes of the show, is a writer. And, like, we're going to, like, give you really a streamlined version of this character that feels definitive. And this show does have some, like, part twos and, like, kind of multi-part episodes, but on the whole, they're all standalone, which is in, you know, the X-Men and the Spider-Man shows were heavily serialized. Yeah. And one of the jokes of those shows are, like, you would, like with X-Men especially, which is already a complicated mythos in any medium, literally. Every time you do X-Men, it gets complicated. And I say that as I love X-Men, so don't get me wrong.
That's my favorite Marvel thing.
But, like, you'd watch, like, episode 3 of this one episode, and then the next episode you'd see on TV, and this is part of the syndication that happens later. Then you'd see, like, episode 2 of a whole other set, and then you see, it's just... And it just got really complicated and confusing. And randomly, the Spider-Man one is also heavily serialized. Also, this and the Superman show also, they were just like, we're just going to give you these really amazing single. And they feel like single issue comic books too.
And they, like I said, they would do multi parts. But a show that did that even more though was the Justice League shows. Did a lot more of like multiple episode stories,
and that was being built off the canon that had already been loosely established with Batman,
which is
Superman,
fine. But it's especially those other shows you're saying it was a lot more. I said serialized, I mean, literally just watching this, like I always do this. I don't remember if I talked about this earlier or not, but because to be honest, it's been a little while since we recorded the last bit of this that you just heard.
We're in the future now.
So
when you last heard.
But anyway, that. I showed the episode POV from Batman Animated Series to my students. I do this every year. This is my second year I've done it. Talking about story structure and point of view, and talking about what the differences are between, and just watching that. I mean, for a kids' TV show, just how, first of all, groundbreaking that is to go, we're gonna adapt Rashomon to like a Batman story for children, and then also like just how methodical it is in 22 minutes. I mean, it's very lean, but it's also very slow and thoughtful. It's not rushing through itself, and it's not afraid to say that Batman necessarily won't always be the main character of this story. One of the problems with the movie that we'll bring up here in a little while, probably. But another movie that we just saw, and we're not going to commit time to talking about individually. But like just episodes like that, or the Two-Face episode, is like one of the best ones. I mean,
Heart of Ice, of course, literally totally recreated Mr. Freeze, and that is now that when people think of Mr. Freeze and like the coolness and the origin of that character, it's literally this show's version of Two-Face was like a really amazing distillation of kind of things that had been done with Two-Face before, but like the show was so great at doing it that's also kind of totally redefined.
And then of course you have all the, I mean, obviously you have episodes of the Riddler and Catwoman and you know you have all the Penguin, but I feel like obviously a lot of the great ones are the Joker
voiced by Mark Hamill, of course.
I just felt like he got the most variety of episodes too. I mean, as far as the types of episodes and stories that they would employ him in. Of course, he shows up here kind of as a bonus. And when we kind of talk about this, but it's like any other thing, it'd be like, oh, they're just throwing the Joker in because why not? But then it actually does connect to the story.
Yes.
So it's like a little other bonus at the end of the whole thing is, oh, by the way, the Joker's in this.
I literally think, I'll just be honest, I think this movie is about as close to perfection as can be. Mm-hmm. Not even a caveat or an asterisk exactly, but do you think that they're like, this is already a big ask for a movie that's going to be theatrically released to be animated? Do you think it's like, if we throw the Joker in here, that's going to be that one other little thing that an average audience who remembered that 89 movie, of course, still in the culture, would be a thing to get them in the door?
Yes, I think so. And I mean, the trailer highlights the Joker in it. The movie does not until he's in it, obviously. But, I mean, I think that's part of it, but thankfully what's so great about it is it's so organically done. It doesn't feel like that. And Mark Hamill is, I don't even know, like, Mark Hamill's such a complicated figure to me because, like,
I think a lot of people would hear that and go, wait, why? He's one of the most universally beloved people on the internet.
Well, here's what I'm going to say is that he is great at pretty much the two things he's known as, Luke Skywalker and the Joker. But then he's just kind of a figure in the culture that can be kind of low-key, I wouldn't say annoying, but just like very about everything.
TOO.
And and so like, you know what I mean? Like, and it feels like he's feasted off of two things his whole career, and it's like, okay, what else have you really done here? But he's so great at both of those, but especially, I mean, there's so many versions of the Joker now, and I mean, we just talked about this a while ago, and we'll continue to talk about it throughout, but he is really about as good as you can get as the Joker. I think is like one of the best voice acting performances of all time. I think is just because you hear it in the voice once you listen to it, and you're like, oh yeah, that is Mark Hamill.
And I know famously, like Tim Curry was almost going to be the version of the Joker, and if you hear his stuff, it sounds good, almost a little too dark and menacing for what the tone that is so masterfully done what the show does, because it's very like classically like. He is a clown prince of crime. It's like over the top and like crazy, but there is that like seething contempt for humanity right under the surface that speaks to the Joker's.
And that's all through his voice.
Merry nihilism. Right. We haven't mentioned at all anything about Kevin Conroy, who of course voiced Batman himself and his voices him in this. A lot of people have just said that Kevin Conroy is Batman. I would say I like where people go with that. All I would say is, well, he was not in the suit, and people would get mad at that and say, well, what do you mean? Like, you don't, he did the voice on the show. It's like, yeah, but like, he's not a physical embodiment of Batman. So if I'm going to be real fanboy here for 2 seconds, it's like, that's great, but like I said, in my head, Michael Keaton is Batman, so just keep that in mind. But I mean, there have been other good versions of Batman also. Christian Bale also weirdly gets short shrift, I think, is in performance of the character at this point. But Kevin Conroy is amazing. I know he recently passed away a few years ago. He really masterfully kind of masters those three voices. The Batman voice, the Playboy Bruce Wayne voice, and then who real Batman really is, who is like Bruce Wayne in the cave with Alfred, who's I've always said is really who this person is in a fundamental way.
It's like the in-between.
So he masterfully, and I think the voice work kind of allows you to really differentiate that in a way that live action might not be able to, is to separate it.
And he does really, I mean, that's like very easy for him, you can tell, and that's why he's so great. To speak briefly about Batman the Caped Crusader, which we totally love, by the way, and
the new really Amazon Prime show. And I don't, that Bruce Timm, who we haven't mentioned yet, he's kind of one of the architects behind this whole show and that show. Also.
And I can't remember that guy's name, and I'm going to look it up. The guy that does Batman, he's good. but at the same time, I also do feel that he doesn't differentiate himself enough.
Yeah.
Hamish Linklater.
Okay.
He was he's been in a bunch of random stuff actually. He was trying to think of the thing in particular. Oh, okay. So he was randomly in A Midsummer Night's Dream as Lysander. You know that movie I told you I showed my kids at school because we read that? He was like one of the main guys in that.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's good, but it feels a lot more just like, I am Bruce Wayne, and then, all right, now we're good. I mean, he literally sounds like that, and it's like, okay, this is a little much, but that's good, but it does show, though, when you get somebody else to do it, I guess it points back to how good Kevin Conroy was, more what I'm saying. Not so much as a negative towards him as that, wow, what big shoes you have to fill with even trying to do that. And it's a little more basic.
I really do like this show a lot, the new one.
Yeah.
I will say one slight criticism I have of it, other than one episode where like it's about Bruce Wayne kind of seeing the version of Harley Quinn on the show as like a therapist and that whole dynamic. Other than that, Batman has kind of himself taken a back seat, and Bruce Wayne as a lead character of that show at some points. I feel like compared to like this show, especially.
I'm sorry. What do you mean? You feel that Batman's not as much of a character?
Yeah, and I think he's like sometimes falls a little more into the background of that show than I would like.
Okay.
And again, I think this goes to the show, the animated series itself in comparison, is that it just, obviously it had, I don't know how many episodes per season, probably 20-something episode orders. It was able to, like, go between, like, some very Bruce Wayne / Batman heavy mythos episodes and then also, like, a Man-Bat episode or, like, Catwoman and, like, just jump between all those characters. And I think it was able to do that by virtue of its episode order. Like, when we're watching, like, the new show, it's like the clock is already ticking, knowing that there's only 10 episodes to watch, and so when I feel like sometimes Bruce Wayne and Batman go a little bit more into the background of that than I would like sometimes, but I do feel like it's sometimes a cop-out to say, well, we're going to do something in the Batman world, but Batman's not going to be as much of a main character as it can be. And especially in this movie, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, we're going to talk about, this is a very masterfully done story that takes place a little bit outside just purely of the world of Bruce Wayne, but is ultimately heavily about Bruce Wayne and, strangely, like the life not lived or the road less traveled kind of journey that this looks at with him. And again, the legacy of this show lives on very strongly and well over these years. I feel like very
especially
few...
with the Arkham games. I mean, that's like a whole added... And that's a way I think that it was introduced to even younger people than us, younger fans of the character that got that version and kind of conception of Batman through those video games, which is a slight difference. I mean, it's slightly more mature in the sense of it's a fighting video game, and it tries to look ostensibly somewhat realistic compared to... It's not like literally a cartoon like this is. It's trying to look like... But it's ostensibly the exact same world that we're dealing with. So and
a lot of the same voice actors.
Yes, and so it's the same, universe more or less of that, in a certain way. The design's slightly different, but and so in that way, it was also inspired by other works of Batman comic book literature, like of course the first one, Arkham Asylum, being heavily inspired by Serious House on Serious Earth, which you haven't read that, have you?
No,
that is really good.
I really love the longer form version of Grant Morrison's Batman, which he did in the 2000s, but I've not read.
And then Arkham City and Arkham Knight are in their own ways like those versions of like the big, what I'd like to just call the Batman at War Batman stories of like Nightfall or No Man's Land. These like big, like it's like a war and Batman has to figure that, and so those live on in that way. So obviously, and this show's very well beloved.
And then also that just to say this show like spawned the whole DC animated universe, of course.
And Batman Beyond after this, of course.
Well, I was going to say, I think, too, Batman Beyond is like one of the more inventive new takes on the character that kind of is always this like escape hatch of let's do this other totally kind of futuristic Batman story. future Gotham. Also, like the new Batman
me, I'm gonna crack one
Adventures,
open
the new Batman Adventures, which kind of came as like almost like a 4th season update.
Well, actually, I was looking at it was kind of
this.
a third. Believe it or not, this is kind of strange. Believe it or not, it's really only 2 seasons of this show, and it's 65 episodes and then 20 episodes, which is insane to me.
Mm-hmm.
But that kind of served as like a 3rd season almost.
Okay,
But when they had the original DVD releases, it was in 4.
Right.
Like,
okay. So
volume 1, volume 2, volume 3.
Is season 2 like the 2 and 3 volumes?
1 and 2 probably.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the 3rd one is probably the 3rd season, and then or 2nd season, and then
So
I don't know.
Again,
It's
this
weird.
spawned that, and then also around that time was when Superman the Animated Series was done, which is not quite on par with this show, but is really great too. To me a sad thing is that Superman never got a Batman Mask of the Phantasm
You had the
movie.
Batman Superman movie, but that was its own still
and that's
highlighting
terrific,
Batman,
and I love that. And that was honestly my first real introduction to Superman, other than seeing some like Lois and Clark episodes in the 90s I remember on TV, and that kind of first got
Dean
me
Cain
into
era,
Superman. It was that crossover, and then later that show, and then that propelled me into getting into the Chris Reeve movies and whatnot after that. And then, as you said, Batman Beyond, and then Justice League, all these, Static Shock even is also another thing that's connected to this. And really, every step of the way, all these visions of the DC characters are terrific. I mean, if you say Justice League to me, my default setting of the Justice League is that show. It's just so well done. Uses Batman in a cool way too. Like, kind of puts him more in the back seat compared to some of the newer Justice League characters that, like Flash or Green Lantern or Wonder Woman. Hawk Girl.
Kind of crazy. I'd forgot all about Static Shock until I'm looking here. Wasn't he on a lot of Justice League here and there?
Well, I think a lot of the Static Shock stuff was set at like around the time of the Batman Beyond.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, so wasn't he in like
so,
some of the episodes where they go to the future or something?
Yeah,
or am I thinking of Booster Gold? Okay, I don't know.
And then there was like an older Superman in that, But so, anyways, I've not seen a whole lot of Static Shock. I saw some of it, but all those other shows I watched a lot of and still love.
I will say this: I think that randomly one of the best pure superhero stories is that like first 3 episodes of Justice League got packaged as a short movie. Wait, something's moving inside the crater. That whole thing where it's like the aliens invading Earth and them having to get together. I think that's really good. Would rival some of the best episodes of Batman the Animated Series, I think. And that's all show I've seen most of. But there's just so much of it to go through. Too.
Well, and also Star-Crossed, which was
that was good too. That was about the Hawk people, right? Yeah,
that's as of this point the best Justice League movie that exists. It got packaged as a movie. It was similarly like the end of Justice League, that show before Justice League Unlimited kind of went in another direction. But like also how that show was, as we said, was a little more serialized and like was running in the background was the love story, the slow burn love story of Green Lantern and Hawk Girl in that, and how that culminates and finishes all that is really amazing. And out of like all the kind of, because then there's like also you could include Batman Return of the Joker or Batman Beyond Return of the Joker in this. I think that Starcross is the second best of these semi movies that got made out of the whole DCAU stuff. And so, anyways, I think a lot of this whole run of it's kind of like a 10 to 15 yearish run of these characters and of these worlds.
So, why do you think then, and this goes into the production of this movie, that this was made into a feature? What's kind of the reason?
Yeah, we can read a little bit about the origin stories of this. This is from the Wikipedia page of Batman Mask of the Phantasm. It says, impressed by the success of the first season on Fox, which that's another thing too. It aired on Fox Kids originally. Warner Brothers assigned Alan Burnett to write a story for a full-length animated film. The original idea of the film was to have Batman being captured by his enemies at Arkham Asylum and face a kangaroo court, which later was kind of an episode. In which the villains
called Trial, I think.
Try him for making them what they are. The idea's concept, however, was considered, quote, too brainy, close quote, as it required Batman to be immobile for a long time. So the idea was later used in the series episode Trial, which was aired after the film's released. It talked also about like maybe using a lot of the Rogues Gallery.
Kind of like what the Batman 66 movie was, like where they kind of package everything together in a movie, I guess. Yeah.
It says members of the creative team were claimed that they did not intend for the Joker to appear in the film. Paul Dini was contradicted this, saying that the Joker's role was always part of the story from the beginning of the film production. The writers were highly cautious of placing Joker in the film as they did not want any connection to Tim Burton's 1989 Batman. But writer Michael Reeves said, quote, "We then realized that we could make his appearance serve the story in a way that can never be in live action." So there was talk about maybe using Harley Quinn, which had barely just been created at this time.
Yeah, that's a big no for this movie, especially.
They didn't. And so, it talks about this too, that one of, like, Citizen Kane was an influence on the movie's flashback structure and about loss and the passage of time. This whole Phantasm character also was partially based on Batman Year 2, which was a comic book arc that had happened in the late 80s. This whole Reaper Phantasm kind of character was borrowed from that and changed a little bit. I think, again, this movie, similarly to the 66 Batman movie, serves as like a great one-movie distillation of what those shows represent. And if, like, somebody didn't have time to watch all those shows and they're like, hey, like, how can I kind of experience this without watching the whole show? Those movies kind of serve as a, definition for what they're about, their visions and whatnot. I said this last time. I really genuinely feel like this is probably the best Batman story ever done in any medium, in part because it checks a lot of the boxes you want. You got a little bit of the Batman origin in there. You've obviously got, like, Batman's tension with the police and whether or not he's allowed to exist versus if he's a hunted figure. You have the Joker. Not every great Batman story has the Joker, but a lot of them do. You also have, like, him at some point questioning whether or not Batman is something he should do or pursue. And then a thing that is not often brought into a lot of Batman stories is it's a love story, which I think for a lot of people are surprised or shocked that, because a lot of Batman love stories, I said this last time, are this kind of, will they, won't they, with Catwoman, and there's some actually good ones here and there.
Or Talia al Ghul or something. Right.
But, like, what I love about this is it goes into Batman's past, and literally it's like the final piece of the origin story. Right. It's not like his parents getting killed. It's like step 9 of 10 is basically where we find where Bruce Wayne is in this when he meets Andrea Beaumont, and the flashbacks and questions whether or not he's going to really continue to pursue being Batman. I was even thinking about this too. The scene we played last week, and we'll see this in the movie, of where he's talking to his parents' grave, and it's like this one-sided conversation with this blaring Shirley Walker score and the thunder and the lightning, is one of the closest things I can think of a moment of Batman praying in any capacity. That's not how we exactly think of that moment, but it's basically like a prayer. And, like, you just never see Batman go to exactly a semi-spiritual place like that, which I think is very interesting to see.
Which is strange because he's used a lot in relation to cathedrals and Gothic architecture that's Christian coded, or directly. Yeah. But that he sees that as like, or that's rather seen in a European Gothic context, not a religious context. Like,
Right.
But yeah, you're right. I never thought of it that way, but yeah.
And so, and I think too, just this movie, just like, again, it's an animated movie, so obviously animation has a different pace than live action. I like, too, that it operates under an assumption of, like, it's not introducing us totally to this character. It's like, you know who this is. Like, you know what the rules of this world are. Have at it. And again, this movie just has a fascinating use of time and memory and, like, regret. And, again, gets to the heart of, like, Batman's origin, but also, like, the origins of a lot of these mob figures and, like, the ghost that is haunting them.
Yeah.
And, like, it also, again, this Phantasm, why it's such a great villain, is that it's like all the great Batman villains are like some reflection of who Batman is, some facet of Batman. And this is kind of like, what if Batman was basically still Batman, but also like had a fundamentally like more vengeful, like brutal, violent murder of or killing of these mob figures. And Batman draws certain lines that the Phantasm character does not. And again, it's just like kind of a perfectly wrapped gift of a Batman story because it just checks out so many boxes. What about this movie? And it, as a distillation of the animated series, continues to be towards the top of any Batman realization in any medium for you.
All those things you said, I mean, and to make it a mystery, like truly a detective story, and it's and you know, because there's so many versions of that now that are annoying about like how Bond, he's actually related to Blofeld, or the Joker may or may not be Thomas Wayne's son. Do you even remember that from Joker? That was the whole thing. I forgot about that until the other day. I was like, what?
And in essence, saying maybe Batman and Joker are brothers.
Half brothers is so dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many versions of that happen now, but and like saying, but it's actually really about their past. But this actually goes into it in a logical, organic way. Like I said, that was playing with those ideas well before this stuff was even, that type of idea was even like popular.
Yeah.
And so I mean, I think it's the genius of what it's dealing with is on another level. And to have a movie that is as light and fun as this to watch, but actually still pretty serious. I mean, it is the most serious of all these stories that were told in this medium of the animated series. But also that it's a love story. And I mean, I know that can get kind of, tried in certain ways, but for Batman, a good version of that is like always out of reach, I feel like, of actually doing something real. Mm-hmm. But then that also being about who Batman is and how tragic Batman is as a person, too.
Yeah.
And that you get the moment at the end of him like, ooh, he's flying through the air, and the movie ends, and it's like, he's still Batman. And it's like, and that's all cool, but you know that literally only moments before that, he was literally crying in the Batcave over, like, not being with the woman he's in love with. And so, like, to leave on that note is, and also not have that, the Phantasm die exactly, that's a pretty big swing for a movie like this to leave so many things open.
Yeah.
But yet static in what they are.
Yeah. I think too, like, this whole Phantasm character has appeared here and there, there's an epilogue episode of Justice League Unlimited where it jumps and connects kind of the future of Batman Beyond with this a little bit, like, and that character Andrea Beaumont's still around. But I think like the reverence of the greatness of this story shows you that like they all knew that like this was a really special story, that like we're not going to neuter this character by continually. It's not like the Joker or the Penguin or Catwoman. Yeah. These Batman characters that can be used in so many ways. It's almost a credit to this movie that everybody's like, no, this is mostly associated with this movie. And and I think that speaks really well of a villain when it's so well done that to use them again is almost to neuter them. You know? So.
Yeah, and just to say briefly, because I didn't know when we could talk about this. I mean, obviously you have a lot of the people from the show, but you also have, in addition to that, Stacy Keach is Carl Beaumont,
right?
And kind of Phantasm, I guess, but that's complicated. Abe Vigoda, Salvatore Valestra, Dick Miller is Chucky Saul, and John P. Ryan is Buzz Bronski, like. That is an all-time trio right there. So obviously, that's just another little aspect to this that's impressive to me, is that wait a minute, I didn't know this, that Robert Costanzo is Bullock. That guy was in like a bunch of stuff.
Yeah,
I wasn't ever aware of that. But yeah, so like just to add in, we got these really great actors, like, to come in and do this is another little added impressive thing to me that these other movies don't have, is we're gonna get literally like Abe Vigoda and Stacy Keach to come in and do some
Dick Miller. I mean, a really great character,
and that's
actors,
like a pretty big deal for a movie like this.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's just another little added thing on top of everything else.
This was my most rented movie as a child because I never was able to see like where it was on sale anywhere. I know it was. I just didn't see it. So I rented the crap out of this from Movie Gallery.
Remember I had that really crappy DVD version of it there for a long time.
Yeah.
It was like that really small DVD too. And then finally they put out some better DVDs of it. They put out a double feature with speaking of Keach, double feature with that and Sub-Zero.
Well, you haven't really mentioned that. That movie does not hold up as well as if you rewatch it. Another thing I forgot to say about this whole animated series lore, I really love its use of Robin. If anything, it could have had even more. Yeah. And it's honestly one of the better modern things that does Robin right, that does Robin well, because like so many modern iterations are just Robin is totally off, and Robin's Reckoning. I mean, that's one of the great 2-part episodes of the show. And so, like, again, this Robin's not featured in this, but I really love that iteration of Robin. Anyways, Sub-Zero was okay. I mean, like, it came out around the time that Batman and Robin did, I think, or at least it came out on video. And again, this came out theatrically, was not successful theatrically, even though the critics all liked it a lot and loved it. And that was the reason why, for so long, all the DC animated movies came out, via home video, which was big in the 90s.
Yeah, because which is strange. Don't you find that kind of strange that this didn't make really much money?
I think it came out at a weird time, and people were the average public was a little confused about like what this was and how it may be related. I know Siskel and Ebert kind of famously reviewed this movie, and they were like, "Wow, this is better than the live action movies where like that it's kind of funny because you can tell they were not really aware of the animated show, and they were obviously the age that they're at, but they were like genuinely praised it and saying,
this is actually
about
this,
really great.
But I think even when they talked about Batman Forever, they were like, I wish we had something like Mask of the Phantasm again. That was really good. It was like, it's not even technically part of all this, but I mean, it was a movie I remember they talked a lot about and said this is actually really great, and this whole both Batman the Animated Series and this movie represent like what doesn't happen often enough, is like where a certain character is so big in the culture that you get to take some big swings with them and create these versions that are like, since Batman's so big at the movie theater, like let's do all this other stuff with Batman, and I think that enabled this really strong period, which is why the show got made and why this movie got made as a result of it. It was a time period, it felt like, where they would, they would take advantage of where the money was going, but also felt the need to experiment and say, let's do this and let's do that and let's try everything we can to make.
And it seems weird to call this show an experiment because, as we said, I mean, it's kind of. I was thinking about this. I think this is probably the most popular iteration of this character in any medium at any era, because every other one, there's going to be people that are like, I don't quite like that. Or, like everybody who's a Batman fan loves Batman animated series. That's literally a universal. Yeah. And even people that don't really care for Batman are like, this has such a reputation. Yeah, that a lot of people
because even like a lot of the kids I talked to and I showed it to them, and a lot of them hadn't seen it. Some of them had, but I mean, they were all like, let's keep watching. Because I made this joke where I'm like, you get that POV episode, like half of it is them giving their version of the stories, and then the last half is them like going and getting the bad guys or whatever. Yeah. But I stopped. I was like, all right, well, I guess we're done. We don't need to finish it. And they're like, no, we have to finish it. Playing that little game with them. But no, I mean, it's something, it's so widely beloved that, I think you're right about that. I think it probably is the most popular because they said even other versions, other people are like, I don't know about this, or even the Nolan Batman movies have a random amount of ire that's been thrown towards them in backlash since over the last so many years, just because things like that happen, because they were so beloved at the time that people are like, oh, well, I'm not going to like it now, Not even that they're totally wrong about some of the reasons they don't like them either, but yeah.
I mean, because you just think like this show could do the Laughing Fish, could do the Gray Ghost episode, could do Two-Face, could do Condiment King. I mean, the show literally, like, it kind of was able to sometimes do some 60s-esque, I mean, not exactly, but, like, a more sillier version of Batman,
and
but
then,
also...
And then do, like, It's Never Too Late, which is one of the most serious episodes of anything ever.
But then it's also, like, really goofy episodes, like, Batman gets, like, hit in the head and, like, loses his memory, and he's, like, living in a work camp, like, Bruce Wayne does, and, like, then... Again, the show just naturally, by virtue of its size and, just the breadth of it, had the opportunity to tell all kinds of different types of stories that sometimes movies, like, because so much goes into a single movie, like, you got to market it and you got to sell it, and so I know we get frustrated a lot about Hollywood sometimes and how they take things, and as we should to some degree. But like, there's just a lot that goes into making a single movie that sometimes these versions, like that are TV shows, just get more breadth and depth to do a lot of different things that a single movie just are not allowed to do.
Right.
So, any other thoughts before we get started on Batman: Mask of the Phantasm? All right, so. We've not really seen this trailer before. We played a little bit ago for ourselves before we have it here. Yeah. Here's the trailer for Batman: Mask of the Phantasm.
This Christmas, for the first time, America's most exciting and legendary motion picture hero comes to the screen like you've never seen him before. The Bat! In an all-new, larger-than-life feature film. Now, the Dark Knight confronts his newest and most menacing villain.
Your angel of death awaits.
The Phantasm.
I want you.
And faces his greatest danger.
Can't be too careful with all those weirdos around.
A soaring new adventure. Batman, Mask of the Phantasm, the animated movie, coming for a Christmas you'll never forget.
And here we are, we're back. Just real quick, I've got to mention there was always like a Thumbelina trailer on the VHS before this that I'm always like...
I don't really remember that VHS a whole lot, actually.
You saw more of the DVD.
Yeah, I guess that would have probably been... Yeah, I mean, I would have seen it some, but I just don't remember that as part of that. I mean, because this is a movie I watched a lot as a kid, but I kind of watched it a little bit into my old, like, not like my, like, real impressionable years necessarily, but, like, quite a bit, a couple years after that, I would have watched it a lot, but...
So we're watching a Blu-ray version of this. I know they since have a 4K version, which is out there. We're going to hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's always amazing how difficult it is to get things put on the home video, isn't it? Like certain things, it's like, okay.
This was like the classic 90s Warner Brothers logo with all the animated or kids movies.
So this is like one of the weirdest openings anything I've ever seen.
CGI,
because it's like a CGI version of Batman.
Gotham, yeah.
Of Gotham, of a Batman world. Then they're singing in Latin.
Yeah.
And it's just like so opera, so drama.
Yeah.
Just way too much. But whatever. It's just funny.
Do you think, too, like, obviously it was a little different with Batman 89, but it's like trying to go through, like, first, what am I looking at? The opening credits are like going through all these things.
Little bit,
like, you know.
So now we're sounding like we're like, I don't know about this movie, like, which we're not.
This is based on the DC comic characters. Batman created by Bob Kane, of course.
Bill Finger.
Yeah, Bill Finger's name's since been put onto the Batman.
We said Al Breitbart. What?
Andrea Romano. She's very famously, like, kind of cast all the voices on this. Shirley Walker, I think, worked with Danny Elfman, and she was picked to do the also obviously iconic opening theme for this show. I think she helped work on the '89 score. Was like one of the orchestra directors or something.
Danny Elfman created the score.
Yeah, for
the main theme for this show, but then she came on and
did all the score. So Bruce Timm and Bill Randomowski.
Such a weird neon light show here. Another aspect of this we didn't talk about was the animated, the comic book version, which we used to read a lot.
Yeah.
So they just straight up have casinos, I guess, in Gotham. Who cares?
Yeah. About counterfeiting money here. Yeah,
Dick Miller.
Yeah, as a kid, I didn't even really obviously know who Dick Miller is, but now I hear it pretty clearly.
This guy shaking his head like, yeah, whatever. Oh, Batman! Oh my god. Yeah, just run right at him, like.
And again, we didn't really mention it. Like the whole setting of this show is like kind of even more so like 40s noir than the '89 movie is.
Yeah, it's very Art Deco of like 40s, 50s New York City, basically.
The guns, but then there's like some computers obviously in it too. As a design choice, that's one thing I always liked about Superman the animated series. It was much more just like, let's just do the future, like sci-fi kind of world, which makes sense more for Superman. Right.
And of course, the whole aspect of this movie is the like mistaken identity of Batman as the Phantasm.
Yeah. And also the Phantasm literally being first categorized as an angel of death.
Yeah.
Chucky boy.
I want to know who this random person is.
Yeah.
What were they doing?
Up to? Getting to the casino in time to place a bet.
Or running away because there were gunshots, probably. I don't know. This image of it just floating. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, make a Batman story a gangster story, and it's just like, yep, there you go. So you already got half the story, like.
Well, and also, like, and a lot of Batman stories know this, like, when you juxtapose Batman against the gangsters versus a new type of villain, which crazier, more costume villain. I mean, and also too, like, it might not seem like a big deal, but he's got a little bit of blood on his chin, and that was uncommon for kids animated entertainment at this time.
What? Goodbye.
Yeah. Evil Knievel all of a sudden. And it's, it doesn't show their deaths brutally, but that these mob figures are getting killed, and that, again, as you said, Batman being mistaken as, being the one who killed them or led to their deaths. As you said too, I didn't really think about this. That this is a pretty kind of a more pure mystery type of story as far as trying to figure it out. We already kind of let the cat out of the bag, and I don't think it's all that surprising. Like, of admitting Andrea Beaumont is the Phantasm.
Right.
Like, the movie plays with the tension of whether or not it was actually her dad or not. At any stage of your life, was that ever a possibility in your head that it was her father?
No, because he's not a character.
Yeah.
And he's in the flashbacks, and that's it, so it's like, okay. I mean, it's natural as like a storytelling device. But.
Yeah. This guy voiced by the guy who did Alias and Die Hard.
Yeah, all-time scumbag. I mean, his scene later has approached like legendary status among students of mine, because I will show it in regularly of him freaking out at the end on the Joker gas. That or slowed down and sped up. The slowed down one is particularly arresting. Let's just say that. All the noises and stuff slowed down, makes them laugh. So, of course, yeah.
Earlier, that's like, well, you're the very model of sanity. But, oh, by the way, I put away your exploding gas balls.
Yeah.
Like, And then even his flashback version is like such a pencil pushing.
Don't mind
nerd.
me, I was just leaving.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, don't worry, nobody cared about you. We still don't really.
Yeah.
He's literally this show's version of like, what's a scumbag look like?
Mm-hmm.
It's so like weird, weaselly looking, like sicko.
I'll always love that look of Wayne Manor on the outside from this show.
Yeah, you don't really see as much of it in the show, I feel like, as you even do in this movie in a weird way, but yeah.
You know, this whole show's version of Bruce Wayne is a lot more extroverted than the Keaton version of Bruce Wayne. More of a playboy. Yeah, obviously you get like, you know, all these women that he might superficially looks like he cares about as a juxtaposition to the Andrea Beaumont later.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think it makes sense, but Sub-Zero kind of like tries to go back to the romance well between Robin and Batgirl, and that one that this movie did much better.
Yeah.
I feel like his look of, oh God, I want to kill this man.
Oh, big moment.
Nice. Got him.
Scumbag. And he kind of smiles like, like, I'm into that. I was like, wait, what?
I gotta go Brood real quick. I always love, like, every once in a while in the show, like, it would like have Thomas Wayne, and it was clearly Kevin Conroy's voice with an extra little more dignified, older spin on it, like. And then the design of this younger version of Wayne is like no less lines in his face. It's like
he looks more like Superman, honestly.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird, but I just thought this one image of the grave looks so morbid. I don't know why. I guess because it's animated, but it's like looks like what a gravestone would look like. It's weird.
It's very telling too that like they literally meet at a cemetery. They're both defined by their grief. His past and hers future and present.
But this just weird.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's like, you're weird.
It's like, oh, your parents talk to you too. Your dead parent.
Running to keep up. The collar up.
It is kind of, I just think it's kind of funny, like, well, you see a little bit of differences, but like in this flashback, it's like, oh, it's like 40s, but like earlier 40s.
Yeah,
it's like it's loosely the same, like looking.
Yeah.
There are some differences, like the cop uniforms. You see later, like those more traditional blue, like, uniform looking.
Yeah, it's
design.
Funny. Yeah, it's almost like a late 30s looking in a way, too. And she honestly kind of looks like, especially the car, all that, looks like Faye Dunaway in Chinatown.
Yeah.
Kind of like.
And also, I want to get her name right. Dana Delaney does the voice for Andrea Beaumont here. She did Lois Lane on Superman the Animated Series, which, you know, is
big
great
hat,
in that.
men's clothiers.
We get like a almost early like version of him being a vigilante here, fighting these criminals.
This guy
coming through. Skaz gets his bell rung here in a little bit. Let's blow this pop stick. Oh, it pops.
Me when I go to the bathroom.
Say your prayers, sucker.
Me as a Sunday school teacher.
And that little white going in there,
Yeah.
like when he get punched in the face.
Only certain punches get the white though.
Yeah.
It's like, that's the bad stuff.
Yeah.
I love it. We're just going off. We're
Yeah.
just doing whatever we need to do. Kind of would have been nice if he real quickly helped the guy, but
Yeah.
whatever.
He's like, sorry, I got to take care of this.
This is early Batman. Jonesy.
There. That guy's got no eyes, it looks like,
Yeah.
by the way.
I mean, his name's
Yeah.
Jonesy. Like, he gets told 2 pieces of information.
Yeah.
This is some insane animation right here. Look
Oh,
at that.
yeah. Now he opened his eyes.
I love they're surprised. Hey, what are they doing? Like, getting you out of the way. Although this going by on the side here.
Wow. Went for a free ride.
And then, like, yeah.
He's going to say it here in a little bit, but, like, the whole idea that, well, he could handle himself in a fight, but he didn't really scare the criminals is why, more so why he goes in the direction of eventually Batman.
Batman.
But like I said, I like that this movie already operates like with you knowing what the Batman origin story is, and it's just showing you another phase of it.
Right. The parts that Batman Begins with later kind of focus on as far as all the training. And it does more of that than it does him as a kid, so, you know. No, he's alive. That's a shame. And I love it's like Alfred had darker hair.
I was getting ready to say that, yeah.
I love they give a close up for that moment.
Yeah. In the fist.
Imagine if you walk up and it's like, we maybe want to stop talking about this right now because we have somebody coming up. It's like, what? Like, Jiu-jitsu is no joke.
It sounds she made. Like.
Yeah. Like that Lex Luthor in the Superman 64 game when you mess up.
Oh, yeah.
When you have to fly through rings.
It's like second time they've met, by the way, already.
Yeah.
Like
he's like, well, that's normal, I guess.
Yeah. And I love, too, how this movie slowly deals out this info. Like, it could have just done one big, long, extended sequence of flashbacks, but I like how it slowly gives it to you.
All right, maybe the best sequence for many reasons. John P. Ryan.
There's something funny, too, about, like, all the mob guys are dying off, and they're kind of paying tribute to one another.
But you always were a loser.
Yeah.
Like... That's an amazing animation coming up here in a second when he throws it down and it knocks over the other little like vase.
Yeah. John P. Ryan.
Some really good animation too in this section here.
Was in, of course, Five Easy Pieces.
Yeah,
from way back when
he
we did that.
Get
up,
yeah.
get up.
He was in
Nicholson.
Dillinger.
Yeah.
What this?
Well, let me pay respect, but screw you,
boss.
It is kind of funny. It's like, what was the?
Oh, there's a Jewish person buried there. It's like,
was the Phantasm knew some mob figure was going to be here, or did they follow him? Wait there. Goes back to that ghostly aspect of it. Love the smoke going over.
Yeah, it's like whatever. By the way, don't you think it's weird? I've never thought about it until now. How it's like she was.
Yeah.
How she was definitely in Gotham City as the Phantasm, and then next morning on a plane flying in. It's like, wait, what? Like, what sense does that make? Like, I know it's trying to throw it off, but it just doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Very easily dealt with here,
but then just disappears. Buzz. What the?
Oh, the theremin music. Dave and Dugan.
The good thing about dying in a cemetery, making him just roll you in. Well, he's going to be in a hole anyways. But all right, problem solved. Got that figured out.
It looked like there was no hole there.
Yeah,
on the,
in the animation.
His face here. Time to die.
Stay prayed up. I'm quoting him.
That is Stacy Keach now that I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
I'm like, it was just a little bit of a different version. He should start spitting rhymes from a movie that hasn't even been released at this point, but from American History X.
I forget him and Hoffa also.
I had forgot he was in that. Honestly, I haven't seen that movie since I knew who he was.
Mm-hmm. And they're unemployed now.
How mad they are here.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how it looked like it just ran away.
Yeah. The stinking bat.
Literally one of the oldest looking people ever in any
Abe
medium.
Vigoda, yeah.
And this specifically,
Yeah.
like the way he looks.
Well, just Abe Vigoda in general,
he's
too.
He's not around anymore.
Yeah,
Finally,
but at the time, well, okay.
It's like, even the newspaper's like, wow, Batman's really went over the line now.
Yeah.
We talked about it if you go way back when, of course, when we did The Godfather.
Yeah. He's like, he's taking up for me.
I always love the Gordon hair on this show. I think like Pat Hingle's Commissioner Gordon looks even more pathetic around this time when compared to, I know it's an animated version, but this version of the character.
He's not coming. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to actually go get some work done.
Yeah. Imagine getting a hold of all of Batman's voice memos.
Yeah.
No, that's a whole thing in the Batman, the newer versions of him having this diary, ongoing diary, basically.
Or if he goes back and listens to any of it, or if it just sits there.
It's like Wayne. No names. We're not telling you which Waynes. You know.
I love when he's Batman, he just looks at it. When he's Bruce Wayne, he's like, I have to pray to it.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like, what? This is a pretty big deal for her just to immediately be like, oh, it's
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne as Batman. Like, which, I mean, you know.
This is all really amazing animation.
Yeah.
The rain, the shadows, looking through the glass. Oh, so sounds so fun.
I love that's like a whole random aspect to this story is like her money troubles.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is all great, but you know what's kind of funny about it? Here in a second when they show the inside and him far away and there's like no rain, really. Oh, well, there is, but it's like not as bad looking. Like, he's like
What if they just
right
looked
there.
out the window?
Yeah, he's like right
oh,
there.
there's Batman. You don't look that sad about it, to be honest. These close-ups are almost like those SpongeBob close-ups. Like,
Yeah.
You know?
The weird ones, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great image.
Yeah. And another thing, too, is I love the symbolism of, like, the world of tomorrow, World's Fair, early in the movie, falling into disrepair, and, like, that's where the climactic stuff in the movie happens, is this, you know,
Their dreams for the
decrepit,
future
like,
not- are
version
being
of
destroyed,
what the
yeah.
future once looked like. A really amazing idea.
The music.
Those kids.
Yeah. I mean, so when we did a musical here a while back for church, there was a track of music that we were listening to, and we both looked at each other, hadn't even thought about, hadn't even said anything yet, and we were both like, this is like Batman Mask of the Phantasm, World of the Future music.
Yeah.
We both thought that. Like,
Future Batmobile.
Yeah. Don't you love they were walking from that direction?
Yeah.
And then they said, what?
It
like,
doesn't make sense, yeah.
Georgia Barris make that. What, the Leonard Cohen song? You know. Come on. You know.
Really want this Alfred suit just for myself in my own spare time.
Yeah.
And this transition of, oh, I'm into this, to sheer panic.
Yeah. Is that right there? Oh, okay.
And he's like, yeah, go be in a relationship.
Hubba, like, okay. Yeah. Interruption.
You can tell Arthur's like, ugh, I want to talk about money some more.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, that's kind of crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't care. Goodbye.
We were planning on it.
A
but
hot young Turk from my legal department.
I definitely wouldn't have known what Young Turk meant back in the day as a kid.
I still don't really know what it means. I mean, I know what it means, but like what? Like, yeah, I bet you do.
Sounds so fun.
Yeah, but also he's not doing it well. I'm sure he's got his money way more under control than he does, evidently.
What a creeper, like, this era of Lester looks like.
Salvatore.
There's no Rupert Thorne in this movie.
Yeah.
I know, obviously, he's usually presented in the animated series as one of the more traditional mobster types.
Just a random little interlude.
Yeah.
Maybe the Joker was watching this from afar, and he told some of his future goons, "Hey, be in that like Joker's biker gang later in Batman Beyond," you know, because he's literally sitting right over there. So.
Yeah.
I bet he thinks all this is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. He would. He's got a real sick sense of humor.
Yep. Hey.
This would be a slight chance for us to maybe talk a little bit about the Joker Filet-O-Deux, which we saw the other day. We don't really like it. We didn't like the first one all that much either, but we were going to give it this new one a try.
This was not how I felt leaving the movie. Other than the fact that I was done with it.
Yeah.
Well, but
any thoughts to contribute?
No, just go read my review if you can.
Yeah, Levi. I might share that actually in our show.
It's bad.
Notes.
I'm not surprised that it was, but as I kept saying, we were not prepared for how bad it was, and I don't think we were. So
yeah, and again, those movies take themselves so way too seriously. It's just a joke,
but not a Joker kind of joke.
No, I love this. Here you go.
Here you go. Here you go. LOL.
And this little hoot and howl here.
Yeah.
Gonna be a fun weekend. Let me be moody for a little bit. Early Batman suit design. No ears.
Yeah, and he's like, nah.
Got a bat fly by the window.
It's got to be one or the other. I can't have it both ways. I can't put myself on the line as long as there's someone waiting for me to come home. Miss Beaumont would be glad to know you feel that way, Master Bruce. She's holding on line 1, sir.
The similarity between this version of Alfred and the Michael Gough version in the Burton Keaton movies is that he's deep down really wanting Bruce to like kind of transition away from being Batman and to be, you know, happy and in a relationship of some sort.
Yeah.
This was a clip we had last time. Like I said, this is one of the few times I can think of that it's almost presented as in a way of Batman praying in some way or talking to either God or the Waynes or whoever it is.
I can give money to the city. They can hire more cops. Let someone else take the risk. It's different now.
And the answer from above or below or wherever is like, no, you have to keep doing whatever you're wanting to do. This is very sad. Which only makes the tragedy even even stronger later that they're not able to work it out to be together because she was the one thing that was kind of preventing him from maybe becoming Batman at the 11th hour, and that fell through. Because she also is going to have her own vengeance journey of sorts.
He's in pain. Like an anime character.
Yeah.
Anime.
Very cleverly done there too, where you know the line between him crying and the rain is like hard to distinguish, and that's about some of the closest you'll ever get to Batman actually crying.
By the way, this moment is him walking down the street, like whatever, and then like where was he going? Like,
imagine that guy. It's like get in,
and he's like, it's not very healthy in here, kind of deal. I'm glad you agree.
A freak job.
No, he's just so disgusted.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
imagine what that car smells like.
Yeah, like
what he smells
old
like.
Person.
This look is everything.
Like he just can't believe that he's leaving. Like
a clear reference. Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams.
I was further created by like what?
Yeah. It's one of the most Italian names ever.
Yeah. Because then Buzz Bronski's a very like Polish name.
Yeah.
Or Eastern European name.
Look how big those eyes look there. Did you notice too, by the way, that like his Alfred's eyebrows are still like black, but then his hair is like gray.
He colors his eyebrows.
Yeah, he's like, I want these to look good.
Oh, don't mind if you do, I guess.
Yeah. I always loved that look of Batman in the show did, where it was like his cape's like covering the front of his body too. Wow.
With the mayor.
Sal, what a card. Yeah, the mayor. What was his name in the show?
I don't know.
It was that that episode where To Be a Clown, where his son's kidnapped by the Joker.
The kid's name was Jordan. I remember that.
Hamilton Hill.
Yeah.
Mayor Hill.
The way all this looks is so like 1940s international cinema, like Mediterranean, like I don't know, it's so random. Like,
Of course I will. I never thought this would happen. I always felt like I'd thrown you a curveball, like you never knew what to do with me because I wasn't in the plan.
everybody keeps talking about the plan, the changing the plan,
the game plan,
the plan. Time to change the plan. Like, meanwhile,
his face. You couldn't hear that, of course.
Yeah, it was accurate,
but you had to be there.
Yeah, no, I was, but
the plan was going good.
It's funny animation
tonight.
of the silhouettes, like
yeah,
they're all just like. Watch it, Carl moment. Meanwhile, sickos are us. That nose.
Obviously, they also withhold this version of the Joker having any lines as a way to, because if we knew if it was Mark Hamill's voice, obviously it would give it away.
How's he climbing that?
Yeah.
With one hand? Like, you can't do that. I mean, you could, I guess, but, like, you have to be really quick.
Yeah.
Forget about me. Is that literally what it said? Was it a haiku? Like... Remember in the comic book version, it was like, no, is what he literally did. Right. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
like,
that was dumb.
Yeah.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Forget about me. That moment was like, forget about me.
Those Batman comics that were based out of the animated series were really good. I got a collection recently of a lot of those reprinted, and those, and not quite as good as the show, but great at like just do these single issue stories that are really high quality. Give me the mask.
The thing I really like about this is it's all black instead of any of the blue.
Yeah.
He crapped his draws.
Yeah.
He's walking by like he's not even paying attention to anything. He's just walking like. Anyway.
Yeah. He takes this.
Where did he put it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ham. Warfare.
Warfare.
Science land.
Yeah. Wonder how the Joker finds. He just walks around and finds all these abandoned areas of the city to hang out in for a while. All the villains, but it's pretty sick and morbid. Like what happens with him, and by the end of this, like
yeah, well, I wish I could say he didn't deserve it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, little toys,
little party favors. Mm-hmm. Well, then the Joker's just like, I'm going to blow these away.
And then also, but keep this one robot to have a relationship with of sorts, like, but yeah.
There's some Star Wars noises there.
Yeah. And Star Wars protagonist there. The Weezer.
Our nickname is Weezer.
Yeah.
Imagine from Sal's, that's funny, from his perspective, and be like, oh, this is a guy that used to work for me, and now he's like scarier than I am.
Yeah.
Like,
that'd be a great little more long-form Joker story, is like a mentor of sorts for the Joker, like coming to terms with like who he became or whatever.
Yeah.
Like this music. And his emphysema is real bad. Hazel.
oh, then he puts in like, oh, I'll save that for later.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what?
How this just rolls in.
Yeah, all
Ottoman.
time. Who's that so-called mind? He's acting like he really is a psychologist here.
Yeah.
He reads the paper. I mean, of course he does, but he's looking for stuff about himself.
He reads a newsletter put out by the Scarecrow.
Oh, he's like looking over when he can here where he like looks away.
And the red in the background here.
That's probably the point where he's like, I'm going to kill him. He's probably wanted to kill him for years.
Yeah, he's probably got long existing beef.
Yeah.
A whole other conceptualization of the Joker could be like he's like a hip hop Joker who makes diss tapes and releases them at random times, like like Kendrick's diss tapes against Drake, and they just drop them at random times when you're least expecting.
He's that Salvalestra. Like, you did this. Like, do not touch me. Ever.
Yeah.
Batman's there. No.
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 Or somebody's clearly lying. And it's like
he's the one that set up his corporate sponsorship.
Nice.
All time.
Snappy dialogue.
Snapper car dialogue.
This shocked, insulted Batman face. Looks kind of Space Ghost there for a second.
Yeah. This moment where she drops the glass and it's like break. Doesn't break, but it makes the breaking sound.
Mm-hmm. That was probably one of the first continuity errors in a movie I recognized. But who cares? Well, it hypothetically could be broken
how
at the
funny
bottom.
that image is, by the way. It's like there's no like tension of anything. It's like, well, there he is. Mm-hmm. Like
maybe hypothetically they think like, oh, transition from her crying into like the Phantasm being there on the roof. Like, oh, it couldn't be her. It'd be that quickly, but yeah.
Meanwhile.
Mm-hmm.
This is my resting BITCH
This is my
face.
Sunday face. Sunday Scary's face.
Yeah.
Well, I love how it made the Phantasm look shocked there.
Yeah.
Got out just in time. Cops are already there.
Yep.
At the bottom.
This funny thing about Gotham cops, they're always there, but they never know what to do, so...
Mm-hmm.
The run.
Yeah.
Here where it's like right above her, and
yeah.
It's like the way she's running. It's LOL. How fast that is! Like,
yeah.
Damn. Love she like had to get a like synthesizer for her voice that sounds like him.
Yeah. And they both look.
A TIE fighter sound.
Yeah. Love the SWAT uniforms in this.
Yeah.
They almost look like old football uniforms.
Yeah, it's very 40s, 50s version of what that would be.
Yeah. There was like a police chase Batman segment of Batman Returns also, which would have been right before this.
I'm going to start saying that to a kid when they're in trouble. It's like, put your hands on top of your head and stay in the light. And they're like, what? And they're just so shocked they follow directions. That's the thing, you always got to shock them, and then they'll do whatever they want, or whatever you want them to do.
Shock them, y'all.
You know, within reason. I'm not like going to slit my own throat in front of them or something, and then like, oh, well, they're shocked. Like...
Mm-hmm. It's a SWAT team, like, man.
That was one of the only funny things about Joker Folia do is the part in it where it's the opening where it's the stupid Looney Tunes looking thing, and the cops in that are like making that noise. It's like, wow. It's just funny because it's so stupid.
Joker Filet of fish the way it be stinking.
Yeah. They shot a bath bomb up there. Even Bullock's like, wait.
Yeah.
When Bullock's like, well, hang on.
Please proceed with caution.
Yeah.
He got that toothpick always in his mouth.
Real King Klontz over here.
Even Batman can bleed.
Sonya, he can't breed.
So it's automatically it's like he's right here.
Some of this is very Batman Year One too. There's
Yeah.
those sections of that where he gets caught in that building
Yeah.
How did he manage this?
Yeah, it was very quick.
I love they're just like, we're shooting him up. We don't even care anymore.
That's what he's like underneath? Like, I got that face for a second.
Is a sawhorse like?
He lucks out a lot here.
Oh yeah. If they give him, they're like, "Wait, it's Bruce Wayne." Like,
maybe it's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, he's like, actually, my name is Bruce Wayne. I'm not Bruce Wayne. She just happened to be driving by.
If it would have had a license plate, they maybe could have tracked to her, but
maybe it's a rent-a-car. Remember, she doesn't live there.
It's true. But it didn't even have a license plate area in general.
I'm sure I'll find something else to do.
It was all over TV so quickly.
Yeah.
I wasn't just there. That famous night.
That night.
The night that started it all.
The room where it happened. You don't do John P. Ryan dirty like that. In the words of Boingo Boingo, stay with me one more day.
Like,
yeah, we'll do it.
Looks like a fat John Lurie a little bit. Bronsky, that is.
Oh, okay. Well, he just looked at her like,
tisk.
That's what I would probably do if I were threatening people's lives.
Yeah,
at some point, it just kind of go when I'm leaving, like, just give them a smile.
Service with a smile. That's what it's all about. Where's the mom in all this? Oh, she died. Yeah, that's right. I was going to throw her under the bus, but she's under the ground.
Yeah, I was going to say she already got thrown under the bus, I guess.
We hit all over Europe. Parlay. She very barely skirts around exactly lying with that. Like,
some Batman ooh rah rah here.
Oh yeah,
that look like. A callback joke here.
Mm-hmm.
A night at Wayne Manor kind of vibes, you know.
I mean, it's literally obviously implying there was a love scene, a love show of sorts there.
That was why people didn't go see it at Christmas,
right? It's not explicit either, though.
They're like, I'm not taking my child to this at Christmas.
I'm not taking my child to the animated Batman porno. Like, it's just like.
Were you ever aware there was literally a movie? Well, I don't even like bringing this up, but there was literally a movie in the 70s or 80s. I can't remember when it was. It was like, I know this because it was on something weird video stuff at somewhere. Literally called Bat Pussy. And it was like a, I think it was partially animated or something.
I bet it was.
Yeah, I'm going to look it up on Letterboxd.
Alfred's already like, all right, so you're not going to be Batman now? You're going to get out of that whole deal? Like, wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, 1973.
Wow.
Adults
just showing
only.
me the poster for it.
Hey, adults only. Yeah, it was a spoof of the 60s TV
Well, he's
show.
like looking at him, he's like, wait a minute. I know that stupid face anywhere.
Yeah, it says, been cited as the earliest example of pornographic parody film and more infamously considered to be the worst pornographic film ever made. How could you tell?
Somebody's had to watch all of them and figured it out.
Anyway, sorry to bring all that up, but it was just something I was thinking of.
I was like, oh, of course Joker doesn't love government. Like,
please.
Like, he couldn't have been a New Dealer. Like,
You see his eyes went weird.
He's pretty wacky when you think about it. Love his little stance here, sitting down.
Yeah.
This also, like, more specifically implicates Arthur in relation to what happened to Beaumont.
Yep.
He just has that just in case. Whenever.
He's all about the joy buzzers, this guy. Yeah. The face. Yeah. Gulp. Sob.
What do you think about this Joker hat? It pops up in the animated series.
Insane. It's like Catherine O'Hara's hat.
Yeah, that's just what I was thinking about. Yeah.
Not the babe.
Oh, you devil.
Beaumont. Not the babe. That's literally the Joker laughing. Yeah. As loud to hear that and going up. Okay.
Because Joker's like, you won't. Yeah, it ain't really gonna matter. Kawinky dink. Wow.
Yeah.
In a Christmas release. Like,
yeah.
Talking about spawn of his loins, like.
So this is the scene right here.
Yeah.
Now, I highly recommend that those watching, you go look it up on YouTube or listen, and go watch it on YouTube and speed it up and slow it down. Because it's funny enough by itself, but...
There's some stuff specifically from Batman that really makes me laugh here in a little bit when Batman comes to visit him. I feel like I've seen this doctor design before in this show, this black doctor here. Wow, totally losing it.
His look on his face here.
It's like crying.
Yeah. It's like, because now I've heard this so many times. Either
don't you love Batman was just waiting outside the window?
He was
it's like, all right. He thinks he's having a nightmare, which in some ways he is.
And it's like genuinely, oh no, but laughing like the gangster murders.
Yeah. This whole second battle laughing going on here in a second, where Batman he tenses up like I'm prepared to fight you.
That's not the answer I want.
Yeah.
I remember a kid in one of my classes years ago said, "Oh, sounds like my dad." Yeah, they're like
right here. I will fight you.
Yeah.
And he's just like, he's pathetic. Let him die. Like
it's like a rabid dog there. And of course, that's saying he's literally basically run by the mob in his job. So.
Yeah, compromised.
No, see, that's forecasting the fact that he was actually murdered, by
right.
the mob via the Joker. I love to see Batman go through a hat box. That'd be fun. This is really funny.
Yeah.
I was going to say. He's like, should I answer it? I guess the Israelis put a bomb on the phone. They like to do that,
Or if the Joker's a Zionist.
Probably is, randomly. Not because of any real religious or political reason, just because why not, Well,
anyways. Then we finally get the revelation formally that it's Andrea's the Phantasm, whatever. Even took an apple too.
He wasn't supposed
dirty,
to do
rotten
that.
scoundrel.
It's not nice.
A bastard. So, what was he gonna do if she didn't show up with, that thing? But he's made some upgrades we're gonna see to the robot. Unless that was part of the original design in the world of the future. You
figured it out. Love does this without touching it. How did he do that? Oh, okay. Well. That would hurt really bad.
It's like Robo Psycho mode.
Yeah.
Coming up as a quintessential Joker moment.
Yeah.
Does he grab the knife or the salami?
The bologna.
Or bologna, yeah. The
Yeah,
baloney.
that's.
And then
This is
just
I'm gonna get away,
unhinged,
just
like,
jumping out the
yeah.
window, like. I remember I have a picture somewhere of it paused of him jumping in his
Yeah.
face, like. I really love this. Is we talked about it kind of earlier. Is a climactic Smokey the Babe.
Yeah.
Meet her biggest fan. But this is a climactic location. Is really
Yeah.
good. He's so funny.
Yeah.
You know.
Too bad he's a homicidal maniac.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. That kind of dates him a little bit,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, he couldn't do that now. He'd be canceled.
I don't think he could do it then either, but this facial expression here of her.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, don't you love he gets to use every little
I was
gadget,
just thinking about that, like,
except
all
for like
his
a bat
vehicles.
boat. Only the bat boat don't get used. This. And then, yep, I'm gonna sacrifice it. He literally uses it for like 2 seconds, and then, well, time to go. Like, dang. I'm gonna get away. That literally looked like it killed her.
Yeah. He's like, dang it. Well, all right, on to phase
Loving
2.
is like, anyway, let me get on my jetpack.
Yeah.
Oh, that's here in a little bit. Right. Yeah.
So it's like, you came to town a little early. Does that answer what, but it still doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I guess maybe she can literally teleport. So I guess she just teleported to the airport. I don't know. Teleport to the airport.
it's one of the weirder looking Batman
Yeah.
eyes in this show. Then, how dare you say that to me? Please just disappear again.
For some reason. I love it, and that's another funny thing about this is that Batman looks like he does that, but then she actually straight up does, and he's
Yeah.
kind of like, I kind of want to know how you do that.
Yeah,
What's your
what's-
recipe? Like, you know.
I'm sure Batman's just like,
What the hell?
All right, here we go again. Let's
Yeah.
go do this for the 15th billionth time. Chase down Joker for the 15th
Yeah.
time. I mean, Mr. Mom himself.
Yeah. This is okay.
WB
This
for
is a
whatever
hilarious image here of him just like
yeah.
moving with the
Well, there's
Chrysler
one shot in
building,
particular
like,
of his eyes
right,
like behind
yeah.
the.
And then with the hand behind.
Yeah. So this is all a big game, like, to him.
Here's all the future, like, you know, the car hits his foot.
There's almost something funny about them fighting in this model city like they're kaiju in
Yeah.
Gotham or something.
Oh God!
Some teeth knocked out. Just to acknowledge
Yeah.
who you are in this round.
Like
of
he didn't
fisticuffs.
just see him a minute ago.
Yeah. Oh, I love these little Joker
The little
pilots.
faces on him. Yeah. He loves using those. He uses those in
I
different.
mean, he's like,
times.
listen, if Batman's gonna brand himself, why can't I? Or maybe I'm thinking about
You're
was that
thinking
the
of the,
Christmas with the Joker
Yeah.
episode?
Oh, he's surfing like.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's just been building all these little gags
Yeah.
all throughout here.
Like, what if you're in a situation where you've got to like be somewhere else in the complex and you can't
Yeah.
get there?
Well, he's
you
got
know?
other little gags
I guess.
elsewhere. Yeah.
He's very adept at
Yeah.
what he does. I got to say that for him. This is almost like a King Kong imagery, but
Yeah.
there's no Kong there. It's like that cape.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
20 miles of tunnels.
I love also, by the way, that this is a great image coming up here. With the that's just all-time Batman right there. It's the kind of stuff that sends chills down your groin.
Into your loins.
Into your loin, yeah. I mean, you know. Why not, you know?
No. It's like, you're going to play stupid games, you're going to get stupid prizes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens.
Instead of jetpack, is it Joker pack? Well, that could be said of you as well, my friend. He's like, all right, I'm fine with that. Joker's in a bad way here.
Yeah.
He's in trouble. He knows it, though.
Uh-oh.
Or not. Because Joker's still going to be around.
Goodbye, my love.
So one way or another ends tonight, but every character survives this, so actually no. I wonder how long it took him to wire all that, or you know, he probably used a henchman that he's later killed or something. But and then finally, the world of tomorrow is going to go up in flames. Singing in Latin back. He's just like, all right, I'm ready.
Yeah.
But actually, why would she leave? Why would she not leave him there? But whatever.
Yeah.
Anyways. That is an interesting kind of way to end this climactic thing, that Batman really had no control over what happened. It's just purely survival mode. Again, that's just something animation can do. The live action can't, is quickly transition between all these places. This is his, you know, Jerry's final thought, Alfred's final thought moment, you know, where he lays it all out for us. So Alfred prays too. Yeah, I think I said this last time. I think this is the first time a movie ever made me cry. I can remember, even as a kid who had a rudimentary understanding of what was going on, I was just like, wow, the sadness and the tragedy.
It's a great image.
Yeah. So Andrea did survive. She's on this random cruise ship here. This donut.
So he looks like what's that stupid kid?
Jughead.
Jughead from
and Archie.
and Archie, yeah.
I'm gonna lay a hot one on her.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Dang. Laid it heavy on him.
And he's like, oh. Anyway, like...
It's like you said,
it's like, then it ends like, nah, but he's still Batman.
Yeah, and it's
like,
kind of treated as this heroic moment, but it's
singing in Latin.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it as, it is a heroic moment, but it is also like, well, this is literally all he can do now, so whatever.
But, it's like an interesting counterpoint to the way Batman 89 ends, where it's like, oh, I'll be seeing Vicky Vale later tonight, like... As opposed to he is alone. He'll
be seeing Batman. The bottom of a bottle.
Yeah.
All right, you ready?
Michael Uslan was a producer of the.
At this point, we're always like, all right, anyway.
This was like,
we're good.
As a kid, I always ended it right around here. But then all you got to do is stick around for a little bit. You get a special surprise. This song here. So this is I Never Even Told You, performed by Tia Carrera, something like that.
I'm gonna turn it up a little bit. I'm sure this is yet another like Warner Brothers Records. Like, we got to get this out,
Speaking more about the score of this, I just saw this. Says Hans Zimmer, who would later compose the score for the Dark Knight trilogy, played the synthesizer on the score, also doing the same for the animated series. So I didn't know Hans Zimmer actually had that connection.
Yeah, I had remembered he had done some for the animated series, I think, but
yeah. Yeah, Levi showed me this image of Vince McMahon getting beat up by Stone Cold when he was in the hospital, and that's how I'm feeling right now. It's just, if you could only see it. And now he's holding it up towards the TV. For
all those South Korean names, or Korean names.
And yet this song continues. As this ugly song concludes.
All-time baby. I wish I had that name.
Our 100th episode, Levi. Like, well, any is there? Again,
we always had to know it was gonna come down to this, right? We were gonna be sitting here listening to this song, like, and this is it, like Norio Fukuda. And then that's all the Japanese.
Feels very full circle. Bunny Muns is the ink and paint supervisor.
What?
Bunny Muns.
Bunny Muns.
Sugar Bumps.
Sugar Bumps, yeah. I think this is a time to really go down memory lane, though, because we kind of did that earlier, but...
So 100th episode, so as we said, we wanted this episode to be special, to combine the formats of this podcast with double features and with commentaries. And again, I think there's his name, Hans Zimmer.
Synthesist.
Again, very fitting because literally these movies, along with other things we've talked about, but especially these Batman movies of this time period, really were some of the first movies we started to talk about in any way or have any familiarity with what cinema was, were informed by these movies. So it's fitting that as we conclude with this god awful song. Can we go ahead and end it, or we're gonna put?
We gotta go.
We gotta go all the way. Any final thoughts?
Hang on, let's see how long it's gonna be.
Yeah, please do. No, we're about there.
We're good.
Any final thoughts on either these movies or?
They're both great.
Yeah.
Movies are good, y'all.
Yeah.
Especially Batman movies. When they're good.
Yeah.
Because not all of them are, as we already know.
I think. Would you agree that Batman as a overall phenomenon has a above average batting average.
Yeah.
No
Batting
pun
did it.
intended.
Yeah. Captioning made possible by Warner Brothers. Captioning performed by the National Captioning Institute, Inc.
But I feel like Batman in general has a pretty good.
But see,
batting
we
average.
weren't totally a Universal Studios thing the whole time, as you may remember.
At the very beginning,
many years ago, the first 3 films that we did, all
right.
Universal Studios.
Jurassic Park.
We end with distributed by Warner Brothers,
American
a Time
Graffiti,
Warner Entertainment Company.
And The Invisible Man. Yeah, first 3.
And then Snow Day after that.
So, Levi, here we are. End of episode 100. It's an end of sorts.
Yeah, because the real question is where we go from here. Like, what will Jeff Probst need to tell us about? I don't know.
Let's go to him and let him tell us. Jeff Probst, what have we got next time?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Advertising is based on one thing: happiness. And you know what happiness is? Happiness is the smell of a new car. It's freedom from fear. It's a billboard on the side of the road that screams with reassurance that whatever you're doing, it's okay. You are okay.
Next time, a whole other show?
A whole other show?
A
What?
new podcast? Question
So
mark?
you might be thinking, wait a minute, what movie's that from? It's not from a movie. It's actually from a TV show, Levi. And what TV show is that?
It's called Mad Men.
Mad
Men.
Mad Men.
From 2007 to 2015.
We are now here to announce our very next podcast, which is called Blowing Smoke, the officially unofficial Mad Men podcast, where we're going to be going through, you guessed it, every episode of the television show Mad Men, giving commentaries for each. We got, we're going to be doing commentaries, we're going to be doing episode rankings, awards, door prizes, you name it.
I don't know about the door prizes part.
I don't know for who, really. We've been dropping hints about this for a while.
Yeah, you probably, if you've been listening, you're like, keep talking about, Mad Men, hint, hint. So, yeah.
So, Mad Men, our favorite show. Yeah. I can definitely definitively say that for myself. Mine, yeah. It would be yours as well.
Yeah. It's I can put it this way. It's the show that taught me how to watch TV shows.
And ever since, TV's been kind of a letdown. Now, there's been some great shows, of course, since then.
No, but it was the first TV show that I watched that I was like, because I was always biased. I mean, I liked TV shows. I liked, Batman Mask of the Phantasm. I liked Seinfeld. I liked, SpongeBob SquarePants, whatever. But, like, to watch an actual show that was a drama, serialized television show.
Right.
That was the first one I was like, oh, wait a second. TV can be great. So I guess that's the first thing we need to say is that, don't worry, movies are still supreme. That's, I guess, why we did 100 episodes of a movie podcast. And let me say also that we're not letting go of overlapping dialogue.
I was going to talk about this towards the end, but we can go ahead and address this. Now, this podcast is not going away. It will be on ice for a while.
It will be like Oprah on hiatus.
So get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
But no, this episode, or I keep saying episode. This episode's ending soon. This podcast overlapping dialogue.
Are you sure? Because
it's going on and on. This podcast is not going to end definitively. We want to keep it going, but we're not going to be doing it nearly at the pace we've done it over the last now 3 years. We're hitting pause on it. We are not exactly sure when it's going to come back and in what format exactly, in terms of like when it will.
Yeah.
This podcast is not definitively ending though, but again, we are hitting pause on it before we.
In fact, we already know what episode 101 is going to be.
Yeah, we already know what 101 is going to be. It's not going to be Zoe 101.
No.
But
with Austin Butler.
We already have episode 101 in mind. So this podcast is not going to end, don't worry. But we've been wanting to like talk about Mad Men we talk about Mad Men all the time, me and Levi in our own personal lives. Might as well have a podcast that also minds it. But we've been talking about for a while, and I feel like, we've been wanting to do a TV show that we took one look at, and there was like one other show I can think of after we even talked about Mad Men that we think we might do one day.
Yeah,
but I mean, Mad Men was always
those
like,
are very similar shows.
Yeah, but Mad Men was always like the easy, obvious thing.
And we'll go ahead and tell you, it's 92 episodes, so it's going to be.
I mean, going to be basically the length of what this whole run. I mean, it's going to be at hopefully a quicker pace.
Yeah, I was going to say that we will most likely go back to the once a week format, just because I would think. Because wouldn't you agree?
You should be able to,
because it's literally only one 40-minute episode a week. I mean, and we'll have our talks about it, and we'll kind of talk about, I guess, real quickly what we expect. I mean, the way that we're going to do this is, all told, we should have 100 episodes of that podcast, and then of course when this Blowing Smoke episode, podcast is over, it's over.
Yeah,
obviously, because. Unless they do
unless Matthew Weiner goes back to
and
the well.
We'll do that, but I doubt that'll happen. Essentially, we'll have an intro episode. That'll be the next thing you'll hear from us, probably in about a month, a little less, towards the beginning of November. I feel like Mad Men is a time to start. That would be in November randomly, don't you think? It's about.
I think the show originally, I believe, premiered in the spring of 2007.
Yeah.
No, it was actually July.
Yeah,
so it was the summer. No, I'm thinking it was. I think the show, literally the narrative starts in like March of '60.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, I feel like that's a good time.
So anyway, so
we'll do that. We'll do the intro, and then we will do obviously every season, of season 1 through, episodes 1 through 13, and then we will stop there. Do a wrap up of the whole episode about season 1, wrapping it up, and then kind of previewing the next season, season 2, and then we'll go back to doing every episode. So there'll be basically every episode, and then when a season's over, kind of a review of that season.
And we're going to kind of rank the whole episodes of the season.
Yeah, so we'll do that.
We can go all in on the arrangements, right, as a name.
Yeah, but we'll also have, for every episode, we will have 4 awards, and we'll talk about what those are next time. For 2 for characters, and then 2 for other things,
like moments
or
plot lines,
plots, different things. And so, and that's pretty much what it's going to be, is us just going through every single episode, watching it. And I think it's kind of a good idea because this is a show we've seen ad nauseum, seen a ton.
Yeah,
I will admit that the first 3 seasons are seasons I have seen a lot, but also not as much as seasons 4 and especially 5, 6, and 7. Because when I started watching the show, that was when I watched it. Was season 6 and 7 mostly when it was on. Well, actually, season 6 I only really watched season 7 when it was on.
Yeah.
Season 6 I started watching the show right when that ended. When did you start watching it? Was season 5? Is that about right?
So I started watching Mad Men in late 2011, early 2012, when seasons 1 through 4 had already aired. They were all sitting on Netflix, and that's how a lot of people probably first came to this show, was on Netflix. It's not on there anymore. That and Breaking Bad
AMC
were like
Plus, by the way, if you need to know, if you want to follow.
Yeah,
along.
AMC Plus is. We're going to be watching it via the Blu-rays we have, but so it was like. It was after season 4, right? Because I got through all of it. I was totally transfixed by it. I totally fell in love with it. And I got to the end. I was like, when are they making more of this? Because I watched all 4 seasons, and it was like January of 2012, and literally season 5 started in March 25th of 2012, because that was the same weekend that the very first Hunger Games came out. And I remember that was a big weekend. I remember we had a fire alarm that went off. The episode was going to come on at 9 o'clock. A fire alarm came off at 8:30, and literally, I got back in there at 8:50, 8:55. I was terrified I was going to miss the very beginning of the episode.
Yeah,
but
makes a lot a-hole.
Yeah,
set that off.
But yeah, so I watched seasons 1 through 4 very closely together. Binge watched it in a way, and then watched seasons 5, 6, and 7 as they aired. So that's not a show that I watched totally beginning to end as it aired. I kind of watched the second half of it that way.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to talk about this in the next episode over the course. But as Levi said, I mean, this was one of those shows. I had just started watching No, I actually started watching all of The Sopranos after I had started watching Mad Men. I remember.
But you were well aware.
Yeah,
of that
and
show
and I knew that it was like from one of the writers of The Sopranos was doing it. And it's just a show when you think about like, and we're dedicating a whole podcast to it, so we're gonna have plenty of time to get into it. It's just such a titanic feat of storytelling, and it's one of those things that, like, I know we're nearly 10 years away from when it ended now,
which is hard to believe because I remember when that was.
Because I also graduated college when it was ending, and it's the same weekend that Fury Road was like coming out because it's Mad Men Fury Road, the way that final episode starts. It's just from beginning to end. Again, the art of television, what can be done in television, is done in that show, and it's a period piece. It's got satirical elements. It's very funny. It's a show that, especially at first, was a huge lightning rod in terms of like, oh, is it being permissive or making this era cool? But anybody who's actually watched the show and watched how the characters age realize that, like, it's just such a rich drama that, like, also, like, eschews clear heroes or villains. And for one thing, it's not a type of anti-hero show in the same way that The Sopranos or Breaking Bad or some other actually great shows were that had these clear heroes or villains. Like, I always like to say, like, at the end of a season of any other TV show, it was always like, or going into the finale,
has to get killed.
That was like, is Tony Soprano going to get whacked? Is Walter White going to get killed? Mad Men operates in the stakes of, is Don Draper going to be happy? And it's just like, that's just a fundamentally different calculus of drama that to me is frankly superior to even some of those other ones. And I think, The Sopranos, every time I rewatch it, I'm like, you know what, this does have a decent shot to be maybe the greatest television show of all time. Mad Men, though, also has a claim to that table, and I think, as I said, we're going to get into it, but just the richness of the world, the richness of the characters. Also, I think the best thing about it is really watching change over time. The whole show is about how things change over time. Literally, I was even thinking about, like, the whole clip we just had from the first episode, the pilot, where Don's pitching the Lucky Strike guys on what is the concept of happiness. Funnily enough, I typed in like Mad Men happiness, and that was one of two clips that popped up. The other one is later on where Don is pitching Dow Chemical on happiness, literally midway through the show. And literally in that scene, he's like, what's happiness? It's the moment before you need more happiness. And it's like, it's literally like, it's the show going back to that idea, but like complicating it. Well, it's like that same character is like, who once sold it a certain way, is now feeling entirely different about it. And it's like about that change.
Well, that's even recalled in the very ending, the final season, when Roger looks at Don and says, you were okay.
Right. And he's going back to that first episode.
And he's like, don't even remember saying that.
Right.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is like the show is, I look at the show in multiple sections kind of, and I'll say that season 1 is really great, obviously, but I feel like especially the first kind of 3-4 episodes, it's
like prior to 5G.
Footing, it's like, it is telling a story that is serialized, but it feels kind of like it's building up to something. It's like every episode we'll talk about this is about different things. It's almost like an essay. Like the first episode's about smoking. Second one's kind of about women's rights in a way,
or women in the culture,
women in general. And then 5G is like, okay, this is what this show really actually is. And from that point on, I feel like it begins to grow into itself. So that is just for me to say that season 1 is maybe my least favorite season, only in the fact that it's getting like any season 1, it's getting things going. Really from season 2 and especially season 3 onward, I think it's a total knockout. Not that those first 2 seasons aren't good, but especially season 3 onward is like some really good stuff. And
we got a long way
all the way to the end.
A long way till we get here. Would you agree? I mean, like, I feel like it's definitely in the very, very small short list of greatest series finales of all time.
Yeah.
Also, just the note it concludes on, and watching that live. I mean, out of all these major shows, like, I did watch Breaking Bad live, the end of that. And like another show like we love a lot, The Leftovers. Some shows I watch live at the end, but that was one that we really did watch
Twin Peaks,
live.
which
Twin
that's
Peaks
weird,
also, that's a whole other thing. But
Game of Thrones. God.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but
that's not a
just
good
like,
movie.
I don't know, I just get overwhelmed with emotion. Not even that the show makes me exactly feel this way, even though parts of it do, but just like the accomplishment of what it is as a sum total. And then even like, we'll talk about it, season 1, like Pete Campbell is the big bad villain. Treated in the
he's
show.
like by season 7, part 1 finale, totally defending Dawn, and is like, no, we need to definitely keep. He's a very sensitive piece of horseflesh.
Yeah.
But like, you know, that's a very interesting relationship. I think that is fascinating.
We can kind of end on this note too before we wrap this episode up. I'll never forget, like, so I remember when Mad Men premiered.
Yeah,
and we like. It was randomly like it was around the time I first saw The Godfather on TV, maybe a little after actually.
Mob Week,
Mob Week on AMC,
which was
and
they like Shark Week, go to hell, Mob Week.
Yeah, you know? And they were like showing ads for the new show, and I remember we kind of thought they were in suits, or like, oh, are they like gangsters? Like, what is it? And then you come to find out later that like the whole like advertising protagonist was something that was actually in vogue in the 50s and the 60s, and there's references to that in the show. But like I remember like a few years down the road, a little bit before when I first started watching the show, I saw a clip from one of the most famous episodes of The Suitcase in season 4. It was like that's what the money is for scene between Don and Peggy. And I remember just watching that in of itself and being like, in a good way, confused. Like, what is the relationship between these two people?
Yeah,
are they lovers? Is it like it seems like it's a boss and employee relationship?
Yeah.
But just being utterly, I know that was kind of midway through the show, midway through the season, literally like a random scene to scene. See that it is now iconic in of itself. And this is a show, too, that's been, like, memeified by the culture, by even some people who haven't seen it. And it's already become, like a pop cultural signifier of certain things, even for people who haven't seen it, which is true of anything that sticks around long enough. But I remember just being mystified by, like, what is the dynamic between these people? Like, they're not like lovers, and they're talking to each other in this very specific way. And just I think there's a lot of great, strong things about the show. I think the single greatest is, like, the specificity of the character relationships. Like, Don and Peggy's relationship. Like, Roger and Joan's relationship. Like,
Roger
Pete
and Peggy's
and
relationship.
Don,
That's an interesting one.
Like, Betty and, like, their daughter, Sally.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's all those relationships, like, and we're going to get into them, all have these very specific layers. And, like, we're very much movie people.
Yeah.
We prefer movies over TV shows. This is one of those things that's like, this is what TV can do that a single movie just cannot do. It's just like, again, seeing people change over time and seeing how people age. And, like, it's one of those things, too, you only appreciate the more you watch the show and the more you understand the arc of the whole show and the characters' relationships.
And it's slow change. I mean, you watch it happen over time, but don't you feel that, like, episode 1 of Mad Men is, I don't want to say totally different, but, like, really different from episode 92?
Yeah.
Like, that's just, like, totally different.
And, like, it's a show that, like, one of the more climactic dialogue conversations is had between the main character and others over a telephone call. Telephone calls, and it's like you wouldn't have guessed that what started here and the way the main character literally looked. By the last episode, they look like this. It's just like it's a journey in more ways than one, and it's just such an overwhelming television experience that we're so excited.
Yeah,
and we've been talking about this for a long time. We've been excited about it. And we were thinking when we want to do that, we were like, well, we'll get to episode 100 of Overlapping Dialogue. And not that this episode is going to end, don't worry. This podcast is not going to definitively end. We're going to kind of hit pause on it. we're thinking we might come back for like some Blue Plate special bonus episodes about maybe some news or items or releases. Definitely maybe some end of the year stuff, like come back and do like a Harry Dean Awards and, you know, do other little things. But yeah, the next time you're going to hear from us is going to be a intro episode to obviously Blowing Smoke. Levi's going to try to have like an active social media presence for this also on Twitter. And
keep an eye out for that.
Elsewhere.
It'll be on Instagram and Twitter. So yeah, and I'll probably post more or less stuff about the episodes we do and also what our awards are for every episode and stuff like that. But
any final thoughts, Levi, about overlapping dialogue, Mad Men?
No, just it's been really a great experience to do this podcast of overlapping dialogue because it's something that kind of started as a lark, honestly, in like the January of 2021, and now to be in October of 2024, and like we were talking about, you already had your job that you were doing, but me have a job, be doing all kinds of different things. You're getting married, and just all the life changes that have happened over those 3 years. It feels like it has been that long in its own way, but in a good way. To have gone through different periods of this show and try to do things, and also to have the presence that we've had. I mean, I feel like to not do any ads or any promotion.
Yeah.
We have seems like somewhat of a fan base, and if those of you who listen, thank you so much for listening this much.
Absolutely.
Because I would never have expected that. So,
and I think I think one thing that's kept us going in, not only just this podcast, but
this episode.
I don't know why.
This episode, Kyle.
It is the 100th episode.
Ended with this song. Okay?
But like, I think one thing we enjoy in general, not only with this podcast, but in life, is like that we love staying in our little corner of the sandbox as far as our own interests. And the fact that anyone would ever want to take any kind of ride with us on those interests is gratifying to us. And we don't have some big massive fan base, but we're very proud of what we've built and happy to hear those who have enjoyed this podcast over the course of its life. And again, it's not over. We're going to be coming back to it, but hitting pause on this phase of it for a little while before we go into this whole other phase with Mad Men and Blowing Smoke. So
and then when that's over, we'll feel very accomplished about that, and then we'll be, I'm sure, very happy to be going back to our regular podcast.
Yeah.
If you had to guess, Kyle, just not even looking at any math, figuring anything out, how long do you think this is going to take?
Early 2027. I think it'll be done by then. That's just a guess.
Yeah,
it could be quicker than that, but
if you thought about the fact that it's like 92 episodes, and that's basically, let's just say 100 episodes. That's basically 2 years worth of weeks.
Yeah.
But we're not going to do that. We're going to take little breaks here and there, I'm sure, and we'll miss certain times and things will happen, and But I mean,
but those episodes will be overall quicker to get done.
Oh yeah, well that's another thing I appreciate about this is just what's the word? Being honest, I guess, or what's the word you call that when you're like
candid,
I guess, but or something that can be see through. What do you call that?
Translucent.
Yeah, just to be translucent, I guess, about
it. Transparent.
Or transparent. There you go. There we got there.
I mean,
transparent. Just to be transparent. It's going to be a lot easier to produce because it's only 40 minutes of content that you go through, and then you just, and not that we won't talk about things, obviously, and discuss it, but I would assume that most episodes, except for those 2-hour ones, that'll be the 2-hour episodes of, well, it'll be an hour and a half, but like they were shot in 2 hours.
I know we're talking about this on air, and this is a conversation we could have in to ourselves, but like I was wondering about like seasons 5 and 6 are like these 2-part premieres that are actually
think about that.
Like,
that actually would mean it probably wouldn't totally be 100 episodes.
Yeah, well, once we get to the end, we'll have a little junk in the trunk. We'll find find bonus content.
But
maybe we'll even create a scenario for new Mad Men episodes or something. I mean, there's going to be things we can do.
We'll get to 200, but I actually did forget about that. There's 2 seasons where we're losing 2 episodes,
5 and 6.
But yeah, and of course, I guess it goes. It's easy enough to say we're going to count season 7 all as one episode and not
season.
This episode will end. This episode will self-destruct in 20 minutes probably. But yeah, Yeah, we're gonna do that all as one season because I know that one's shown at different times, but it's only one episode longer than a normal season, so it's just easier.
This, deep down, this moment right here, it feels like the end of an SNL episode where somebody hosted and they've got everybody. They're like, oh, I want to thank blah, blah, blah. And then it's like, we got Vim here with us. Vim, like, any final thoughts as this episode in this podcast?
Wait, is he actually here?
There, I mean, he's right there. Don't you see him? Like,
oh, wait.
You missed him? Yeah.
Vim.
Yeah.
Vim.
Yeah,
yes,
Vim.
I'm here.
Vim, what's it been like to be on a few episodes of this podcast that's now reached its not inaugural. It's 100th episode, Vim.
It feels absolutely nothing.
Oh, nothing. Wow.
I have no feelings about it.
That's very German of you.
But I did want to come back and just say, job well done.
Thank you, Vim.
If I actually had any time on my hands, I'd ask you to be.
Anyways, we're out of time, Vim. It's been great to have you here today.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
Oh,
anyway,
he's gone. Anyways,
look at him running down this. Look at that. He's running like Andrea Beaumont in like the Phantasm gear. Look. In fact, he's putting the Phantasm gear on. Oh my gosh. No, I'm just kidding about all that. But he did have to leave because that's honestly hard to believe.
It really is.
Like, having Vim on here, that's not really that hard to believe because we've done it multiple times now. And
we already do have the ghost of Burt Cooper's penciled in for some episodes of the Mad Men pod, so...
yeah.
Hint, hint, wink, wink.
Yeah,
we'll
really. See about that. I don't know. Well, do we want to see if we can summon him right now?
We'll save that for maybe...
Let's find out later.
We'll find out
We'll do that on a Halloween episode.
Who are
the
you
hobo
supposed
code.
to be?
Yeah, we'll do it that one. No, so the gypsy and the hobo, excuse me, not the hobo code.
Mm-hmm.
The hobo code's its own episode.
Don't you love that, by the way, right? Last Mad Men Thoughts here. It's like that devastating episode of Don's, like, season 3 of Don's secrets coming to light is like, okay, things might settle down, and it's immediately followed with the assassination of Kennedy. It's just like,
oh, wait, what's that guy's name that's their lawyer, their neighbor that's like, his name's like Carlton or Charlton. Carlton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's literally like, and what are you supposed to be, Don?
Yeah.
And it's like, you SOB, you're literally looking at a guy who's taking somebody else's identity. We need to talk about that next episode. We'll lay out in our first one, if those who don't know for some reason what this show is about and like
why this show and what it means.
And we'll go into all that, but because we've talked too long about this. But yeah, I mean, to wrap it all up, like you said, we had everybody here. We had Vim come in, and it's just been really a great experience. We need to, at some point, figure out how many episodes or how many movies we've done on here officially, and we'll talk about that on... so if you want to know that number, unless you just want to go and look yourself, tune in to Blowing Smoke sometime in early November. So,
this is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Goodbye.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants to watch pepperoni? Coming up!
You're still here?
Wow. Bonus.
You're still here, though, after credits sequence? All right. We're not going to talk about Joker Folie à Deux. We don't care about that. Let's talk about Megalopolis, the new Francis Ford Coppola joint.
So, yeah, we're going to do a special little Blue Plate special after credits scene
This
here.
is like the fifth quarter after football games.
So,
don't you think that's so dumb, by the way, the fifth quarter? It's like, that's literally impossible, but okay.
Yeah. It's
Anyway.
overtime, kind of. But,
No, that's not what it is.
Exactly.
Stop talking about it like that.
Megalopolis is a movie that's been speculated about, literally going back to the late 70s for Francis Ford Coppola. Trying to sum this movie up is hard because there's just so many things that it's about and trying to accomplish as well. Set in an imagined modern United States, it follows visionary architect Caesar Catalina as he clashes with the corrupt mayor Franklin Cicero in determining how to rebuild the metropolis of New Rome as Megalopolis, a futuristic utopia. It's a movie that's just about some very big, heavy-handed themes, and I think that's going to be a turnoff for some people. But, like, for the most part, Coppola has never been a very subtle filmmaker. I mean, he operates usually in a very operatic, I don't know how to say it, very Italian, like, operatic, like, worldview, and he's Italian-American, of course. This is a movie, again, that had been widely speculated upon, talked about, and is already, I'm kind of surprised, actually, about how memeified this movie's already started to become.
Yeah.
But I weirdly also think that's a good thing for this, because it's only going to get people to care a little bit more about it.
Yeah.
But I think it's, like, very unlikely that a movie that is made by an 80-some-year-old man is, like, this new king of meme culture online. Now, this movie is hardly flawless, but I absolutely kind of loved it.
Yeah.
I absolutely kind of loved it. I feel like that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah.
I absolutely kind of loved it because it's definitely, like, again, we've talked about a lot of our elder filmmakers approaching their final years and not having a whole lot of movies left in the tank. This is definitely, you know, in line with some of Scorsese's later movies and Lynch and even some of Eastwood's stuff of this elder filmmaker who feels like they're having one last big grand swing. And as somebody who's not even made one in a while, this is, you know, for Coppola, a strong, perhaps final showing of a movie. It's not very subtle. It's kind of heavy-handed. But I personally couldn't help but admire the audacity of a lot of the things in this movie, not just narratively, but visually, aesthetically. I mean, he's definitely not going down making something soft or something easy.
Yeah.
So I totally love Megalopolis. We were lucky enough to see it in theaters. I don't know how long it's going to be around. It's financially flopping, essentially, but he paid for it himself,
right.
So that doesn't really matter all that much with his wine empire. What did you think of Megalopolis?
I really liked it. I mean, you know, it's all the things people would say it is. It's, you know, self-indulgent, but what do you expect? It's, you know, got too many things going on, but what do you expect?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, I think what I enjoyed about it was that it's him doing this weird kind of almost Fellini-esque concept of very 8.5 in that way of, like, looking at the Roman Empire in a modern context, and it's all one big circus, one big game, one big, you know, but then actually kind of making something better than necessarily what Fellini would have done and saying, but what does that mean for the modern world, you know? And comparing ancient Rome to the modern day in a literal sense and saying there's all these people who are fighting over its future. Also thinking about it in terms of, you know, like having its mise-en-scene is like, you know, futuristic, but also modern day New York, but also people wearing like fedoras, and it's all very like Ayn Randian too. It's, you know, and so it's a lot of different things. I feel like it kind of loses itself about 2/3 of the, you know, way through at some point. That kind of middle hour or middle 45 minutes gets a little bit questionable.
I agree.
As far as what it's trying to even do, and what's going on. I mean, it's a movie that operates on a wavelength unlike anything else as far as its tone, its acting, its line delivery, its writing, it's, you know, everything about it's off kilter and weird.
Yeah.
What's so also encouraging about it doesn't feel like a movie that's being made by a studio. It does really feel like, oh wow, this looks like a studio movie. It looks really good, but it's very much American zoetrope, as it says at the beginning. It's his own thing. And it's one of those things I've said, I think it's great to see somebody like that make a final movie that's, you know, ultimately a climate change allegory in a lot of ways, and about what are we doing to the future, being an anti-Trump movie in a lot of ways too, literally throwing rebel flags in there at one point, very like, wait, what are we doing here? And so in that way, I mean, it's throwing everything at the wall, and like I'd say 75% of it sticks,
which is pretty good percentage.
But
there are going to be those things
for a
that
movie
do not.
that is all over the place and literally just feels like what. And as always, like I said, it's the same thing I said about musicians. If you can get old and make a movie that says, of course, he's not going to make a movie as great as he made when he was younger, just because. Oh, I don't know. The two best movies ever made he made when he was younger, so it's kind of hard to get to that, you know.
Yeah.
But you know,
he's
even
literally
still,
competing with himself,
right,
in that way,
and even Apocalypse Now along with that. And I mean, and even a movie that's as great as like The Rain People randomly is like, oh, okay, that, you know, or even The Conversation or whatever, but or Rumblefish or The Outsiders or whatever, you know, all those great movies, or One from the Heart. We could go on, but that to make all those, you know, to make a movie like that and this that is still that experimental at that age and be that good is proof of what a great filmmaker you actually are. And that's something that's been gestating for, I don't know, 40 years ultimately, and that you are able to still update it, but the story be timeless.
Felt too, like it was like a timeless kind of story that like you can feel like different eras of the drafts like kind of making their way into the final version, and ultimately like he got a lot of this momentum in the last few years, and so it does feel present or modern day in certain ways in terms of its references or things, but also it was always going for this very classical.
It's his.
Kind of
it's
thing.
So funny. He's like, I want to make my movie, and nobody wants to let me make it. What do people like? Alcohol. Okay, I'll have a wine company, make a bunch of money. All right, now let me make my movie now. Now, of course, he cares about wine and food and all that. We know that from Army of Hearts of Darkness. Army of Darkness. That'd be funny. We know that from Hearts of Darkness, how he used to fly in Italian food just so he could eat it. You know, but like, you know, obviously he cared about that. I'm not saying that, but it's like ultimately he's like, oh yeah, I'll do that so I can make my movie. And I mean that's just, and ultimately it comes down to, it's kind of like what I think. I believe Josh Olson said this. I'm not sure. Somebody tweeted this. He said, you know, no matter what you think about the movie, you can't really hate it, because it's like, it's just this guy doing what he wants to do, and that's just really inspiring to see it, somebody at that age. Other than some of the handsy grabby that he may have been doing on set, but we'll leave that for another day. Oh wait, this is the last episode of this podcast for a while. Sorry, we won't be getting to that. Which is its own problem. Don't get me wrong. If that did happen, and we don't really know the whole story, but the guy worked with friggin' Frank. What's his name? The guy that was in Tetro, and he was in Brown Bunny, and what's that guy's name? What was his name? I want to keep saying Frank Grillo.
Yeah,
that's not it. It's like,
give me a second. Vincent Gallo.
Oh, Vincent Gallo. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, he worked with Vincent Gallo, so maybe he taught him a few things. I don't know. Not to be joking too much about that, but because he did make that, right? Friends for Girl. Okay, make sure. But it is not. Well, speaking of that, you know, it seems like there were so many years there he was just making random crap, and it was just like, what are you doing? Why are you making this?
His Wikipedia picture, by the way, is very random to me. It's like very close on his face randomly.
But yeah, and I mean, he was making movies that were very just like, what is this, for a pretty long time.
Yeah, this is his first movie since Twixt, which was in 2011.
I know that was like that weird movie that was like him editing it live or something.
There were some exhibitions of it where that happened,
And so it's just like,
the cast on this, by the way, of Twixt, Val Kilmer, Bruce Dern, Elle Fanning, Ben Chaplin, Alden Ehrenreich, David Paymer, Joanne Whalley, and Tom Waits.
Wow. Anyway.
The Cahiers de Cinema places the third best film of 2012.
That's hilarious. Anyway, I mean, that's all just to say that he took his shot, and it was something. And, you know, and it had a lot of actors he'd never worked with.
Yeah.
That he'll probably work with only once, you know, and it was nice to see all those people together. And I don't know, it's just nice to see a movie that is playing by its own rules and is like a big movie like this. Almost felt like BioShock the movie in certain ways. Is just very strange. And also to come out during the Hurricane Helene is when we saw it, and just a lot of really weird aspects to this movie that make it worth seeing for sure. I mean, hopefully people could see it in theaters. If they don't, then whatever, but you know. And also I like that, I mean, it felt like a lot was going on, but it wasn't too long either. I mean, you know, not that I would mind if it were, but it feels like there's like 2 more hours missing of this movie somewhere in a way too. And
I don't know if there's going to be a longer cut. Well, he's already put out other alternate cuts of his movies, so I wouldn't doubt if there was a longer cut of this on down the line. But
whether he'll get to that in time, I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody else might have to do it.
But yeah, we really liked it while admitting it's a flawed movie, but also it's like it's just going for so much. And
you know what I really like too is that because we watched
like
when it showed at Cannes, and we were talking about it a little bit then at the time, that when he was at the press conference for that and he had everybody there. Yeah. And he randomly just like had his grandchildren up on stage with him. It was like, these are my grandchildren, they're just gonna stand here, and everybody's like, okay. But like what I really liked is he pretty much ran the riot. He was like, this is my moment. Yeah. I'm gonna have all the people I want here. Yeah. I'm at Cannes, LFG, you know, and it's just like I really appreciated somebody just saying, I'm taking control of this narrative that people usually want to put on these Cannes press conferences and just say, we're just going to talk about it the way I want to talk about it. Not that he didn't open it up to a lot of interesting questions. I mean, he straight up said, hey, John Voight, you like Trump. What do you think about this? And that being kind of awkward, but John Voight giving some weird, like, brainworm answer about blah, blah, blah that didn't make any sense. But it was like, you know, it was just a really interesting experience to watch that happen, let alone the movie itself. But it felt like he's somebody who's had control over the movie's destiny, which I really appreciate, obviously, in the sense that, Who distributed this?
It was Lionsgate.
Right.
Did.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think they were even like kind of pressuring him, and I think he had to pay for some of the marketing costs that they didn't even really want to pay for marketing the movie either. Which is like, I think he was like, okay, fine.
Well, they didn't even pay for the movie. Why do they care how much?
Yeah, exactly. They like basically.
He could basically just say, "Here, you whatever money the movie makes, you just take that." Like,
yeah.
But whatever. I don't know. I wonder what the Blu-ray distribution will be like for that. I guess they'll just distribute.
But I think we would agree. Like, if a director's going to go out, you want them to do something this crazy and harebrained, and definitely like what they want to do. And don't
you feel like the bottom line for them is like, who cares? It's Francis Ford Coppola's last movie. Let's just do it. Like, you know.
Who cares? It's going to end up on the 100th episode discussion of overlapping dialogue. Like, you know,
at the very end.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like, I don't know. But
I've decided I'm going to end this episode with his famous monologue he gives in Hearts of Darkness, where he's talking about pretension or whatever, and it's like you got to go all out and make
kind of like what we did for this episode,
exactly,
and this whole podcast,
Francis,
and the whole next podcast.
Francis, your words conclude this podcast as they should have all along.
Thank you to Jeff Probst as well for his.
Thank you, Jeff, for all your. I don't remember exactly when you came into the equation, but
he came in. Did you know he came in every episode?
He really did. Yeah,
he's literally been in here every day that we've done this,
honestly,
and said the same thing.
Him and Vim kind of exchanged ideas here and there.
Yeah, in the exact same pitch.
I know, it's wild. Honestly.
It's kind of crazy, and it's like you see him do the stuff on TV, and then you're like in the room with him, and he does. You know what's also interesting about that is like we would walk in to record, and he's standing there like it's tribal council time, and then we'll be talking, and then he looks at us like
it's like your episode is spoken,
right? And it's like, and so he snuffed us every time an episode ends. We never told you about that.
Yeah,
and this one will be like snuffing birthday candles on the 100th episode. So, yeah. R.I.P. Pete Rose.
Nothing is so terrible as a pretentious movie. I mean, a movie that aspires for something really terrific and doesn't pull it off is shit. It's scum. And everyone will walk on it as such. And that's why poor filmmakers, in a way, that's their greatest horror, is to be pretentious. So here you are, on one hand, is trying to aspire to really do something. On the other hand, you're not allowed to be pretentious. And finally you say, fuck it. I don't care if I'm pretentious or not pretentious, or if I've done it or I haven't done it. All I know is that I am going to see this movie. And that for me, it has to have some answers. And by answers, I don't mean just a punchline. Answers on about 47 different levels. And it's very hard to talk about these things without being very corny. You use a word like self-purgation or epiphany, they think you're either a religious weirdo or an asshole college professor. But those are the words for the process, this transmutation, this renaissance, this rebirth, which is the basis of all life.